Hello to all my dear followers. Welcome to the first season of What If Naruto is Sent to the Past with his powers and memories. Remember, if you want a next season, all I ask is for your likes and comments, which make me very happy. Now then, enjoy!
Chapter 1. Sealing Error and Returning to My 12 Years Old. Unknown Dimension. Confrontation against Kaguya Otsutsuki. Naruto and Sasuke, with the power granted thanks to the Sage of Six Paths, were fighting against Kaguya, the Sage of Six Paths' mother. While they fought, Obito sacrificed himself for them, while they found an opening to seal Kaguya once and for all. Sasuke, let's take advantage of this opening that Kakashi-sensei created. Let's seal her up once and for all, said Naruto. Sasuke nodded. Then, as they planned to seal her, Kaguya dodged them, but Sakura appeared above, hitting her and holding her there. Then Naruto and Sasuke managed to perform the jutsu. Seal of the Six Paths. Chibaku Tensei Dash. The seal of the sun and the moon of both disappeared. Then a moon was forming due to the seal that was being made. Team 7 was celebrating their victory, until Kurama spoke to Naruto. Naruto, something's wrong. After your last attack by the tailed beasts, the bijou sealed in the ghetto statue should have come out, but it hasn't. Kurama commented worriedly that it didn't go as expected. Naruto didn't notice that detail, then he remembered Black Zetsu. He wanted to go look for him, but out of nowhere a bone pierced Sasuke. He tried to resist, but it was inevitable. Slowly he was turning to dust. Sakura watched this with horror. Sasuke-kun, it's not possible. If Kaguya was defeated dash. Kakashi was in shock. His student, who had left earlier and was now fighting to save the world, was dying. Naruto approached Sasuke. He knew that death was inevitable. He had tried with Obito, but it didn't work. Then Sasuke told everyone something. I'm dying, it's inevitable. Naruto, you're the last one left to fight. However, even though it's too late for me, I want to apologize for everything I've caused you. But at least I want to do something right. Sakura, there's no time. Take my Renegan and give it to Naruto. It's the only thing I can do. Please, and Naruto, I know you can fight against all of this. Sakura, do it. Sakura nodded fearfully, tears in her eyes. She took Sasuke's Renegan and gave it to Naruto, though it hadn't been implanted yet. She held it in her hand. Then they all disappeared in a cloud of smoke, returning to the battlefield. Hagoromo was present but noticed something strange. The bijou were gone, and Sasuke was turning to dust. Sasuke and Naruto, what happened? Where are the bijou? Hagoromo asked Naruto with a worried tone. But he replied, I don't know what happened, we did the sealing. Everything was going well until Kurama warned me that something was wrong and Sasuke had been impaled by that bone. Then he gave me his Renegan. I have his eye in my hand, but I don't know if he couldn't finish because a distortion formed in the sky. Everyone paid attention to what they saw. The one coming out of it was Kaguya. Impossible! We sealed you away! Exclaimed Naruto, completely astonished at the one he thought had been defeated. Kaguya observed them and at the same time also looked at Hagoromo. Foolish being who uses chakra, what they sealed was a copy of me. I managed to escape in a second, so I decided to kill the transmigrant of Indra's soul, Hagoromo. Hamura is no longer here for you to fight against me. Now they will return what belongs to me dash. Kaguya exclaimed to everyone present. Naruto didn't know what to do since his last chance had been wasted. At that moment, Sasuke called Naruto one last time. Naruto, I know I can trust you. Take care of everyone. This is my last wish. It's what my brother Itachi would have wanted. Sasuke said, then fell to dust. Team 7 wept. In the end, Sasuke found redemption. Naruto couldn't hold back his tears. His friend died in front of him. He looked at Kaguya and made his decision. He created many shadow clones and sent them to fight against the mother of Chakra, while the original spoke with Sakura. Sakura-chan, please implant Sasuke's Renegan in me. With that, I will try to det. He was interrupted by Hagoromo, who spoke at that moment. Naruto, right now you can't defeat my mother, but there is a way. We don't have time, so you must choose. Fight now, which would be suicide, or accept my proposal so you have a chance to achieve more and be better prepared. What do you say? Naruto didn't know what to do. On one hand, he wanted to fight. He didn't want to abandon his friends. Then he felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Kakashi who said a few words to him. Listen to the Sage of Six Paths. Now is not the time to hesitate. If there is still one more chance, accept it, he said with a cheerful tone and a smile. Naruto heard what he said to his sensei. Then he went to the sage. Old Rikudo accepted the proposal. But what about Sasuke's eye? Naruto asked worriedly. However, Hagoromo answered him. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. I'm sorry for the rest, but with the power I have left, I can only help Naruto. I hope you understand, he said, pointing at Kakashi and Sakura. They nodded, and Naruto heard that. He was going to protest, but Hagoromo continued. Okay, I'll begin. Naruto, when you wake up, contact Kurama. I'll be waiting for you there, he commented with a smile. Then Hagoromo took advantage of his mother's distraction, grabbed her staff, and lifted her up. The place was then enveloped in light. Naruto closed his eyes because of the intensity. When he opened them again, he saw that he was no longer on the battlefield, but in his usual apartment. Surprised, he stood up, feeling strange. He looked at himself and felt smaller. He went to the bathroom to look in the mirror. When he saw himself, he was shocked. He was younger than when he was 12 years old, and the surprise didn't end there. In his left eye, he had a Renegan. Then everything came flooding back to him. Sasuke's death, his last wish, and the last thing the old sage of six paths said to him. Without hesitation, he entered his mental landscape. Naruto mindscape. Once again, Naruto finds himself in the usual sewer, walking until he finds Kurama, and he does. This time he sees the same grate as always. Kurama was there, but at the same time the old Rikudo too. He approaches him and smiles because his plan had worked. Then he decides to explain what happened. I know you have questions, but I'll give you a quick summary because I'm running out of time. I used my power to rewind time. If you're wondering if it's another timeline, the answer is no. I simply rewound time to your team selection date. So, if you wish, you can make changes, but remember not to mention this to anyone. Now, when you change something, you also alter a person's fate. For example, if someone is destined to die at that moment and you save them, they can live longer until fate finds another way to bring them to their death. It could be from old age, an accident, or at the hands of another person. Once that happens, the future will change, so be careful how you choose your allies and enemies, as it can benefit or harm you. Do you understand so far? Hagoromo asked Naruto, who nodded in confirmation. He knew many things, but he could still understand when he put his mind to it, and this was important. Then Hagoromo continued. Okay, now you might be wondering how you got the Renegan. It's simple. It used to belong to Sasuke. Now it's yours. Make good use of it because only you can use it at its full power. Eventually, you'll also have it in your other eye, but that will take months, so you need to train to become stronger and be ready. Now, before my time runs out and I become one with the chakra again, come closer and place your palm on mine. Naruto nodded. He had an idea of what it was. When he placed his palm on it, he felt the same power he had before the fight against Madara and Kaguya. I've given you the seal of the sun again. This time it's permanent. I've also given you some more help. I've bestowed upon you some of Ashura's things. So that's all I can do for you. See you in a few years. Get stronger, Naruto, and never give up. So Hagoromo left. Only Kurama was lying in the cage. He looked at Naruto, smiled happily at him, saying, "All right, Naruto, what's the first thing you're going to do? The old man did us a big favor. You couldn't take on that woman alone. It was a sure thing. So what's first on the list?" Kurama asked his friend, who smiled at him with his usual foxy grin. To be honest, I don't know, Daimyo, besides all my years of training down the drain, what do you think, Kurama? What do we do now? Naruto asked his nine-tailed furry friend. Kurama, on the other hand, thought until he came up with something. First, let's recap. What the old man said is that we're at the point where you've already graduated from the academy, meaning there are no teams yet. Second, the best thing would be for you to train your chakra control, since doing so will improve your jutsu. But do it without clones so you can get used to it, and only when you master that without using clones will you use them for training. For now, that jutsu is forbidden for training, is that clear? Kurama asked his idiot friend, who nodded in confirmation of what he said. Then Naruto continued the conversation. Since I'm hiding my left eye, I don't think I'll use it now, although I have an idea of its abilities for my fight against pain, but I don't want to kill myself using it yet. Naruto said with a mixture of worry. and Kurama smiled at him, saying, I understand, Naruto. It's best if you don't use it yet. We shouldn't attract anyone's attention, least of all Akatsuki's. Why don't you imitate your sensei's scarecrow? Cover it with your headband, you'll still be able to see. The Renegan is like any other dojutsu. If you don't deactivate it, it will continue to function. But in this case, you won't be able to deactivate it. It's permanent. Also, be careful with your clones. Remember that they have shared vision, a huge benefit but with a headache. Naruto nodded, then decided to get started. But before he did, Kurama told him something else. One more thing, stop following that bubblegum-haired flat-chested girl you fell in love with. You know she won't pay attention to you. It's better to look for another option. This is your chance to find a partner and move up in rank, don't you think? Naruto was confused. The only one he pursued was Sakura, but now he knew she wouldn't reciprocate. Now he didn't know what to do, so he decided to ask his nine-tailed friend. Kurama, I don't think anyone likes me. It's best to be alone, Databeo. Kurama shook his head, seeing that the blonde was really a very stupid boy, and said to him, You've already forgotten. You really are a blockhead, who sacrificed himself to save you from pain. Let's see if you remember. Naruto was lost in thought, unsure what to say, until he remembered Hinata. She was always the only one who never looked at him differently. He also remembered confessing his feelings to her when she attacked Pain. Now he felt terrible. The only person who truly cared for him had completely ignored him. But now he had the chance to approach her, and this time he would be the one to confess. Alright, Kurama, you win. I'll approach Hinata-chan and I have the best idea to do it. Databeo. Kurama was hesitant, so I asked him, What do you mean, Naruto, that you want to change now? Naruto smiled his characteristic foxy grin and replied, I'll make a trade with the old Hokage, you'll see. Kurama just smiled broadly. Okay, now take a notebook and a pen. With that, you'll take notes on all the changes we make. Then we'll compare everything with the past. Naruto nodded, then left his mental landscape, got ready in his usual clothes, tied his headband and like Kakashi-sensei, lowered it covering his Renegan eye, then put a glove on his right hand where he had the sun seal covering it, then headed to the Hokage Tower. 10 minutes later, Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, was having a normal day. His substitute grandson had stopped Mizuki, thwarting his theft of the Forbidden Scroll, and was also learning a Jounin-level jutsu called Shadow Clones. Then he turned his gaze to the number one enemy of a Kage. Paperwork. One day I will defeat you, paperwork. He thought to himself. Then his door opened. He turned to look at it and smiled. That orange stain always brought him peace and distracted him from the paperwork. Hello, Naruto-kun. Tell me how this old man can help you. Naruto gave him his usual foxy grin. The third Hokage was surprised. Whenever he saw that, he knew Naruto was up to something. And boy, was he right. I know they haven't assigned the teams yet, but I want to ask you a favor. In return, I'll tell you a secret to beat that dash, he said. Pointing at the paperwork, the third Hokage suddenly appeared in front of him, with puppy dog eyes that said, Tell me and I'll do whatever you want. Then Naruto said to him, Gigi, I want to be on the team where Hinata will be. Hiruzen was surprised. He knew the girl felt something for the blonde boy, but he never gave her the chance. Now it seemed different, so he answered her. Naruto-kun, I think I can do it, if you promise to stop joking around from today onwards. Naruto nodded in confirmation to his Gigi. The third Hokage nodded back, then asked him about the paperwork. Naruto once again smiled slyly. -2 words, Gigi Shadow Clone dash. Hiruzen went to his desk, took out a wooden board that said hit here to release stress, then began hitting his head while muttering, Stupid, 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 stupid. Naruto couldn't stop laughing. He found this amusing. Then he took out a notebook and made notes about the change he made today. Hiruzen noticed it. In fact, he noticed the change in his headband, tilted covering his left eye. Naruto-kun, did something happen to your left eye? If someone hurt you, please tell me. Naruto shook his head and replied, Nobody did anything to me, I just have it like this to look much better, and you'll see that I'll be a good ninja and then I'll be Hokage Databeo dash. Hiruzen smiled at his substitute grandson. The joy he exuded was contagious, and his smile was genuine, not the fake one he always gave. Then Naruto said goodbye to his grandson, and Hiruzen nodded. With that, he left. The Hokage looked at the paperwork, crossed his fingers, created 3 shadow clones, and they took care of the paperwork while the original started reading his orange book. Ha ha ha, I'm surprised you made the old monkey cry. Well, you've already made the first change. We don't know how this will affect things, so have your notebook ready. Naruto nodded, now wondering where he could train, until an idea came to him. Kurama, do you know where my parents' house is? I can train there without being seen, and we can also investigate some things and see if they have more jutsu so we don't just depend on the Resurrecting. Kurama heard it and laughed, saying, so you want to see your parents' house? Okay. Follow my directions, and when you arrive, just pour a little of your blood on the door. It will open by itself. Naruto nodded. Kurama showed him the way. When he arrived, he saw that it was a 2-story house. It was large and had a garden. He went to the entrance, cut his thumb, and let a little blood drip. Then the door clicked and slowly opened. When he looked inside, he saw that it was a nice place. It had a living room and a larger kitchen. It was dusty, which was normal. No one had lived there for years. He closed the door, took off his sandals, and went inside. When he touched the furniture, he felt that it was soft. Then he saw a framed picture of his parents on the small table. Naruto looked at them, smiled because it was a joy to have a memory of them, then continued exploring. On the first floor, he found a library full of scrolls, something he would read later. Then he came to an office which he assumed belonged to his father. On the table was an envelope. It had his father's name on it, but the address was for Naruto. He was surprised. He wanted to read it but left it for later. He continued exploring and found a basement. He went down and saw that it was an armory and beyond that a mini training field. He smiled with his usual foxy grin. I found something interesting to train for, he thought to himself, then went to the armory. He saw that there were many kunai, shuriken, wooden swords, a strange 3-pronged kunai, and a sword with the red Uzumaki symbol. It seemed strange to him, but he ignored it. Then he also saw storage scrolls, explosive tags, everything a shinobi needed. It was all perfect for him since he wouldn't have to buy anything for a while. Then he went back upstairs, continued exploring, and reached the back. There was a garden. It was neglected, as evidenced by all the weeds that had grown. There was a pool and 2 trees, which was good for him since he could practice his tree climbing and walking on water. Then he continued exploring. When he finished the first floor, he went up to the second. He saw only a hallway with 5 doors. The first one he opened was the bathroom. It was bigger than his apartment, and the floor was made of beautiful ceramic tiles. He could see the details. Then he went to the other door, which was his parents' bedroom. He went in and saw that the bed was 3 times bigger than his own. In the closets were his parents' clothes, and he also saw the 4th Hokage's cloak. Naruto smiled as always. His father had been a good Hokage, and he would make sure he would be one too. In the next closet, he saw a safe. It was strange, and on the table was another envelope. When he examined it, he saw his mother's name. He opened the envelope and found his birth certificate and a letter written on it. From Uzumaki Kushina to my son Naruto. He felt tears welling up, but he held them back. He continued looking and saw a picture of his mother when she was still pregnant. Naruto hugged it like it was a treasure. Then, when he found nothing else, he put everything back in the envelope and slipped the letter into his pocket along with his father's letter. After I finish exploring, I will read both, he thought to himself, left the room and went into the next one. He entered the other room. It was empty. He imagined it was probably used for something else. Then he continued on. When he entered, he saw a room with a bed, a wardrobe, a small table, and a chair. He thought it was the guest room. Then he went to the last room. When he entered, he was amazed. It was a baby's room. The walls were decorated with pictures for a child. On the table were children's storybooks, including Ero Senin's book, The Story of a Brave Ninja. There was a crib with toys for a newborn. On the shelf were diapers and lots of clothes. Above the crib was a sign that said, "Welcome Naruto." This time, Naruto couldn't hold back. He shed tears at everything he saw. My parents were waiting for me. They really loved me very much. Naruto stayed there for a few minutes, appreciating all of this, the affection of his parents. All of this was his inheritance. He would treasure it. He decided to wait until he became an official genin and claim all of this. Now he decided to move here to get used to it since it was all his. Then he left his room and went to the living room to read the letters. Naruto, are you ready to read those letters? I saw everything you've seen. I'll tell you one thing. While I was sealed inside your mother, they celebrated from the moment they found out they were going to be parents. They prepared for your arrival. If it's any consolation, I'm sorry. It was my fault that your parents died. Naruto heard it and shook his head. No, Kurama, it's not your fault, it was Obito's fault, although I still hold some resentment towards him. He was manipulated by Madara. Besides, they were controlling you that day, so don't think it was your fault. You are my friend and together we will fight against everyone again. Kurama smiled happily and replied, Thank you, Naruto, and yes, together we will fight those guys once again. This time with your new powers, you will be unstoppable. Naruto nodded, smiling at his friend with his characteristic mark. Then Naruto took out both cards, reading his father's first. Hello, Naruto. I'm Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. If you're reading this, it's because I'm dead. I know I can't tell you much right now. The Nine Tails is attacking the village, and I must stop it. I'm the Hokage, and I must defend the village. The only thing I can tell you is that I love you very much. In my office, open the drawer. There are the notes for the jutsu I inherited called the Yellow Flash, the Flying Thunder God technique, Hiraition. Learn it and your enemies will fear you. You'll also find the steps for the Resurrecting on a scroll. It's an imperfect jutsu, but I trust you'll achieve what I couldn't. Complete it. I should also tell you that my sensei, Jiraiya, is your godfather. I know he'll take care of you when I'm gone. I'll also ask the 3rd Hokage to inform the village that you're a hero. I've also left an official scroll in case they refuse to give you all this. Remember, it's your inheritance. What I've left will guarantee you receive it. Everything is in the Hokage's office box. Only you can open it with your blood. Now, I must tell you this. Forgive me for placing this burden on you, but I must seal the Nine Tails within you. You will become a Jinchuriki. Your mother is unable to maintain it in its current state, so you are the one who must bear this burden. I cannot ask another to give up their child if I cannot do it myself. I trust that you will overcome this and use that power to defend your friends and the village. See you later, Naruto. Love, your father. Naruto shed tears as he read his father's letter, placed it back in its envelope, set it aside, and proceeded to open and read his mother's letter. Hello, my son. If you're reading this, it's because I didn't survive. They ripped the Nine Tails out of me after you were born, and don't think it's your fault. You are a blessing and a joy to me and Minato. I won't be there to see you grow up, but I don't plan to leave you with nothing. In the safe, just pour a little of your blood and it will open. Inside is a special storage scroll that will only open with your blood. All of our money, both Minato's and mine, is there. If I calculate, there's more than 600 million Ryo, since the Uzumaki fortune is included. The leaf headband I wore is also there. I hope you get to wear it when you graduate. Grow up strong, eat healthy, manage your money well, be careful of the 3 ninja prohibitions, and find a woman who loves you for who you are and not just for your power. If you ever want to propose, I'm leaving my ring, the one your father gave me. Now it's yours, and you can give it to the person you love. Love, I trust you, my son. In the library there are books on Fuinjutsu. If you wish to learn it, you are free to do so, and do not drink until you are 18. Take care, my son. Naruto was happy. He shed tears but smiled. His parents left him all this, an inheritance, a home and something to fight for. Father, I don't blame you for the burden you placed on me. Perhaps your wish for the village to see me as a hero hasn't come true, but I still persevered and will use this power I have to defend my friends and the village. Mother, maybe I only ate ramen, but now I'll try to eat healthier. And don't worry, I know the 3 prohibitions. I also met a girl before who loves me for who I am, and I was an idiot and ignored her. But now I plan to remedy my mistake and get closer to her. Her name is Hinata, and if I ever decide to get married, I'll use the ring my father gave you. I'm not good at studying, but I'll do my best to learn at least a little. Tusan, Kazan, just watch me from wherever you are. I'll do everything I can to prevent what happened from happening again in the future, and I'll become stronger so I can be recognized once more and one day become Hokage. And that's a promise, Databeo, he thought to himself, then put away the letters and, seeing that it was night, decided to rest and sleep at his parents' house. To be continued. Chapter 2. New team, getting closer to Hinata, and a new teammate. Day after. For Naruto, his night was perfect. When he slept in his new house, he initially felt lost, but after that, everything was normal. Naruto grabbed storage scrolls, went to his old apartment, and stored everything he considered important. His clothes, the ramen, his tools. Then, when he finished, he looked one last time, said goodbye to his old home, and left. He arrived at his parents' house, or rather, his new house. He opened the door, took off his shinobi sandals, and went inside. He decided to clean, but when he made shadow clones, he fell to the floor, and the clone also disappeared in a puff of smoke. Ha ha ha, I told you to be careful. Shared vision affects you until you get used to it or learn not to activate it when making clones. Kurama said in a mocking tone. Naruto crossed his arms sitting on the floor. Then when he heard not to activate the shared vision, he made the clones again, but thinking that he did not have the shared vision. Then 2 clones came out. This time no one fainted. He managed to make the Renegan not affect the clones. Wow, you finally used that brain of yours. Kurama laughed as he watched Naruto finally use his brain, but Naruto just ignored him. Then, with his clones, they began cleaning everything. In an hour, they managed to clean the first floor. Then they went to the second floor and started. What surprised them was that the house still had water and electricity. After so many years, that was all. Then they continued with the cleaning. When they finished, the clones dissipated, giving the memories back to their host. He lay down on the sofa to think about what to do today. Kurama, what are we doing today? Kurama was thinking until an idea came to him. Go and practice your chakra control. If I remember correctly, they had to stick leaves on their body. I think that would be a good start. Naruto nodded, went to the garden, picked some leaves from the tree and tried to stick them on his body, which he couldn't do. He kept trying and nothing worked. This went on for 3 hours until he managed to stick 1 out of 20. He was happy because it was progress. He continued until lunchtime. He left home to buy his ramen. He wasn't worried about money. He had plenty thanks to his parents. Then something clicked in his head. So if they had left me all this, I would have had a better life before, Naruto said, seeing how everything he saw was his and they never gave it to him. Kurama heard him and decided to tell him. Yes, if you had claimed it earlier, you would have had a good life. This village has hidden many things from you. It depends on you what you will do. Naruto smiled his usual smile. Kurama, I know they hid many things from me, even so I have promised to protect my home. Then I will face Jijiya Erosenin. I think the best punishment is that he doesn't sign his summoning contract. We'll think about how to get one. I don't know, wolves I think, if there are any or they exist dash. Kurama laughed at his friend's naivete and decided not to say anything for now. Naruto continued on his way, arriving at Ichiraku Ramen. Old man Tuchi served him normally, giving him his usual order. When it came time to pay, Naruto gave him a little more than he should have. Tuchi initially refused, but Naruto convinced him. Tuchi nodded and received the money. Then Naruto returned home and continued training. 1 week later, a week had passed. Naruto's training was acceptable. He managed to glue 3 out of 20 sheets of paper together. Not much, but at least he accomplished that. Then he started reading the scrolls in the library. He looked for one on taijutsu so he could develop a style and found his father's, the hummingbird style. It consisted of quick movements and attacks on vital points. Naruto liked it and decided to learn it. He progressed little by little, of course, without clones. Kurama told him that this way he would get used to them so that later, when he used clones, it would be easier to learn. He only used them for cleaning the house and tidying the garden. Sometimes he sent them out to buy things using a transformation so he wouldn't be noticed. He bought many things and a cookbook so he could learn to cook. He learned a little taijutsu, enough at least to defend himself. Now he was on his way to the academy for the team selection. Although he knew the results, he was sure to be on a team with Hinata. He was wearing his usual clothes, even though Kurama told him to change. He chose not to. He liked them this way and maybe he would change them in the future. He was also writing down everything he did, using his notebook to note down everything necessary to see when to change something or leave it as is. When he arrived at the academy, he saw everyone, including Hinata. There was an empty seat next to him, so he decided to approach her. Hi Hinata, can I sit here? Naruto said, smiling at her with his characteristic smile. Hinata was surprised. Naruto had never paid attention to her before, and now he was. She blushed and started playing with her fingers and answered him. "Why yes, Naruto-kun, you can sit down." Naruto nodded and took a seat, saying, "Thank you, Hinata." Naruto approached and sat next to her. Hinata's blush was more noticeable. Naruto's friends noticed it. They never thought that the same idiot as always would approach Hinata. Shikamaru watched and thought to himself, "Troubled blondie, did you finally realize it, or did you just sit there for no reason?" Naruto offered Hinata an apple. Hinata, blushing even more, couldn't take it anymore and fainted. He just smiled, placed the apple in front of her, and began to write in his notebook. "You definitely noticed." Shikamaru smiled and went back to his dream. Kiba saw the scene and laughed. Shino just watched and analyzed. Choji saw and smiled at his friend. Naruto smiled back. Sasuke just kept saying, Naruto just observed, decided to make more notes seeing everything that was happening. Then Sakura and Ino arrived. When Naruto saw them, he greeted them both. They just ignored him. Naruto shrugged, continued with his notebook taking notes. Irika Amano, the class sensei, knew it was the last time he would see his students. After what happened with Naruto, he felt he should do more for him. Unfortunately, the day that would begin his shinobi life had arrived. He only wished that Naruto would achieve his dream. When he arrived at the classroom, he called everyone to pay attention, but nothing. Then he used his giant head jutsu, shouting to get their attention, which worked. He gave his usual speech, then assigned the teams. Naruto didn't pay attention, he was just watching Hinata. When he woke up, he saw the apple that he had offered him, thanked him and took it, and began to eat it with a smile. Naruto then paid attention to his sensei again, because he had arrived at Team 7. Team 7, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, and Inuzuka Kiba. Their Jounin sensei is Kakashi Hatake. Naruto was surprised. He thought he would be paired with Sasuke, but it wasn't so. It was unexpected. Then he saw the change. For him, it was something. At least he could take advantage of his new sensei and learn something new. He began to note this as a new event. Team 8, Aburame Shino, Hyuga Hinata, and Uzumaki Naruto. Their Jounin sensei is Yuhi Kurenai. Naruto listened, he was happy. He didn't know Kurenai very well, but he would at least try. He could go on missions with Hinata. Shino was calm, so it didn't bother him. He knew him well, so he decided to become friends with him. Hinata didn't know what to say. She was on the same team as Naruto-kun, and she decided to try to overcome her stutter and get closer to him. Shino saw this and wasn't bothered by his team. On the contrary, he found it peaceful. His only concern was whether Hinata would faint on missions. If anything happened, he would intervene. Naruto kept taking notes. After listening to his team, he continued paying attention. Everything was the same, so he shrugged, closed his notebook, and started waiting. Yuhi Kurenai was a beautiful woman. The only thing she didn't like were perverts. During the team selection, she wouldn't forget what she had agreed to. Flashback. Okay, Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma, we're missing you guys. Which team will you select? The three Jonin saw the documents that the Hokage placed. Kurenai already knew what he wanted, a tracking team. She saw the documents and selected Aburame Shino, Kiba Inuzuka, and Hyuga Hinata. Kakashi selected Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto, and Asuma selected Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji. The Hokage nodded to Asuma's selection, but for the others, he decided to make a change, moving Kiba and Naruto to different positions. He did this because of the deal he made with the boy, and Kurenai and Kakashi argued about it. Hokage-sama, why do you want to change my team? You know I'm looking for a tracking team. Kurenai commented to the Hokage, and Kakashi also commented. Hokage-sama, I selected my team for reasons you know. I don't understand the change. Hiruzen knew this would happen. Luckily, he was prepared for it. Kurenai, I understand what you're saying. Adding Naruto to your squad would be beneficial. You'd have your tracking and intelligence team. The boy has mastered a B-rank Kenjutsu, shadow clones. He can create many of them. Imagine if Shino, upon locating someone, wants to know if there's any danger, and Naruto sends a clone to check on everything and analyze the area. When the clone dissipates, it sends the information back to the original. Then Hinata can confirm the information with her Byakugan. I think it would be the best team for you and Kakashi. I understand what you're saying, but you know very well that there are no favorites. Kiba can track his enemies, and Sasuke can finish them off. If we include the Sharingan, it would be even better, and Sakura can provide medical support to both of you. I think it would be the best for you. Kurenai was thinking. She didn't know he mastered something like that, so she wanted to try it for herself. Then she decided to accept the team. She nodded to her Hokage in confirmation. Hiruzen returned the nod. Kakashi still didn't agree, since he wanted to teach Naruto because he is his sensei's son. But he could do nothing now. Kurenai took Naruto. She nodded to her Hokage in confirmation. The Hokage returned the nod. Okay, so if it's already decided, this meeting is over. End of flashback. Kurenai was thinking about everything as she arrived at the academy to take her team. It was to test her genin to see if they were capable. She had faith that if they succeeded, she would dedicate herself to training them so that they could be the best team of this new generation. When she arrived, she saw Asuma there, who had also arrived. He was waiting to see if anyone else would arrive, but only Kurenai showed up. So you're ready to pick up your team? Kurenai looked at him and nodded. That's right, and Kakashi, I don't see him, I imagine he'll arrive late. As always. Asuma shrugged. Then they decided to go in. Team 10 with me. Asuma called his team, they went with their sensei. Team 8 with me. Kurenai called her team and they followed her. Training Camp 8. Alright, let's get on with the introductions. I'll start. My name is Yuhi Kurenai. I like nice people, my life, and hanging out with my friends. I dislike perverts. My hobby is practicing my genjutsu, and my dream is to one day have my own family. Okay, now you, Kurenai said, pointing at Shino. My name is Adhering Shino. I like insects. I dislike people who kill insects for no reason. My hobby is cultivating and raising more insects in my hive, and my dream is to be the best clan leader. Kurenai nodded and gestured for Hinata to continue. My name is Hyuga Hinata. My interests are gardening, my sister, and I look at Naruto blushing slightly. My dislikes are people who think I'm weak and a certain seal. My hobbies are tending to plants and training to become strong. And my dream is to one day unify the branches of my clan. I looked at Naruto again. Kurenai noticed. It was obvious that she liked him. The question was whether he would reciprocate now. Then she pointed at Naruto and he smiled slyly as always. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My likes are training, eating healthy, sometimes ramen, and I look at Hinata in the same way she did. My biggest dislikes would be idiots who don't understand the difference between a kunai and a storage scroll. My hobbies are reading, gardening, and practicing with my kunai. My dream is to one day become Hokage. I look at Hinata again. Kurenai now confirms. They both liked each other. The question is if they knew it. Well, for her, it would be fun to find out. Alright, Naruto, Shino, and Hinata, let's begin the Genin Test. It's simple. You just need to find me in this forest. You have 1 hour to do it. Let's begin now, Kurenai said, then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Okay, how do we do this? Naruto commented and Shino replied. Naruto-san, I've placed one of my insects on it. We can locate it, but we don't know if I've set traps. Naruto thought for a moment and then came up with a plan. Point me to the address and I'll send some clones. They'll know if there's a trap ahead or not. Shino nodded and Naruto turned to Hinata and commented. Hinata, as we move forward, you can use your Byakugan to warn us if anything happens along the way. Hinata nodded, understanding the plan. Shino showed her the way. Naruto created 6 clones and they went in that direction, so they waited a few minutes until Naruto confirmed it was safe. 5 minutes later, Naruto confirmed his team and they moved forward. Hinata, with her Byakugan active, watched to see if anything was happening. 35 minutes had passed since it started. They were following Shino's instructions. Then they arrived at an empty meadow, but Hinata, with her Byakugan, noticed the genjutsu. They dispelled it and there was a cabin. They entered and Kurenai was waiting. Good work, Team 8. Shino, I sensed your insect, but I wanted to see how you could find me. Naruto, good work with the clones. Disabling my traps with them and then reporting that it was safe was good. And Hinata, You used your Byakugan throughout to see if anything else surprised you besides detecting my Genjutsu. Good teamwork. You are officially Genin. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning to Training Ground 8, we're gonna work on some things. They bowed to their sensei. Hi Kurenai sensei dash. They all said at the same time and Kurenai nodded, indicating that they could leave. Shino went his own way and Naruto stayed alone with Hinata, taking advantage of the moment to invite her to eat. Hinata, do you want to go to lunch? This was something new for her, so she blushed at the thought. Naruto-kun is asking me out, it feels like a dream dash. When he finished daydreaming, he had to fight off the urge to faint, so he nodded. Naruto was mentally celebrating. He'd managed to get her to agree to come eat, something he hadn't been able to do with Sakura. He cursed himself earlier for not seeing things clearly. He still cared for Sakura, but only as a friend, nothing more. But now he had the opportunity to be with someone. The two genin walked to Ichiraku, the only place where Naruto was welcome. They both sat down. Tucci saw them and smiled, calling his daughter Ayam to serve them. Hello, I can help you both. Ayam said she was looking at them both with a smile. Naruto smiled back and ordered the same as always, and Hinata ordered the same, much to Naruto's surprise. Okay, wait here while I get your orders. Ayam commented to the two of them while thinking that Naruto had finally brought someone to eat. He instead looked at Hinata and decided to talk to her. Hinata, we're official genin now. Tell me what you think of the team. She was trying to overcome her fainting spell and answered him. I say we're a G-good team and Kurenai sensei is G-good. I think we can learn a lot from her dash. Naruto smiled his usual characteristic smile and answered. You're right Hinata, I think the same too. Every time Hinata saw Naruto's great optimism, it always gave her confidence. She smiled in response to what he said. Then Ayam brought their orders. They both thanked her for the food and began to eat. Without them noticing, a certain person watched them, took a picture and continued watching them. 30 minutes later, after finishing their lunch, which literally consisted of 5 plates each, Naruto paid without any problems. Tucci, as always, wanted to refuse because of the extra money Naruto gave him. Naruto told him that he wouldn't take no for an answer, and Tucci nodded and accepted the payment. Naruto accompanied Hinata to the Hyuga compound. Then they both said goodbye and went their separate ways to their homes. Someone was watching them from afar. It was their sensei Kurenai. She followed them when she saw that Naruto had invited her to eat, listened to their conversation, and smiled at it. While they were eating, she took a picture of them. I'll keep this as a memento, This team will be fun dash. She smiled to herself, thinking that she saw a lovely partner for the future. Naruto arrived home happy. For him, spending time with Hinata was wonderful. He felt the old emptiness he'd had from being alone, his whole life being filled. It was something new for him, so he continued enjoying himself. He sat at his table, took out his notebook and began to write. Hinata was happy. Finally, her platonic love was looking at her, as was evident when they went to eat together today. A good first date, she asked me how the following ones would be and if at some point we would dash. She wondered what it would be like if they kissed, and although she blushed so much that she fainted, she had a big smile on her face. She had ideas about what it might be like and at least wanted to enjoy it, so she planned to invite him out to eat. Hokage Tower, meeting room. Several Jounin sensei from this new generation are gathered. They were just waiting for Kakashi who, as always, arrived late. Sorry I'm late. I ran into a black cat and took the long way around dash. All the Jounin and the Hokage side. It was Kakashi, as always. Okay, let's begin, give your reports. Everyone listened to the team's failures until it reached Team 7. Team 7 barely passed dash. This surprised everyone, Kakashi approving a team. They thought it was a genjutsu and tried to dispel it, but it didn't work, so what they heard was true. Then it was Kurenai's turn. Team 8 passed. Mr. Hokage was right about what he said at the beginning dash. Hiruzen nodded, pleased that his substitute grandson met his expectations, then assumed that he was the same, approved the team, and when it was all over, the Hokage dismissed everyone. 1 week later, a week had passed. Naruto in his new house was learning what he always did. Little by little he managed to master his father's taijutsu. Then he managed to glue 7 sheets of 20 for an hour. It was something. Then he went with Hinata to eat. This week, after their missions, they would go to lunch. It was fun for them. Hinata would smile, and Naruto would return her smile with his characteristic smile. Little by little, Hinata lost her shyness. She still stuttered, but she tried to control it. Then she became curious about why he covered his eye with his headband. He said he did it because it looked cool. Hinata simply nodded and left the question unanswered. Later, when Naruto arrived home, he took off his shinobi shoes, went inside, showered, and lay down to rest. While he was thinking, at that moment he decided once and for all to officially claim what belongs to him, so he waited until tomorrow to confront the Hokage. The next day, Hokage's office. The Hokage was happy. While his clones did all the work, he happily read his orange book. Then a knock on his door pulled him out of his thoughts, indicating that he should come in. It was the person he never thought would knock on the door. His substitute grandson, Naruto Uzumaki. "Naruto-kun, what can I do for you?" Naruto said nothing, he just looked at the Hokage seriously. Hiruzen noticed this and became serious. Then it was Naruto who broke the silence. "Hokage-sama, I'll ask this simple question. Who were my parents?" Hiruzen was astonished. Naruto didn't address him respectfully unless something truly serious had happened. Naruto did this to test his sincerity and see if he would willingly accept his inheritance. Otherwise, he would use his other card. Hiruzen sighed, then looked at Naruto and replied, "Naruto-kun, I don't know what happened to you, but I already told you, mentioning it won't bring them back. They died in the Kyuubi attack, that's all I can tell you." Naruto sighed. It was time to reveal his heritage and see if they would treat him well. "Hokage-sama, I know who you are. Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage." Hiruzen's face was in shock. He immediately made some hand signals and his umbu left the area. Then he activated a silencing seal, looked at Naruto once more, saying to him, "Naruto-kun, I don't know who lied to you, but it wasn't your parents, so please tell me who told you that and I'll take action." Hiruzen knew that if this didn't work, he would lose all of Naruto's permanent trust. Unfortunately, it was the last thing he said to him. Naruto frowned at this. He couldn't take it anymore. Goodbye to the kind person. He confronted the Hokage in person. "Stop lying to me, Databeo. I came here with the best intentions to see if I could trust you, but it wasn't like that, I realize now. I've been living in my parents' house for 2 weeks now, and that's where I found the letters they left me. They had faith that you would give me my inheritance. But no, you decided to lie to me all these years. If you had told me, explaining that I couldn't mention it, I would have understood. I know I'm impulsive, I do stupid things, but if there's one thing I know, it's how to keep secrets. However, here we are, with you lying to me, saying they aren't my parents. The kindness is over. I thought you weren't like the rest, but it was the complete opposite. Now I'll ask you nicely. Please give me my inheritance willingly. That's all I ask." Hiruzen was defeated. He had lost the trust of the person he least expected, so he decided to answer. "I'm sorry for lying to you, Naruto-kun. I did it to protect you. Your parents had many enemies who would have killed or used you, but now I can't give you your inheritance. You'll have to wait until you're 18 or become a jonin, so I must ask you to leave your parents' house." This made Naruto even angrier, so he decided to play his last card. He walked towards the fourth chamber, saw a seal, cut his thumb, a drop of blood fell, and an envelope came out. It had the seal of the fourth chamber and the Daimyo. Naruto gave the letter to the Hokage, who studied the outside of the letter, opened it, and read the contents. "If the current Hokage is reading this, it's because my son Naruto hasn't received his inheritance and my last wish hasn't been fulfilled. The only one who can remove this envelope from the box is Naruto himself. If he did this, it's because he doesn't trust the current Hokage and discovered his inheritance on his own. Once the seal removes this envelope, the Fire Daimyo will receive a warning and send his loyal servant here to verify that Naruto has indeed received his inheritance. If not, the Daimyo will cut the funds by 80% and take other measures as he sees fit. So, I expect you to give everything to my son, or you'll have serious problems. Signed, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage and Fire Daimyo." Hiruzen was in shock. He had been defeated once again. All the mistakes he made with Naruto hit him like a bucket of water. He sighed and looked at Naruto. "Very well, I'll give you everything. Come back tomorrow to pick up the papers. And Naruto, I'm sorry for everything." Naruto heard everything, he felt bad. but it was necessary, so he decided to speak. You caused this yourself, but you resorted to lying to me, so this is the end of it. Tell me when the Chunin exams are. Hiruzen just sighed. He decided to tell her. Lying more would only ruin the situation, so he answered. In less than a year. Naruto nodded, then decided to continue talking. At that moment my inheritance will be revealed. My parents left me everything to study, so I will prepare for that. Tomorrow I will come to collect everything and tell my godfather Jiraiya that I don't want to see him. He abandoned me all these years. I still have my dream. I do it for my parents, for the village they protected. I will follow my dream and use the power they gave me. Naruto raised his headband, revealing his 6-tomo Renegan for an instant, then lowered it again. He then channeled Kurama's chakra, causing his other eye to turn blood red with a slit pupil. He then stopped using it, returning to normal. To protect the village where I was born, just wait and see, Databeo dash. Hiruzen was wide-eyed. That Naruto could channel the Kyuubi's chakra at will was surprising, but what shocked him was the other thing. He had a dojutsu, one that Hiruzen only heard and read about, the legendary Renegan Eye. He wanted to say something, but Naruto spoke first. I'm leaving now. I'll come back tomorrow to pick up the documents. Having said this, Hiruzen removed the silent seal and Naruto left. The Hokage just sat in his chair, holding his pipe and lost in thought. I'm sorry Naruto-kun for everything. I hope you can forgive me someday. Naruto was walking home after his confrontation with the Hokage. He felt calm. He had taken out everything he had stored away. Then he took out his notebook and wrote down what happened today. Kurama mentally told him what had happened. Naruto, do you think it was the right thing to show your Renegan and push that old toad away? Remember that he helped you with many things. Naruto listened to his friend, thought for a moment until he sighed and answered him. I think distancing myself from Erosenin was for the best, even though I love him a lot. He didn't really teach me much, just chakra control and how to use your chakra. Besides, I don't think I need him. I just need to train and discover the secrets of my Renegan. If I believe what I think, I'll be able to use Pain's abilities and then ask the other Bijou to share their chakra with me so I can face Madara when he returns. Naruto commented as he arrived home. He did his usual thing, sat on the sofa, and then Kurama continued. I understand. Well, I've started filtering out the negative aspects. I recommend you don't use my chakra for at least a year. By then, I'll have finished and you'll be able to use up to the 4th tail since that's what your body allows. When you grow up, you'll be able to use everything as before. I'll be finished by the Chunin exams. I can't help you with your Renegan. I don't know the details, only some of its abilities. If you manage to unlock it, I can explain. Until then, you'll have to train. And yes, you can use Pain's abilities, but I recommend training your chakra control. Otherwise, you'll waste a lot and exhaust yourself easily. Now there's also the matter of Ashura. What has the old man done? Only you can find out. For now, train without clones yet. Use them to practice calligraphy and read the library books. You can use them for that, so don't waste time and train. You have a year to be ready and prove to your Hokage that you're right. Naruto nodded in confirmation, then went to his garden and began his usual training. 1 month later, 11 months remaining until the Chunin exams. Naruto's life this month was perfect. After facing the Hokage, he went the next day to collect the official documents. When he arrived at the office, he knocked on the door, was told to come in. The Hokage handed him the papers, bowed respectfully and left, saying nothing and not even looking at him. Hiruzen could only see that the person he had taken care of was not saying a word to him. Naruto lost all confidence in him. He just sat and hoped that this change would be for his own good. After what he said yesterday, showing what he had and affirming his dream and the will of his parents, he had no doubt that he would not leave the village. He just hoped that he would be ready for the new challenges. After tidying up, Naruto was content. He was still angry with the Hokage for lying to his face and denying him his inheritance. But he knew one thing. He wasn't going to let Orochimaru kill him this time. With that in mind, he decided to train. At home, he had 4 clones practicing calligraphy and 5 more reading in the library. The latter was difficult at first. He never paid attention to studying. However, Kurama told him it was necessary if he wanted to become Hokage, so he worked hard at it. Meanwhile, he continued his work of sticking papers to his body. The week passed, and Naruto had gained more knowledge about history. His calligraphy improved, and he practiced once more, as he needed good strokes to begin learning his mother's Fuinjutsu. She had taught him levels 1 through 15, and it was well organized, so he decided to learn it. The next day, downstairs in the armory with 5 clones, he practiced his kunai throwing, as he wanted to learn his father's jutsu. According to his notes, one must have good kunai aim and learn level 6 of Fuinjutsu to make its use easier. He left that for later. He also took inventory of everything in the armory with 2 more clones, and had them count. Took them 4 days just counting kunai. They wrote everything down on a piece of paper, so when Naruto read it, he just nodded. Now, if that was the kunai count, the rest was still missing, so he let his clones continue taking inventory. In 4 days, he managed to glue 10 out of 20 sheets. He was making progress. An hour passed like this. Then he practiced his father's taijutsu. Each time he managed to master it more. With his team, he was doing well. They practiced always. Naruto wrote things down. Every day he went out to eat with Hinata. They sat down, ate, and said goodbye. That's what they did. Then in the 3 remaining days of his week, he continued training. His sensei said that they would begin with the missions. Next week, nodding, they just waited. In the second week, Team 8 began their missions. Naruto left his clones at home. 2 were still taking inventory, 5 were practicing kunai, 5 were learning history, and 3 were reading level 1 of Fuinjutsu. During the missions, Naruto knew they were D ranks, so he just followed along. When he finished, Naruto helped his teammates. He didn't use clones since Kurama told him he had already used his limit of 15 clones. When the missions were over, Naruto would go eat with Hinata. This time, Hinata took him to a bakery that sold cinnamon rolls. They ate, and Naruto offered to pay, but Hinata said she wanted to pay. He accepted, since she convinced her. Then they each went home. That was how the week went. At home, Naruto managed to stick 12 of the 20 sheets onto his body. He did exercises at home and continued practicing his taijutsu. After finishing, before bathing, he cleaned the house since he couldn't use the clones. After that, he cooked his dinner. He promised himself that he wouldn't eat so much ramen. He only ate it in the afternoons with Hinata. Before going to sleep, he always dispelled his clones so that he could retain his knowledge and process it while he slept. The 3rd week arrived, and Naruto was still working on his chakra control. He still had 12 out of 20 leaves. He practiced kunai throwing with his 5 clones. Then the 2 clones were finishing the inventory, so he left them. The 3 clones studying level 1 sealing techniques were making progress, so he left them too. Then the 5 clones who were learning about history switched to politics and commerce. His father really did leave what was necessary. Naruto noticed how far behind he was, so he left the 5 clones to continue reading. After that, Naruto cleaned his house, cooked his breakfast following his cookbook, ate his breakfast, and left with his team. Kurenai noticed that Naruto was changing. He still had his usual attitude, but he was calmer and more focused on training and missions. She thought he would probably complain, but it was the opposite. He carried them out calmly, and when he finished, he helped his comrades. This changed her opinion of him. Then she saw Naruto and Hinata on their dates. Nothing much happened. They just ate, walked, and went home. Before, they went separately. Now they held hands. Kurenai smiled at this. Of course, she noticed how the other civilians looked at them. But Kurenai used a genjutsu to help them and ensure they had a good time. Then he went to the Hokage Tower because the Hokage himself told him he wanted to know how Naruto was doing. Surprisingly, Kakashi was there too. He also wanted to hear how his sensei's son was doing. Hiruzen made some hand signals. The Umbu stepped back. Then he placed the silence seal and began to speak. Okay, Kurenai, I need to know how Naruto is doing. He's special now. Kurenai, what I'm going to explain to you is an S-rank secret, or rather, it was. Naruto already knows the truth. Kakashi was amazed. Naruto knew the truth. The question was how and when. He decided to keep listening. To clear up my doubts, I must first hear from you. Kurenai, what have you noticed about Naruto? The sensei of Team 8 was preparing to give her report. Uzumaki Naruto was very energetic at first. Well, he still is, but he's changed. Now he's calmer, helps his teammates on missions, and still has his usual attitude. But now it's like he knows when to show it. He's serious in training, focused on finishing missions, and then helps his teammates when they're done. Afterward, he goes out with Hinata with his usual attitude. I don't really see anything wrong with it. On the contrary, it's a great improvement. If he keeps this up, they could easily do a C-rank mission soon, thanks to their teamwork. That's all. Kakashi was in shock. He thought to himself, Minato-sensei, I wish I had had Naruto. If the information is correct, then Naruto is the epitome of teamwork. Hiruzen thought about everything, and from what he heard, he drew his conclusions. Okay, Kurenai, now what I will explain is what I know so far. Thanks to Kurenai's report, I can rule out any doubts. Kurenai had one eyebrow raised. Something was wrong for the Hokage to say that. Kakashi was just listening. Kurenai, so you understand? I'll explain. Naruto is the son of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. Apparently, he discovered this when he found out he was a Jinchuriki. Kurenai was speechless. Before the Hokage could continue, she decided to ask. Excuse the interruption, Hokage-sama, but why are you telling me this now? I see that he is important because he is the son of the heroes of Konoha, but why isn't he treated with respect? I have observed him and had to help him on his dates with Hinata because of the looks they received from civilians. Hiruzen simply listened and responded. I appreciate your help, Kurenai, but that's what I was getting at. Apparently, someone leaked that he was the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, which is why people look at him the way they do. The reason his inheritance hasn't been revealed was out of fear of his father's enemies. But now I realize I made a mistake there. 2 weeks ago, Naruto came to me asking about his parents. I gave him the same answer I always give him, saying he always asks, but then he told me he already knew who they were. At that moment, I made the worst decision, which caused Naruto to lose all trust in me. I lied to him, telling him they weren't his parents. He got angry and told me he was like all the other civilians and that he was already living at his parents' house the day after the Mizuki incident. Then he asked me to give him his inheritance. I refused. Then he pulled out an envelope from behind the framed picture of the fourth Hokage, and inside was the security measure Minato had left in case any Hokage refused to give him his inheritance. With no other option, I gave Naruto his inheritance. The envelope bore the seals of both Minato and the Fire Daimyo. Yesterday, there was a council meeting because the Daimyo's representative had come. The moment the envelope was released, an alert was sent to the Daimyo, so his representative was coming to verify that Naruto's inheritance had been delivered. When we were in the council chamber, chaos erupted, especially among the civilian council. The Shinobi Council simply watched. The representative said that the one they were criticizing was the son of their heroes. The shinobi who knew the information said nothing, while the others denied it. He produced a paper with Minato's signature along with a copy of Naruto's birth certificate. Then he asked if Naruto had received his inheritance. I had to confirm that he had. I gave him the copies of the scrolls I had made from the originals Naruto possesses. He confirmed everything and said that Naruto's inheritance should now be revealed to everyone in the village. I mentioned that the boy wanted to reveal his inheritance during the Chunin exams. He had doubts, so he said he would speak with Naruto to confirm. He's probably talking to him right now after the council meeting. The civilian side still has doubts, but the shinobi side accepted it since they were all friends with Kushina and Minato, not to mention Danzo. Most likely, he'll try something against Naruto. Now, what I'm about to tell you both is a double S secret. Only Naruto has the right to reveal it, not even me. I'm telling you because I'm creating the law now. Apparently, Naruto can channel the Kyuubi's chakra at will. I don't know to what extent, but if he masters it, then he's training with someone. And that's not all. Haven't you wondered why he covers his left eye like Kakashi? The answer is simple, he covers his dojutsu. He has the mother of all dojutsu, the Renegan. Both Jonin were in shock. If the Kyuubi thing was one thing, this latest was the most surprising. Kakashi, since seeing him, thought he was doing it out of spite, but knowing the truth left him with even more questions. Kurenai was even more astonished. The boy in her charge was a goldmine. She wondered how she could train him properly. Then the Hokage decided to continue. At one point I thought Naruto was going to leave the village because of all the anger he felt, but after listening to Kurenai, that thought faded. Now, even I don't know what he's doing at home, since Minato protected him with a barrier. The only way to find out is to go and see him. In this case, Kurenai, I know you can figure out how to get the boy to reveal what he's up to. I'm still trying to figure out how to regain Naruto's trust, so I can't approach him now, or his hatred might resurface. Besides, take care of him, train him, and prepare him for the Chunin exams. If he exceeds expectations, he'll probably go beyond Chunin. The Hokage commented. Kurenai was only thinking about the possibilities. Kakashi was also thinking. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't do much, he wasn't his student, but there was a way on a joint mission, but for that he had to wait, so he would just wait. After the Hokage finished explaining, he commented that this should not be mentioned. Both nodded in confirmation. Then he removed the seal of silence and dismissed the two. Naruto received a man at his house who introduced himself as the representative of the Fire Daimyo. He invited him in and they talked. The representative asked if he wished to reveal his heritage now, to which Naruto replied that he didn't yet, that he would do so during the Chunin exams. The representative nodded, saying he would be there with the daimyo to witness it during the exams. Naruto nodded, and the representative said goodbye and left. He then went to his desk and wrote down everything that happened, unaware of how much had changed since a meeting he had attended at the Hokage Tower. After finishing his notes, he returned to training. By the end of the week, Naruto had managed to paste 15 out of 20 pages. This fourth week, Naruto was having a great time with his team. After each mission or training session, he would go out to eat with Hinata. It was his routine. When he got home, he did his usual things. From there, he went down to the closet to check the inventory. Yesterday, the clones told him they had finished off the warehouse inventory. The original nodded and dispelled them. Upon seeing the information, he smiled and waited until the next day. Knowing this, he went down to the armory, looked at the list, and was surprised by everything that was there. He simply nodded and left it all there, knowing that he now had an arsenal ready for anything. The clones arranged everything, tidying up so that each item would be ready for use. He prepared a pack of 3-pronged kunai on a storage scroll, just in case they ran out. According to his father's notes, these are the ones he uses for the Flying Thunder God technique, Hiraishin, as they are made of a chakra-conducting metal. They are heavier and designed for close-quarters combat, better suited for Naruto than regular kunai. Naruto was eager to learn how to use them. He told his clones, who were practicing with kunai, that they would use the 3-pronged ones. They nodded and got to work. When he went upstairs, he took some empty scrolls to the Sealing Techniques group. They were finishing level 1. Naruto told them that when they finished, they could practice with the scrolls, and if they were done correctly, they would advance to level 2. They nodded and continued. Naruto made 2 clones and instructed them to clean the house and maintain the garden while he went with his team. They nodded and went to do their chores. Naruto, as always, did his things with the team. The group that was reading about politics and commerce finished reading and reviewing it, then moved on to the history of the great nations. They continued like this, then Naruto advanced in his paper gluing. In 3 days he advanced to 18 out of 20. He had faith that when the week ended he would complete the exercise. Naruto, this time on his morning dates, he took Hinata to a picnic. Since he prepared everything and bought cinnamon buns, he still didn't know how to prepare them, so he decided to buy them. Then they went to the Hokage monument. There they ate peacefully. When they finished, they stood looking at the village. It was a beautiful view. Then, after a few minutes, they got up and returned to the village to go from there to his house. Naruto had improved his taijutsu. He practiced all these days. He had weights on his hands and feet to improve his agility and strength. Of course, nobody noticed because they weren't visible. He only took them off when he slept. When he learned to do gravity seals, it would be even better. In the garden, he finally managed to hold 20 leaves for an hour. It was something basic but necessary for him. When Kurama saw that he had succeeded, he told him to look in his library for information on summoning techniques. Nodding, he went to look. There he saw his clones reading. He couldn't believe it. Studying. He wasn't going to lie. He had given him knowledge about things. When he found the book, he read it, raising an eyebrow at that. It explained that the summoning jutsu could be done in 2 ways: by signing a contract or by performing the summoning itself. This would take the user to the realm of summons, where the user requested an audience with the animal they had in mind. If the user passed the test of the head of the animal clan, they would become the new summoned being. If they failed, they would be expelled and unable to return. Furthermore, they wouldn't be able to perform the summoning jutsu again for 5 years. Naruto was astonished by this and decided to ask his friend. Kurama, you knew about this, right? That's why you told me to look for the book. Naruto asked his nine-tailed friend. Kurama chuckled and replied, Yes, I knew it, Naruto. I didn't tell you because you first needed to master the basics of chakra. Now that you know, what will you do? Naruto was thinking. Then he decided to do it. Okay, I'll do it. Let's see, it's just a matter of making the hand seals, a little blood, and doing the jutsu. Well, Kurama, time to try. We only have one chance. Biting his thumb, he made the hand seals, tapped the wooden floor and said, Summoning jutsu. And so Naruto disappeared in a puff of smoke from his library. Hyoko Forest. Through a cloud of smoke, Naruto appeared. He looked at the area and it was a forest. He walked a little and felt something sticky. He looked and it was mud. Oh, come on. I forgot my shoes. Well, never mind. Let's see if this works. As he walked, he came to a garden. There he saw a wolf sitting. Naruto approached, but it sensed him and lunged at him. It sniffed him and saw that he was a human. A human here? It's been years since one has appeared here. What are you doing here, human? Naruto didn't know what to say. The jutsu had worked, so he decided to speak. Hello? I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I came here to be the new summoner, Naruto said with a smile, and the wolf chuckled and replied, Ha ha ha, human, I don't know if you're brave or stupid for coming here. Well, it doesn't matter, we'll have a new peace in the village, follow me. I'll take you before the wolf clan chief, he'll test you. If you pass, you'll be the first summoner. If you fail, I'll just keep you there as a hanger for my things dash. Naruto swallowed hard at that. He didn't understand what that meant. What he knew was that if one absorbed too much natural energy, one turned to stone. He just shrugged and followed the wolf. On the way, Naruto asked him his name. Oh, excuse me, but what's your name? The wolf looked at him, chuckled, and answered, My name is Ryo and yours is Naruto, right? Naruto nodded and Ryo continued talking. Okay, it's been 15 years since we've had a new candidate to be the summoner. You see, no one has managed to pass our test. It's really simple, but everyone failed. Naruto was lost in thought, wondering what test could cause all the candidates to fail. He wanted to ask, but Ryo told him they were almost there. When they entered the village, it was beautiful. Many wolves roamed about of different sizes. Well, that was normal. Gamabunta was enormous, so it didn't seem strange to him. Then Ryo told him they were approaching the chief's house. When he looked at the center, he saw something that astonished him. Multiple statues of people were arranged there. Naruto swallowed hard. For a moment, the thought crossed his mind that he might die and that the wolves were doing this as a tribute to their candidates. He would find out when he arrived at the chief's house. When they arrived, he saw more statues. He was still nervous. Ryo told him to wait here while he went to the boss. He nodded and stayed waiting. Then Kurama spoke to him. Naruto, I think that was a bad idea. Those statues emit natural energy. I think they're people. It's best to leave. I don't want you to end up like that later. Naruto was now truly scared. If what Kurama said was true, then it could end like this. He looked down at his feet, thinking. Then Ryo came out and told him that the boss was waiting for him. He went to the boss. He was already there. Turning back now would throw away all the lost time. When he arrived, he saw that there were two of them. A giant black wolf and the other was a little shorter but white. Ryo bowed and Naruto saw him and did the same. The two wolves watched this amused. They thought that maybe he could pass the test. Then the older wolf spoke. Welcome, human. Ryo told us that you are a candidate to be a summoner. Introduce yourself dash. Naruto nodded and spoke. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I came here to be the new summoner. The black wolf nodded and introduced himself. I am Mako, the chief of the wolf clan. The one next to me is my wife. Her name is Naka. Our test is simple. I will explain when we arrive at the place of your test, so follow me dash. Naruto nodded and followed her to the back of the house. It was a very pretty garden. He felt the grass under his feet, and it was soft. Then they arrived at a fountain. Mako told Naruto to take the cup and fill it with water from the fountain. When he did, she told him to follow her. Nodding, he followed her into a very large area. What he saw there left him speechless. In the center was a statue of a giant, well-carved wolf. Below it were more of the statues he had seen on the way there. Now he was truly afraid. Then Mako explained. Alright, summoner candidate, this is easy. We have something called senjutsu. That's what's in the cup. You'll have to drink it. Our summoners must possess our essence. That doesn't mean you'll become one of us. You'll only acquire traits that familiarize you with the clan. Of course, you must control it. If you let it dominate you, well, you'll end up like the rest. Those you see here are former candidates who didn't make it. It's your decision whether to continue or withdraw. Naruto swallowed hard. He didn't like the idea of being made of stone. Then Kurama spoke to him. This is more dangerous than training toads. You'd better leave. We'll think of something. Naruto was trembling. He knew that if he failed, everything would be lost. He looked at the cup in his hand, nodding to himself, made his decision and answered his friend. We're here now, Kurama. Let's keep going. And don't worry, I won't lose and I'll overcome this. Kurama simply said, damn, fine, do it, but make sure you get through this. I don't want to be stuck in here. Naruto nodded, turned to Mako and told him he would do it. Mako nodded, and Naruto drank what was in the cup. Something must have happened, or what? Naruto said, and Mako examined him for a few seconds and said, give it a few more seconds and it will begin. Naruto nodded. 5 seconds passed and then he felt a pain throughout his body. Looking at his hands, he saw that his nails had grown and looked like claws. He looked at his feet and it was the same. He looked at Mako and said, that's it. I thought it would be a bit more difficult. Mako only said, that's surprising, try walking a little. Naruto nodded and started walking. Suddenly he stopped. He didn't understand why. He could feel his legs and ordered them to move, but his feet didn't respond. He looked around and understood why. He was slowly turning to stone. No, let's see, meditate, that's the only way I can control it. Naruto thought, closing his eyes, and began to meditate as he slowly turned to stone. By that time, Naruto could no longer feel his legs, but he could feel the natural energy, which was helping to stabilize him. Mako watched very attentively. The first thing he noticed was that on the first attempt the boy didn't turn to stone in seconds. The next thing he noticed was how he was stabilizing his natural energy, although he was still petrifying. Naruto could feel the natural energy coursing through his now calmer body, although he could no longer feel his arms. However, he put that aside for the moment. Mako watched as only Naruto's head remained. He knew that when the petrification ended, it was over for the boy. Naruto felt his energies synchronizing. At that moment, he no longer felt anything, but he felt his chakra, Mako's chakra. Seeing that he could feel the natural energy flowing calmly, he nodded to himself and decided to release it. Mako watched as Naruto's head turned to stone. In fact, it had completely petrified. Sighing in disappointment, she was about to leave when she saw the statue of Naruto glow, and an explosion of chakra occurred. There she saw Naruto completely free, his right eye glowing without problems and his Renegan doing the same, 2 small fangs protruding from his mouth at the top. Mako was fascinated. Naruto broke free from the petrification, and not only that, but he also stabilized his natural energy. Naruto felt renewed and stronger. He looked at his hands and saw that they were normal. He did the same with his feet and they were normal. He smiled to himself, seeing that he had managed to overcome the test. Mako smiled to himself, knowing that someone had finally passed his test. Finally, a worthy summoner. Now is the time to celebrate. Naruto didn't know what to say. The feeling he felt was more powerful than when he learned on Mount Myaboku. The natural energy was wild, but he could control it. He decided to run and was surprised. He was faster. Mako laughed at what she was seeing, then approached Naruto and spoke to him. Surprised, well, it's normal. The natural energy of wolves is superior to any other terrestrial creature among the summons. Now to complete everything, follow me dash. Naruto nodded and followed him. While they were returning, Mako explained a little about Senjutsu. Well, as you've noticed, you're faster now. Even so, you should know that, like us, you're agile, stronger, and quicker, so make the most of it. You can now perfectly sense natural energy. Remember that whenever you feel tired, channel natural chakra and you'll recover, but it won't always work, so be careful. You're now the first human to master the Wolf Sage mode. As you can see, our test consists of transforming the summoner into almost one of us. The water you drank molds your body, adding natural energy. Of course, if you overdo it, what you've seen happens. When I saw you were already a stone statue, I thought you had failed, but you managed to overcome it. Now this deserves a celebration. You should look at yourself in a mirror. Those little fangs suit you well. Next, you'll have to learn all the clan's moves, so be ready. Oh, and one more thing. Now you're going to sign the summoning contract, and I have a request of you. Try to find a worthy successor. I trust you'll succeed. Naruto nodded, giving his foxy grin, and said, Of course, Meo-san. I'll make sure of it. That's a promise, Databeo. Mako nodded and said, Okay, we're here. Now wait here while I get everything ready. Naruto nodded, and while he waited, Kurama began to speak to him. Naruto, you almost killed yourself there. When I saw you petrified, I was planning to throw you down and break you into pieces. The idea of being locked up here forever was outrageous, but oh well, at least you made it. Anyway, now go see those wolves. Then we'll see about your abilities. Naruto nodded, heard them calling him, and went inside. Mako was there next to his wife, and in front of them was a small black and white wolf. Then Mako spoke to him. Alright Naruto, now you're gonna sign the summoning contract. But first, this is my son Genta. From now on, he will accompany you until death, guide you in your training, teach you our techniques, and help you with your sage mode. Now come and sign it. Naruto nodded, cut himself and signed the contract with his blood. Mako nodded, grabbed the scroll and put it back in the same place, then began to speak. It's done. Now here, in this storage scroll are all our techniques. Genta will help you with everything you don't understand. Now Genta will follow you home, as he will always be by your side. Now to finish, I must tell you one more thing. If you ever decide to mate with someone, well, I can only say that you would be like a wild animal in heat. Mako was giving a mocking giggle and Naruto blushed at that. Then Mako continued talking. Now you can leave, Genta. Don't forget to guide him in everything. Genta bowed, and then, in a puff of smoke, they both disappeared. Naruto's house. 2 clouds of smoke appeared and Naruto appeared with Genta in his library. The clones that were there saw the change in the original. Boss, what happened to you? Now you have 2 fangs in your mouth. Naruto looked at his clones and said, It's nothing. Let's just say it's a new look. Naruto then quickly went to the bathroom to examine himself a bit, and Genta started exploring his new house. I see, now I have 2 small fangs like the wolves I had today, Naruto said, examining his new fangs. He smiled, knowing he looked great. Then he started to sniff and saw that he was giving off a disgusting smell. I smell awful, I need to take a bath. Now wait, I couldn't smell things like this before. It must be because of the new change. I'll find out later. Now to take a shower. 10 minutes later, Naruto came out of the shower completely clean and smelling of flowers. Genta appeared next to him and smiled at Naruto saying, Hey, you're cooler now, and you have a nice house. The garden will be perfect for you to train in. Now I think you should eat. It's nighttime and you should rest. Tell me where your bedroom is so I can go to sleep there too. Genta knew that from now on this was his new life, so he just had to get used to it. Naruto told him where it was and he went there. Looking at the time, he understood that Genta was right. He dressed in his pajamas, went downstairs to prepare something to eat. Since it was late this time, he made ramen, ate it, disbanded the clones, and went to sleep with Genta. That was his month with Naruto. To be continued. Chapter 3: New Senses, United Team, and Training. Naruto's house. Naruto had woken up, did his usual routine, created his new clones and sent them out as usual. 5 to practice kunai, 5 to read in the library, 2 to clean the house, and 3 to learn Fuinjutsu. According to his memories, they finished level 1 today. Genta was still asleep, and he didn't want to wake him up, so he continued with his training plans. Kurama, what's next? I finished with the basics. Kurama was thoughtful, he wanted to try something new. And if you test your speed, you should be much faster now, so you have 3 hours before you go with your team. Take advantage of that time to make an excuse or tell the truth about your fangs. Naruto raised an eyebrow. It was true. What was he going to say about the new thing he had? He thought for a moment and decided. It would be better to tell the truth. In any case, they'll find out anyway. Apart from Genta, I'll just leave out that I almost turned into a stone statue, that's all. Kurama laughed at that. He told him to do the usual exercises and see how much his speed had changed. Naruto nodded and began to test. Luckily for him, he completed the lap in 10 seconds. Ah, that's fast. Before it took me 40 seconds to turn around. Now I did it in 10 seconds. At that moment, Genta appeared in the garden, smiling as he learned that Naruto was testing his new speed. Ahem. Naruto, come here. I'll explain something about us and how you can access Sage Mode Dash. Naruto nodded and went to Genta, sitting down to wait for the explanation. Well, as you know, you are now the Sage of the Wolves. By drinking from the spring water, your body was enhanced. Your senses are heightened. Your sense of smell is more powerful. You can follow a person's chakra trails as soon as you smell them for the first time or if someone has had contact with them. Your ears can pick up sound from a great distance, as you think Rio detected you, but you must concentrate for that. Your eyes allow you to see in the dark as if it were daytime, which is good. In combat, you can use the clan's darkness jutsu, giving you a great advantage. It hides your sight and scent. You would only be seen with a dojutsu like yours. Then follow your speed. You are agile like us, you just have to get used to it and train. You should know that now you can move twice as fast as any human, and if you use Sage Mode, that speed quadruples. Well, it's just a matter of training. That's where your strength comes from. You're twice as strong as an ordinary human. It's just a matter of training your strength, and this quadruples in Sage Mode. I'm going to teach you the Wolf Taijutsu. It consists of moving much faster and attacking your opponent savagely. It's worth mentioning that it's more effective in Sage Mode. Now, do you have any questions? Naruto nodded. He had a simple question, so he asked, how did you know he had a dojutsu? It's hidden and you shouldn't be able to see it. Genta chuckled, so he decided to explain how he knew that. You're talking about your Renegan. It's simple. Years ago, the Sage of Six Paths helped us when we still lived on Earth, before we went to the summoning world. He was a good person. Besides, your chakra smells like him. It was easy to connect the dots. Any other questions? Naruto nodded, satisfied with the answer, so he said, what will we do now? I still have time before I leave. Genta smiled. He expected that, so he said, first, you need to get used to your new speed. Practice running laps in the field for an hour. We'll assess your strength from there. I imagine you already have some taijutsu training, so apply it to that for now. Like the other exercise, this will also be for an hour. Later, I'll teach you the Wolf Taijutsu katas. This month, we'll focus on taijutsu. You're still young, so you have a lot to learn, as I have many things to teach you. Naruto nodded. If the training helped him become strong, he accepted it. At that moment, Kurama spoke to him mentally. Naruto, don't forget to practice tree walking. With your new amount of chakra, you must learn to control it, so start figuring out how to distribute your time. Kurama knew that his partner was stronger now, however, if he couldn't handle his chakra well, it would be a waste. Naruto nodded, so he decided to try. He looked at the tree and went there. He concentrated chakra in his feet and tried to walk. He took 2 steps and flew away. This is going to be harder than I thought, but I have faith that I'll make it. He thought to himself. Naruto wanted to become stronger, so the only way was to train. When Genta saw this, he asked him what he was doing, and he replied that it was chakra control. So Genta nodded. Naruto spent an hour practicing his speed. He could see how fast he was now. Then he moved on to taijutsu. His strength was much greater than before, and with just one punch, he sent the practice dummy flying. He looked at his fist, closed it tightly, and smiled to himself. If I manage to train enough, I'll be much stronger, so let's see how I progress. Because for the Chunin exams, I want to have learned the Resurrecting and the Hayate, so for now it's a matter of practice. Thinking to himself, he began to train. An hour passed, and Genta unfurled a scroll containing the taijutsu katas of the Wolf clan. Genta indicated that he should review it, while also telling him not to rush and to do it calmly. Nodding, he began to practice, and so it was until the time came to go with his team. Training Camp 8. Shino and Hinata had arrived at the training field. Then Naruto arrived with Genta. Both members of Team 8 looked at the newcomers, especially at Naruto because of what he had. 2 small fangs protruding from his mouth. It was something new since he hadn't had them before. Shino observed every detail since he found it all strange. Hinata was another story. First, she analyzed it deeply, then she saw the wolf. It was bigger than Akamaru, and she thought it was cute. When Naruto saw how they were looking at him, he said, "Hello? Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have something wrong with me?" Naruto knew he had to give explanations, but he would do it little by little. At that moment, Shino was the first to speak. "Naruto-san, you look completely different. We're amazed by your change. But the question is, are you really you?" Although Shino knew the question was unnecessary, he wanted to check anyway. Hinata, in turn, Also decided to ask since she was worried that Naruto wasn't the same. Naruto-kun, is that you? Tell me yes. Naruto noticed their concern, so he gave his usual smile and decided to answer them both. Of course, it's still me, and even though I look different, I'll never change. Databeo dash. Hinata was relieved. It was the same old Naruto. Shino nodded. He had no doubts, but for him some things could always be ruled out. At that moment Naruto explained the details of why he looks like that. Genta just lay back to observe and Shino analyzed the new information, to which he nodded. Hinata saw Naruto looking cuter than before and was imagining things. She quickly shook her head to forget about it. I see you used the summoning jutsu. It took you to a forest, and there is the result of your change for a test dash. Shino said in his usual normal tone. Naruto nodded with his characteristic smile. He liked having someone analytical on his team. They continued talking until Kurenai arrived. She looked at them and stopped at Naruto. She analyzed him and saw the wolf at his side. She decided to ask, Naruto, what happened to you? Why are you different, and who is that animal? Upon hearing this, Genta frowned, began to grumble, and said, Hey, first of all, I'm not just any animal. My name is Genta and I'm Naruto's partner, and secondly, I'm his personal summon, although I'll mostly be by his side. Naruto immediately calmed him down by saying that he was going to explain everything. Genta nodded and Naruto went to his sensei. Excuse me, sensei? But Genta doesn't like being offended. I'll explain everything. Kurenai nodded and Naruto began to explain to her where he went yesterday and how he changed, except for the part where he almost died. When she understood, she began to give her opinion. I see, you know that was irresponsible of you, and if you couldn't come back, there are many people here who appreciate you, Naruto. Anyway, is there anything else I should know? Naruto nodded and commented on his new senses. Well, now I can track a person's chakra with my nose if I smell it for the first time or if someone has had contact with it. My sense of hearing is more powerful if I concentrate, and my agility and strength have increased, but I must train to handle it well. Kurenai nodded. It was a good thing because from a better perspective, she got what she wanted. A tracking device. Then she thought about how to take advantage of and train those senses, and an idea came to her, but first she told Naruto something. Alright Naruto, I have some ideas on how you can train your new senses. Now I suggest you register Genta as a Ninken. That way you won't have any problems. Now let's go to the Hokage Tower. While we go and request today's mission, you'll register him with the Hokage. Okay. Naruto grunted when he heard he had to go to the Hokage alone, nodded, and everyone calmly went. Hokage Tower. Team 8 arrived at the Hokage Tower. Naruto went to the Hokage while the rest went to the mission office. Hiruzen Sarutobi was thinking about how he could help Naruto. He knew the mistakes he had made and was looking for a way to earn his forgiveness. Naruto was walking towards the Hokage's office when Kurama told him something. Naruto, what will you tell the old monkey? Given how you look now, he'll think something else. Naruto was looking for an answer and said, Nothing yet. I'm still annoyed, however. This could be a start for him to at least regain his trust in me. We'll see when we get there. Kurama nodded and ended the conversation. Naruto arrived at the office, knocked on the door, heard the come in, and entered. Hiruzen saw that it was Naruto. He was accompanied by a wolf. He also noticed the change in Naruto. He had questions but left them for later. Then Naruto began. Hokage-sama, I've come to register Genta as a Ninken. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at that, so he decided to ask him, Naruto-kun, tell me where you're from, or if you have shinobi training to perform the registration. Naruto nodded and answered the question. Genta comes from the Wolf Clan and does have shinobi training. Hiruzen nodded. He wanted to ask more questions, but it wasn't the right time yet, so he took out a document and handed it to Naruto. Naruto filled it out, had Genta put his fingerprint on it, then signed it as his property and gave it to the Hokage. Hiruzen read it, nodded, and placed the Hokage seal on it. He made a copy to keep and gave the original to Naruto. Naruto received it, bowed, and began to leave. Before leaving, Hiruzen said something to Naruto. Naruto-kun, take care dash. Naruto turned around and answered her. Thanks he dash. He said with a smile on his face, which Hiruzen noticed. Then he left, and for Hiruzen it was a start. Something very small but acceptable. Naruto returned with his team, commented that the registration was already done. Kurenai nodded, mentioned that they were waiting for him, then began with the details of the mission. Okay, today we're gonna capture Tora the cat. I have a picture of him here. Naruto, let's see if you can locate him to prove my theory. Here, Naruto nodded, sniffed the fabric and felt the cat's trail. It was literally everywhere. Then he located the correct path. I've got it, follow me, Naruto said, and everyone nodded and followed him without hesitation. 15 minutes later, Teammate was in the missions office, the Hokage was there and Irika was helping him with the distribution of missions. Hinata was carrying Tora. The Hokage was still surprised. Kurenai approached and decided to give the report. Mission accomplished to capture Tora the cat dash. The Hokage nodded. He requested more details, so Kurenai continued. Naruto located Tora and we followed him. When we arrived, Hinata confirmed with her Byakugan that he was our target and Shino incapacitated him. Thus we managed to capture him. The Hokage was surprised. He thought it was Naruto's new Nin-ken. While he continued writing in his notebook, Irika spoke to Naruto. What are you writing there, Naruto? Naruto ignored him for a moment and then answered him. Irika-sensei told me something dash. Everyone felt a drop of sweat on the back of their necks. Irika felt a sense of déjà vu, remembering a certain scarecrow. The Hokage laughed at this. After that, the daimyo's wife entered and took her cat. Then Teammate left the Hokage tower and went to the training field. When they arrived, Kurenai began to explain a new dynamic. Guys, today we'll do light training and tomorrow we'll get to know each other better, Kurenai said, and took 3 straws out of his pocket and held them in his hand. Then continued talking. Here I have 3 straws. Whoever picks the small straw will be the one we'll spend an afternoon with at their house. The idea is to get to know each other better and see what each of us does in our free time. Well, let's see who the lucky one will be. Everyone nodded. Each one grabbed a straw. Naruto's was the shortest. Everyone saw this and patted Naruto. He sweated a drop. Then Kurenai commented, Okay, we have a winner. Tomorrow, after training, we'll walk you home. Is that all right, Naruto? Naruto nodded. He too planned to invite them to his house for lunch and tell them what he does. This only accelerated his plan, as he wanted to share some things and see everyone's affinities in order to help them with some jutsu. Then Kurenai said goodbye and told them that she would expect them tomorrow at 9 as usual. They nodded and left. As usual, Naruto took Hinata to eat. They had lunch and then each went home. Naruto's house. Naruto sent 2 clones to buy everything needed for tomorrow. With a transformation, they left the house. Then Naruto grabbed 3 storage scrolls, placed a good amount of shuriken, kunai, 2 storage scrolls, explosive tags and chakra suppressants, smoke bombs and soldier pills. He had it on the armory table to give to everyone tomorrow. He also prepared 3 chakra papers to see everyone's affinities, including his own. He found these in his father's office, next to the elemental jutsus, since he arranged the Wolf Clan jutsus there to learn them later. Then he went about his usual business. Naruto trained his tree-walking skills by himself for an hour. Then he started running 50 laps to test his speed. After that, he began practicing his father's taijutsu, the hummingbird style. He spent the hours like this, went to bathe, ate his dinner, dispelled his clones, and smiled as the story ended and passed into the history of Uzushigakure and the land of whirlpools. The armory group was training with 3-pointed kunai. In his memory, he felt they were heavy, but he was getting used to them. The Fuinjutsu group was already at level 2, where they were reading how to make explosive tags and special storage scrolls. Probably in a month, he could put kunai throwing into practice and from there move on to practicing with shurikens, he thought. Then, along with Genta, he went to sleep. Day after, Naruto woke up early as usual, took a bath, ate his breakfast, then gave his meat to Genta, who ate it with pleasure. Then Kurama told him something. Naruto, use 5 more clones and send them to do the exercise of gluing the leaves, nothing more, the rest should do what they always do. Do this for a week until you master tree climbing, and about today's visit, what do you plan to do? Naruto smiled at his 9-tailed friend, saying, I'm going to show what I do. I was planning to show it at some point, but I didn't know when, so this is an opportunity I'll take advantage of. Also, I'll write down everything that happens today in my notebook. Kurama nodded and said, You know, sometimes I think it wasn't such a bad idea to go back in time. With all this, we've certainly changed a lot of things, but everything is still moving forward, so let's keep enjoying this and your sensei will probably tell the old monkey what you're doing here. Naruto shrugged and replied, Never mind, I was planning to tell him anyway. So I'd better take the opportunity and kill two things at once. Kurama smiled at his friend, for he had used his head for something good. Okay, let's make a good impression then. There's still time, so go train, and when it's time, be ready. Naruto nodded with a smile, then set everything in motion. 3 hours later, training camp 8. Naruto had arrived at the training field. His companions were there. He approached and greeted them. They returned the greeting. Then they just waited for their sensei. When Kurenai arrived, she indicated that they should begin with the usual training. In this case, she wanted to see their kunai throws. Shino began and hit the target 8 out of 10 times. Then Hinata started, achieving the same result as Shino. Next, Naruto began, and what he did left everyone speechless. He threw all 10 kunai in various directions. Each one collided, diverting its trajectory until they hit the target, achieving a perfect score. Naruto mentally thanked his clones for devising tactics in the kunai throwing. Kurenai applauded what Naruto did, asked him how he did it, and he replied that he would show her at his house. She nodded, and then everyone continued training. 3 hours later, the time had come, and Kurenai instructed Naruto to guide them to her house. Nodding, they told him to accompany them. 10 minutes passed, and they arrived. They saw a beautiful house. It was 2 stories and had a lovely front garden. The care that had been given to it was evident. When they reached the door, Naruto opened it and invited them in. They saw that everything was beautiful. They also saw a picture of the 4th Hokage. Of course, Shino and Hinata didn't know about it. Only Kurenai did. Naruto created 2 clones to cook lunch, and while they waited, he told them to follow him. Nodding, they followed him as Naruto spoke to them. Well, as you can see, this is where I live. It's big, but I've gotten used to it. I'll show you the back garden. It's big. Naruto led them to his garden. They saw the space he had. Then they focused on the 5 clones that were there. Naruto explained to them. As you can see, it's very large. I have 5 clones working on basic chakra control. They do that for an hour, then take a break and do it again. Since I gain experience and memories from them, I take advantage of it like this. Everyone was surprised. The way he used shadow clones was amazing. Kurenai congratulated Naruto for coming up with that idea. Then Naruto told her that there was still a lot to learn, so she simply nodded. They arrived at the library, which was about the size of the room. There were many books, and they saw a table where 5 clones were reading. The others were surprised, and Naruto began to explain. This is where my clones read everything I missed at the academy. I've learned a lot from them, but I still have more to learn, so every day I leave them here, and at night, before going to sleep, I dissipate them to absorb the information while I sleep. Then I repeat the process every day. Kurenai was amazed. Now she saw where Naruto got his calm and analytical side from. Hinata was amazed. She was going to ask Naruto if she could come and train with him. Shino saw this and compared it to that of his clan. There was a big difference. He was going to ask Naruto if he could come and read from time to time. Then they continued, going down to a basement. What they saw left them wide-eyed. There was an armory well organized. At the bottom was a paper with the quantity of each item. Further inside, they saw a practice field with kunai. Kurenai got the idea. Then they saw 5 more clones practicing. They were using a strange kunai. It had 3 points and the handle was made of wood. The size was a little larger than a normal kunai. Now Naruto began to explain. Welcome to my armory and shooting range with kunai and shurikens. As you can see, this is my personal armory. I have this well organized. My clones took 3 weeks to do the inventory. These are the ones I like the most. Naruto grabbed a 3-pronged kunai and spoke again. Later I'll explain what I'll do with them. These 3-pronged kunai are made of chakra-conducting metal. I haven't mastered an elemental transformation yet, but I will soon. Besides, they're special to me. I'll explain why later. Here in my armory I have everything, so I save up from missions because I don't need to replenish supplies. I only buy medicine for my field kit, nothing else. Then here's the answer to why I'm good with kunai. I have 5 clones practicing throwing, and they come up with shooting tactics. That's where I got what I did this morning. Naruto knew they would be amazed, so he simply explained things little by little, but in detail. Kurenai was speechless. She was surprised by everything in the armory. She practically didn't need to buy anything. Just carrying a couple in a storage scroll would suffice, and that's where the kunai cartridges came from. She really wanted to praise Naruto for the intelligence he had shown. She thought about giving him an IQ test to see what score he would get. Hinata was astonished and didn't know what to say. Shino was already coming up with ideas of how Naruto could help the team. Then Naruto told them to follow him to the last place to return to the room. They nodded and followed him. They went to the office that used to be Naruto's, now it was his. When they entered, they saw that it was a small studio. There they saw 3 clones practicing Fuinjutsu, and Naruto began to explain. "This is my studio. It used to belong to my father. Then he gave it to me through a letter, which I'll explain later. Here, 3 clones practice Fuinjutsu. They're currently at level 2, which is why they have blank scrolls and labels. They practice with ink and brushes, and when they finish, they take it to the armory with the rest of the things. That's my daily life. I don't use clones for physical training because it's useless. I do that myself." Naruto knew that Fuinjutsu was something that only a few could master, but given that his lineage was from the Uzumaki clan, he decided to learn everything. Kurenai was amazed. Learning Fuinjutsu is difficult, and Naruto doing it surprised her. Shino and Hinata were equally astonished, unsure what to think. Naruto told them to return to the room to explain more. They nodded and went, taking seats. Lunch wasn't ready yet, so Naruto began to explain. "You see, all my life I thought I was an orphan, I didn't have a clan, but then I found out I belong to the Uzumaki clan. It's a clan that lives in the land of whirlpools, but they were destroyed in the Second Ninja War. They were feared for their use of Fuinjutsu, that's why I study it, since it's my birthright that my mother left me since she comes from there. Then there's this dash." Naruto shows the 3-pronged kunai again and continues talking. "This belonged to my father. It's what made him famous. He used the Flying Thunder God technique, with which he massacred 1,000 shinobi of Iwagakure, ending the Third Shinobi World War. He was known as the Yellow Flash of Konoha. I know what you're thinking, so I'll tell you this, and it must be a team secret, since I'll also show you what I have under my headband. My parents are Uzumaki Kushina, the red-hot habanero of Konoha, and Namikaze Minato, the 4th Hokage, known by the name I mentioned before." Kurenai didn't think Naruto would reveal his heritage, but it's his right, so she can't say anything. Shino was amazed. His teammate was the son of 2 Konoha legends. He was even more curious. Hinata was astonished. She didn't know about Naruto's life, but what he said made her sad. Naruto continued talking. "If you remember, 12 years ago the Kyuubi attacked the village. My mother was the Kyuubi's jailer at the time, but something happened and it broke free. My father acted to defend the village, bringing the Kyuubi far away and sealing it in a baby. The Bijou are chakra beings. They cannot be killed, only sealed. The baby where the Kyuubi was sealed was me. Currently, I am the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. My parents died that day, which was also the day I was born. From then on, my life was a torment. The villagers looked down on me, and they still do. I can't go to shops without being kicked out or overcharged. But thanks to the Hokage, he took care of me, gave me a house far away, and I lived there until I discovered my inheritance. I explained this to the Hokage, and he gave me everything. Then you know the rest." Kurenai didn't know the boy until today. Now she knows the real reason why he was treated this way. She promised herself she would take care of him while he was under her guardianship. Shino felt respect for his friend. Living a life like that must have been difficult, and overcoming it alone only made it clear that Naruto was an excellent person. Hinata was on the verge of tears. She never thought he carried such a heavy burden. She decided to get closer to Naruto so he wouldn't feel alone. Naruto continued talking. "Now there's a reason why I cover my left eye like this. It's because I have a Jujutsu, but not a simple one, but the mother of all, the Renegan. I awakened it a week before the team selection, so here I show you dash." Naruto raised his headband and the Renegan eye was visible, purple with concentric circles around the pupil. This time Naruto did not lower his headband and continued explaining. "I still don't know what it does, but I'm finding out. That's why I'm training chakra control. I read about chakra control exercises in my father's office. Besides, I have a huge amount of chakra from my mother because according to the book my clones read, they have large chakra reserves, and those who exceed them, like me and my mother, have the ability to manifest it with a special skill called Golden Chains of Adamantine. This happens if one has great chakra control, so I'm training. I want to see if I inherited that from my mother. Probably so, but I won't know until I finish my chakra control regimen. These chains, according to the book, can suppress and absorb the chakra of the person they grasp, including the bijou. That's why my clan was feared. That's all about me, and please, don't tell anyone what I've told you, including my dojutsu. I only told you because I have complete trust in the team. When the Chunin exams come around, I'll reveal my heritage. I don't know about my dojutsu. Until I discover its abilities, I plan to keep it hidden. Naruto knew that giving out that kind of information could be costly, but he trusted his team, so he decided to tell them. Kurenai heard everything and told Naruto not to worry, as she would take care of him and train him as much as she could. Naruto thanked his sensei. He knew she was going to tell the Hokage, but he didn't say anything. He hoped she would, so he could confront the old man again and see if he deserved forgiveness. Shino touched Naruto's shoulder, promising he would never say anything. Naruto nodded in confirmation to his friend. Hinata approached him and kissed his cheek. Naruto blushed at that. Then Hinata told him to keep the secret as well. He nodded and then created a clone, instructing her to bring the 3 scrolls and the chakra papers. Nodding, he went. A minute passed, and he returned, handed over the items, and then vanished. Naruto told his companions that the scrolls contained things he had taken from the armory. He gave them to them so that if they ran out of supplies, they could use them, since he also had 3 sets of medical kits for emergencies. Shino, Hinata, and Kurenai thanked him. Naruto nodded, then explained that the chakra papers were used to see elemental affinity. I explained to them how the reaction would be. If it gets wet, it's water; if it wrinkles, it's lightning; if it burns, it's fire; if it crumbles, it's earth; and if it's cut, it's wind. Kurenai told them that Naruto was correct, so the 3 genin began. First was Shino. He channeled chakra and the paper was cut and then crumbled. Shino had 2 affinities, wind and earth. Kurenai explained that wind is rare in the land of fire. She knew a wind specialist, Asuma, the sensei of Team 10. She said she would speak with him to find out the steps for wind training. Then Hinata continued channeling chakra. The paper became wet in the middle and then wrinkled. Kurenai saw this and understood why she had difficulty using the gentle fist technique. She told her they would look for a way to adapt her style to a softer one. Finally, it was Naruto's turn. He knew he had wind, but he figured it wouldn't hurt to see the same result. He channeled chakra, and everyone was speechless, even Naruto himself. The paper split into 4. The first burned, the second wrinkled, the third crumbled, and the last got wet. Kurenai could only say, "Holy Mother, the 5 affinities and strengths dash." Naruto was stunned by what he saw. Only one thought came to mind. The old sage had caused this. When the shock passed, Kurenai told him not to say anything about it, since it was rare to have a user with 2 natural affinities, very rare to have one with 3, and extremely rare to have one with 4. In Naruto's case, it was mythical to have all 5 affinities. Naruto nodded in confirmation. Kurama, who had been listening to everything, just laughed. He hadn't thought the old man had given him all 5 affinities. If that's what he thinks, then he also has that damned Ashura ability, the wood element. It was just a matter of time. When the clones finished, they indicated that lunch was ready. Everyone sat at the table, the clones served the food. Genta ate his steak. Everyone thanked them for the food and ate lunch. When they finished, they got ready to leave. Naruto told his teammates that if they wanted to come train, they were free to tell him and he would bring them to his house. They nodded. Kurenai saw that as Team Unity, undoubtedly the best team of the new generation. After everyone said their goodbyes, each went to their homes, except for Kurenai, who had to give a success report. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi was waiting for Kurenai to see what she had discovered about Naruto. Kakashi was also there. He was interested in the life of his sensei's son. Then Kurenai arrived, and the Hokage ordered his umbu to leave. They left, and Hiruzen placed the silencing seal, and then the conversation began. "And Kurenai, it's good that you found out." Kurenai sighed. She knew the report would be long. "Well, Hokage-sama, I have a lot to explain. When we arrived, Naruto created 2 clones and put them to work cooking. Then he took us to his back garden, and I saw 5 shadow clones training basic chakra control and leaf sticking. He has excellent control over clones, so he uses them for training. From there, he took us to a library, where he used another 5 shadow clones to read everything he missed at the academy. Then he took us to his basement, where he has an armory. Hokage-sama, he practically has an arsenal for 10 squads or more, but there were a lot of ninja tools. He even shared some with us on a storage scroll. Then he has a kunai throwing range. There he had 5 more clones practicing throws. They even devised a method of precise kunai throwing. I would like to ask him for a sheet to measure the intelligence quotient. I want to see Naruto's score dash. The Hokage nodded and signaled for them to continue. Then he took us to his father's office, where he has 3 clones learning Fuinjutsu. He said he's practicing level 2. After that, we went back to the living room and he told us about his parents, who they were, and why the 3-pronged kunai there was important to him. Then he told us about the Kyuubi attack 12 years ago and how he is the current Jinchuriki, which is why the village treats him badly. He also mentioned that he asked for his inheritance, which he said you gave him naturally. He didn't mention the argument you had with him, but I think he still cares for you and I think he can still regain Naruto's trust. The Hokage sighed at that, then smiled, thinking that Naruto still appreciated him after all, and gestured for him to continue. He then explained that he would reveal his heritage during the Chunin exams and also showed his jujitsu to the rest of us. He said that he awakened it a week before the team selection, that he is still unaware of its abilities, and that if he doesn't know any yet, he won't reveal them. He also told us that he possesses enormous chakra reserves, which is why he does chakra control exercises. Since he read in his mother's books that some Uzumaki are born with special chakra, which is reflected in the enormous amounts of chakra they possess, and that if one masters all of that, it is reflected in what was believed to be a Kekei Genkai, the Adamantine Chakra chains. He commented that they are capable of suppressing and absorbing chakra from the person they trap, including bijus. The Hokage was astonished by such information. He had always thought that this ability was a Kekei Genkai. Now he realized how little information he had about the Uzumaki clan. He nodded and gestured for them to continue. Naruto believes he has that ability since he meets the requirements. He just lacks chakra control, only time will tell. Then Naruto took out 3 chakra papers and had everyone's affinities tested. What surprised everyone was Naruto's. He has all 5 affinities. Both the Hokage and Kakashi were in shock. Naruto, possessing the 5 affinities, was a diamond in the rough that, once polished, would be very bright. He gestured for him to continue. Then he made us promise not to tell anyone what he told us. And well, that's all. The Hokage nodded, then asked him something he was curious about. Do you know anything about Naruto's change? He should have told them about it. Kurenai replied, yes, he told us, but I think it's better if he tells you about it, since it's kind of funny how he did it. Kakashi heard that, so he decided to ask, excuse me, Hokage-sama, but what changes are you referring to? The Hokage sighed. He had forgotten that Kakashi didn't know about that. So he said, Kakashi, he had a noticeable but simple change at first glance. He has 2 small fangs like that wolf that accompanies him. I remember him telling me that he came from a clan. Do you have any idea? Kakashi was thinking until the light bulb went on. Only one thing comes to mind, a clan. Animals have clans, but most are from the summoning realm. You usually obtain one in 3 ways. By signing a contract, by performing the summoning jutsu where you must pass the clan leader's test, or a 3rd way, which is unlikely, is to train an animal and then create a summoning contract with it. So my theory is the 2nd one. The Hokage nodded. There's only one way to find out. Naruto himself has to tell. Well, let's make it clear that this is only between the 3 of them and nobody else should find out. Remember, it's an S-rank secret and is punishable by death. Both Jounin nodded and Kakashi decided to add one more thing. Hokage-sama, I think I know how we can get closer to him, a joint C-rank mission. Kurenai spoke this time. Kakashi isn't ready for that yet. Besides, he needs to train more for a mission like that. Kakashi decided to answer. Wait, Kurenai, I didn't say now, obviously it's not ready yet, in 2 months it might be. Besides, my genin also need to prepare dash. Kurenai nodded. Still not entirely convinced, but she would try to teach him what she could. The Hokage nodded in agreement with Kakashi's proposal, indicating that it was a good idea and that they would be ready in 2 months. Then he removed the seal of silence, dismissed them both. They nodded and left. The Hokage just thought, Naruto-kun, I promise I won't fail you this time. If what I plan to do works, then I'll be able to regain your trust. 2 months later, 9 months remaining until the Chunin exams. 3 months have passed since Naruto returned in time. During that time, he managed to get very close to Hinata. Then he dedicated his chakra control training. After a week had passed, the 5 clones who were sticking leaves did the same but by climbing trees. They would do this for 3 weeks since Kurama indicated that this would improve their chakra control. Naruto decided to train his physique. Genta instructed him to run 100 laps, which Naruto did. Then he did normal exercises, abdominal exercises, squats, and stretching 100 times. This was every morning. Afterward, his clones read everything about Uzumaki, and then he sent them to the Fuinjutsu group. At that point, he had already surpassed level 2. It wasn't complicated. With 8 clones working on Fuinjutsu, they would finish level 3 in 3 weeks. Then, with the kunai throwing group, they had adapted to the 3-pronged kunai. Then Naruto instructed them to practice the shuriken. They nodded and did so. Then Genta told him to keep practicing, since they would begin the next week. Naruto nodded and practiced. It went better with his team. Kurenai explained the tree walk to them. Hinata and Shino were doing it while Naruto watched. He already knew the exercise, so he just rested. When they finished, Kurenai told them they could leave. They nodded and left. Naruto told Hinata that he had found something to adapt her taijutsu to his style. He asked her to come to his house. She nodded and followed him. When they arrived, Naruto invited her in. She went inside and sat on the sofa. Naruto created 2 shadow clones and sent them to cook. They nodded and went to do it. Then Naruto went to get the scroll. When he brought it back, he explained to Hinata that it was a taijutsu technique used by his clan, the whirlpool style. It consisted of delivering soft but powerful blows. He also taught about synchronizing with water, since combining it with the water element makes the attacks more powerful. At first Hinata refused, but Naruto convinced her. She thanked him with a kiss on the cheek, which made Naruto blush. Hinata had already lost her shyness around Naruto. Then Naruto gave her a scroll explaining how to start with the water element, since learning the whirlpool style requires the water element. She nodded and took it. Then, when lunch was ready, they ate lunch calmly. Then Naruto accompanied him to the Hyuga compound, and there they said their goodbyes. They held hands the whole way. When Naruto returned, he resumed his training. The second week arrived, and Genta told him they were going to intensify his training. He sent him running laps around the entire garden, which wasn't a problem for Naruto. When he finished, he asked Genta why it felt so natural. Genta smiled at the question, and the answer was that drinking the water allowed his body to passively absorb natural energy. That's why everything was so easy for him, and when he accessed Sage Mode, it would be even better. Naruto nodded, then continued training. After running, Genta told him he should learn the Wolf Clan's taijutsu. Naruto went to get the scroll, then returned to the garden. He slid the scroll open and noticed it was a special storage scroll. Genta told him to channel natural chakra and all the scrolls would appear. Naruto placed his hand on the scroll, concentrated natural energy, and then all the scrolls appeared. Genta pointed to the correct one and Naruto grabbed it. Then he told Naruto to put all the others away. Nodding, I created 2 clones and instructed them to take everything to the main office. The clones nodded and took everything. Genta told him to read the parchment, also indicating that only wolves could read its contents, and consequently so could he. Nodding, he began to practice without problems. During his second week, Naruto learned the basics. He trained after his dates with Hinata. Later, Naruto brought Shino a scroll about the use of earth and a defensive jutsu, the earth wall. Shino thanked him, received the scroll, and left. Hinata sometimes went to Naruto's house, where she practiced the water element. Only when she mastered it could she learn the whirlpool taijutsu. By the 3rd week, Naruto was making progress. He could already handle some wolf-style moves, practicing them without rushing, as he also wanted to enjoy his life. His shuriken throwing group was progressing slowly, since it's very different from kunai. The Fuinjutsu group was already nearing the end of the 3rd level, so he wasn't worried about that. He was confident that in 4 months he would reach level 6 and be able to practice his father's jutsu and then return to practicing the Resurrecting. When Naruto had his dates with Hinata, he felt more attached to her each day. Genta asked him when he would be her partner. He blushed at the suggestion, but didn't say anything. On the contrary, he thought the idea was excellent and just wanted to wait for the right moment. During his 3rd week, Naruto continued his training regimen. Every night he would dispel the clones to gain experience and memories, and every morning he would do the same again. Then he would train the wolf style as usual with his team. They completed D-rank missions without any problems and were ranked as the best team of the year, as their teamwork was excellent. The last team was Kakashi's. Their teamwork was terrible. Kurenai felt proud of her team, and as a reward, she took them to eat at the Akimichi restaurant. They spent the whole afternoon there, and when they finished, they said goodbye and each went home. In the 4th week, Naruto continued his training regimen. Genta indicated that the following week they would train Chakra Claws, as it was the next step before moving on to the elements. Naruto nodded, so he continued training. Kurama also indicated that the following week he would learn to walk on water. Nodding, he mentally prepared himself for everything. With the Shuriken group, they advanced a little, devising throwing strategies. The Fuinjutsu group was about to finish and move on to level 4. With Hinata, they no longer just went out to eat, but walked all over the village, holding hands. People looked at them but didn't say anything. Then he helped Shino with his wind training, since he might need it when necessary. Grateful, he told Naruto to be careful with Hinata's father, since he was very strict. He nodded, thanking his friend for the warning. And so his 2nd month passed. The 5th week arrived. This time, Naruto created 10 clones to advance with Fuinjutsu, so that each month he would learn a level, then another 5 for the Shuriken group. Naruto went outside, ready to learn to walk on water. He went to his pool, then proceeded. He took 5 steps and fell. He got out of the water and tried again. This time he was curious and used his Renegan. He saw the amount of chakra he was using, lowered it a little and tried again. When he did, he walked normally. He was surprised that his Renegan could see someone's chakra usage. Kurama laughed, then turned to Naruto. Until you finally realized it, it's clear you're progressing slowly. Naruto heard it and decided to comment. Kurama, you knew it. The 9-tailed fox chuckled. Of course, I wasn't going to give you everything on a silver platter. Learn for yourself. Now that you know how much to use, start training. This is your last phase of chakra control, so don't waste any time. Naruto nodded, continued training, then went to see Genta. Okay, now I'll explain how to use the chakra claws. I'll show you. Genta concentrated chakra in his paws, and from their paws with larger claws were formed. These are the chakra claws. With these you can tear your enemies apart. With elemental affinity they are more lethal, but we'll see that later. Now try it. Naruto nodded, concentrated chakra in his hands, and slowly chakra claws began to form. Genta smirked. Well done, for your first time you did well, you just need to practice, they need to be bigger, well, we'll leave it for today, tomorrow you start training dash. Nodding, he went to train his water walking technique. Naruto wasn't the only one training. Hinata was too, practicing her chakra control, then her elemental affinity, which was water. She thought she would achieve it in 2 weeks. Shino practiced the jutsus Naruto had given him. He found the earth element easy, then tried the wind element. He managed to create the wind wall. It was difficult, but with training he would achieve it. The 6th week arrived. Naruto made gravity seals. In the clones' memories, they saw that they had learned the gravity seal. Naruto took advantage of this and made them himself. He put them on and felt the extra weight. He decided to run and noticed the difference. He was slower, so he decided to train. He did this for an hour, then he did push-ups, squats, and sit-ups 100 times to get used to it. The gravity seals would gradually increase the weight, so all that was left was to train. With Team 8, they were doing their usual D-rank missions. They had already completed 50 missions and were ready for a C-rank mission, but Kurenai waited until the end of the month. Naruto sent 5 clones to do the water walk, with 20 sheets stuck to their bodies, while they ran in circles. The 7th week arrived. Naruto was getting used to the gravity seals and practicing his chakra claws. He improved every day. Genta just watched. It was the first time he'd trained the first summoner. He wondered what it would be like when they combined for combat, but he left that for later. The Shuriken group was finishing up. They created 2 good strategies. The Fuinjutsu group was slowly advancing to level 4, waiting for the end of the month to advance to level 5, where they would learn about barriers, their creation, and destruction. Naruto, as always, was out with Hinata. She told him that next week she could train the whirlpool style. She had an idea of how to create an adaptable soft fist. Naruto smiled at her with his characteristic smile, telling her that he was proud of her. Hinata just looked at him. She wanted to do something she had been thinking about, but she didn't know how he would take it, so she left it for later. In the 8th week, Naruto did what he always did. His chakra control was almost perfect. In 3 months, he had made great progress with chakra control. He wondered what it would be like when he learned the Resurrecting or the Raisin Shuriken. At that moment, a light bulb went off in Naruto's head. "People, I'm always absorbing natural energy. Isn't that right?" Genta nodded and Naruto continued talking. "So my body is hardened and I always generate natural chakra without needing to meditate." Genta nodded and corrected him. "You don't generate, you absorb natural energy. You always replenish what you spend, meaning you'll never run out of natural energy. If you're thinking of using natural chakra in jutsus, let me tell you it would be very advantageous for you. It wouldn't use up your normal chakra. Of course, you must practice so that fatigue doesn't catch up with you quickly. Later, I'll explain a faster way to do it, but we'll leave that for later." Naruto nodded, then commented, "I understand. Now I know what to do." Genta nodded, just hoping it would turn out well. That's how his month ended, with the question of how he could add more elements to the Resurrecting with different shapes, although he didn't expect a mission familiar to him. To be continued. Chapter 4, Reunion, One of Many, and Chains. Hokage Tower, Mission Office. Teams 7 and 8 were there, waiting. The Hokage observed them, waited a few moments, and commented, "Okay, Team 8, you are already qualified to assume a C rank, and Team 7, you are at the minimum, you can still assume a C rank, but you will do it with another team. In this case, it will be Team 8, you will escort a bridge builder gentleman dash." Naruto, who was listening, already knew what was coming, so he decided to ignore the explanation. He took out his notebook and began to write. Kakashi, who noticed everything, looked at him, said nothing, and continued listening. After the Hokage finished, Naruto waited for Tazuna. Seeing him again brought back memories. He decided to be the hero of the waves once more. Then he remembered Zabuza and Haku and decided whether or not he should save them. He left it for later. At the door, when the Hokage called him, a man with a straw hat, carrying a bottle of sake, entered. "This is what I got. 2 dogs, an emo, 2 girls, and that one in orange looks tough next to that wolf." Tazuna commented with a bored look. Team 7 glared at him with murderous intent. Team 8 just watched. Then both Jounin indicated that they would see them at the door in 15 minutes. They nodded and left. Naruto was taking notes. Since he knew that this mission was Team 7's, with 2 teams going, the change was noticeable. Then he spoke with his friend Kurama. "Kurama, I remember this mission lasted almost a month. What do you think we'll do to continue with the training?" Kurama was thinking. Then an idea came to him. "Okay, now that you mention it, leave the same clones in your house, let them do their usual thing, use a lot of chakra. You'll be a little tired, but don't worry, you'll recover. Then tell them that whenever they feel tired they can rest and eat, that way they'll recharge their chakra. When you return you can dispel them to obtain everything they learned." Naruto nodded, then did as instructed, creating the same clones. Knowing what to do, they retreated. Naruto got ready and went to rejoin his team. Gates of Konoha. Naruto walked slowly. He knew he would be late, but he calculated the things that would happen on the mission. He was thinking about what to do against Zabuza and Haku. 10 minutes passed and he finally arrived at the gates of Konoha. There was his team and Team 7. Naruto, who came with Genta, walked without worrying about things. Then when Sakura saw him, she reprimanded him. "You're late, Naruto." He was still in his notebook. Then he looked at her and said, "Oh, excuse me. I got lost on the path of life," he said, pointing to his notebook. Sakura, who was impatient, approached him, trying to hit him as she always did. But surprisingly, Naruto dodged her. Then he looked at Sakura and said, "Please don't try it again." Naruto no longer wanted to be Sakura's outcast, so he simply ignored her and kept walking. The sensei who watched the scene said nothing. Kakashi, upon hearing the phrase he always used, found it amusing and simply shrugged. Both teams marched on. A few hours passed as they advanced. Naruto took notes on everything, the sudden change. Now, all that remained was to see if anything new was happening in the Land of Waves. On their way, they came across a puddle. Naruto noticed it, remembering the first time he'd been there. He'd cowered and been terrified of a real fight. Of course, back then he hadn't thought about being attacked like this. However, he'd been saved by Sasuke then, but now it was different. He could defend himself. So he decided to move forward and wait. The Jonin noticed the genjutsu and decided to see what the genin would do. As they walked, two ninjas emerged from the puddle, bound the two Jonin with chains, and killed them. Everyone except Naruto watched in horror. Then they heard one of the enemy ninjas, "Tut least now for the rest dash." The two Nukenin spoke. Sakura and Hinata were terrified. Shino began releasing his insects while Naruto knocked him out. Sasuke and Kiba took care of the other. Naruto ordered Genta to look after his two companions and he nodded. When they finished, the two Jonin appeared. The others calmed down. Kakashi looked and congratulated everyone, since it was their first time in a real fight, well except for Naruto, who for him this fight was a children's game. Even though he hit it, then he took out his notebook and began to write. While Kurenai was interrogating, Kakashi was talking to Tazuna, who told the truth about the current state of his village and the current problems with Gato. Then, after Kurenai confirmed that Tazuna was the target, Kakashi spoke. "This mission is of rank B, it may even rise to rank A. It is beyond our reach, we must retreat." When Kakashi said that, Naruto continued walking forward. Everyone looked at him. Then he commented, "If you want to go ahead, I'll continue with the mission. I won't leave Tazuna alone." Shino stepped forward and stood next to Naruto. "I will continue dash." Hinata did the same. "I will follow my companions." Team 7 also advanced, the two Jounin side. They decided to continue with the mission. Tazuna, seeing them do that, said, "Thank you very much. I promise to pay you well when everything is ready." Naruto turned to look at him and gave him his usual foxy smile. "Don't worry, Tazuna-san, will cover it." And so everyone continued moving forward. A day passed since they left Konoha. They camped at dusk, and when dawn broke, they got ready and set off again. They arrived at the coast where someone was waiting. This person was surprised to see Tazuna alive. He told everyone to get on board so they could continue their journey. As they moved forward, they noticed the enormous bridge that was being built. Tazuna explained that this was the bridge that had to be finished. The boatman indicated that he couldn't take them any further. Nodding, they got off and continued on their way. As they walked, Naruto noticed something in the bush. He threw a kunai, hitting a white rabbit. This reminded him of what was coming next. He grabbed Hinata and Tazuna and threw himself to the ground. Suddenly, a giant sword flew towards them. Kakashi, quickly noticing why Naruto did that, ordered everyone to get down to the ground. Once they did, the sword called Kubikirabocho planted itself in a tree. On top of the blade, a person stopped. Naruto frowned because he already knew who it was. Kakashi and Kurenai saw him and were about to speak, but Naruto spoke first. "Momochi Zabusa, A-rank Nukenin, former Kiri ninja. Nice to see you dash." Zabusa laughed at what he heard, looking at Naruto very attentively and saying, "Wow, someone did their homework." He looked around the area and glanced at Kakashi, his astonishment evident, and said, "Oh, Kakashi of the Sharingan, it's a pleasure to see you." No wonder the demon brothers didn't return. Kakashi looked at Kurenai, who nodded, then commented, "Everyone stay back, this guy is out of reach. Protect the customer." They nodded and all surrounded Tazuna. Then Kakashi revealed his Sharingan. Zabusa looked and smiled to himself. The Sharingan, it is an honor to see the precious jujitsu of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke walked with his eyes wide open. The fact that his sensei had a Sharingan left him with many questions. He left it for later. Then Zabusa began the attack and the two-leaf Jonin also began. The rest watched. 3 minutes passed, and when the mist slowly dissipated, they saw their two sensei enclosed in a bubble of water. "Go away. Take Tazuna and run from here, you won't be able to beat him," Kakashi shouted to the genin. Of course the others were still paralyzed by the murderous intent emanating from Zabusa, preventing them from moving except for one person. Naruto walked to the front. Kakashi observed and commented, "Naruto escapes? It's an order. You won't be able to defeat Zabusa dash." Kakashi shouted again. Naruto shook his head and said, "No, I will not leave. I will not abandon my comrades." Zabusa looked at him amused and said, "You're brave, brat, but I'm not interested in you." You should listen to your sensei and leave here, or you'll die. Naruto smiled his usual smile and replied, I will not die, for I have a dream, and I will not fall until it comes true. Zabusa's clone lunged to take off his headband and frighten him. However, Naruto dodged it, took a few steps back and commented, Nice try, but you won't make it. I worked hard to get here. I will save my sensei. Kakashi looked at him with concern, then said, Naruto, don't worry about us. Go, we'll figure out how to get out of here. You have your dream to fulfill. Naruto smiled his characteristic smile and replied, No, someone once told me that in the ninja world, those who break the rules are considered trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. If I have to be trash for disobeying the rules, so be it, but I will not abandon my comrades here. Kakashi was astonished to hear those words, the same words that his friend Obito had said to him, the same words that he had told his team. He could only think, Naruto was there when I said that. No, I would have felt it. Where did he hear that from? This raises a lot of questions. Hearing that brought many things to Kakashi's mind. In Naruto, he saw the same image of his fallen friend. On the other hand, Zabusa laughed at what he heard. Nice words. Let's see if you can justify them, Zabusa said, staring intensely at Naruto. The clone lunged to slash, but Naruto, kunai in hand, did the same, applying what he had learned during this time, his father's taijutsu. Kakashi watched attentively. It was like seeing a ghost, the same taijutsu of his sensei Minato. Naruto used it as something natural. On the other hand, Naruto unconsciously summoned two clones without hand seals. These also fought against Zabusa's clone. In a coordinated attack, they managed to dissipate it. Then, using his kunai throw, he launched some at Zabusa and his clone who had the two jonin imprisoned. In a series of movements in the air, the kunai collided and hit blind spots. The clone dissipated, and the original had to release the water prison. Zabusa looked angrily at the blonde and said, I'll kill you, you're a nuisance here. Zabusa lunged at Naruto, but this time Kakashi intercepted him, and Kurenai stood beside Naruto. They resumed a battle of taijutsu followed by ninjutsu. A minute passed like this until Kakashi delivered a much faster blow. Just as he was about to kill him, two sunbon needles pierced Zabusa's neck, killing him. A Kiri Hunter ninja appeared, thanked the others, and left. Kakashi, exhausted, looked like he was going to collapse, but Naruto went to help him. Then the fight on the dock ended. Tazuna approached and indicated that they should follow him to his house, where they could rest. Nodding, they all marched toward Tazuna's house. Tazuna house. Everyone was there in the room. Tazuna's daughter, Tsunami, greeted them, thanking the ninjas for defending her father. They simply nodded, and Naruto took out his notebook again to continue taking notes on what happened in the fight with Zabusa. 2 days had passed since they arrived. Naruto went out to see the village. When he saw the state of everything, it was the same as before, so his only option was to finish off Gato to save everyone from the oppression they felt. Kakashi got up from his bed, where he had been resting. When he came downstairs, he indicated that he was still tired and would be fine in less than 2 weeks. Then he indicated that Zabusa was still alive. This surprised the rest except for the blonde, who continued taking notes. Kiba, seeing that he wasn't paying attention, yelled at him, Hey Dobe, pay attention. Naruto ignored him for a few seconds, then looked at him and replied, Chem, you barked a bit, dog breath. Kiba frowned at that, but said nothing. Naruto was still in his notebook. Kakashi was still wondering about Naruto. He was an enigma, but he left it for later. He explained that hunter-nin decapitate their prey and burn the body. Since this ninja hadn't done that, it meant he was with Zabuza. So he decided to train his team. Kurenai did the same. Of course, Kakashi explained about tree walking. Team 8 raised an eyebrow. They already knew that. They even walked on water. The fact that Team 7 Sensei wouldn't teach that to his students meant he hadn't taught them perfectly. Naruto shrugged and continued with his notebook. He went to a tree, lay down, and began to write, planning how to end the fight without bloodshed. Then he thought about how he hadn't had a date with Hinata all these days. He decided to find a good place where they could be alone and, if he had the chance, he would confess his feelings. With that in mind, he got up from the tree and began looking for a good spot. 15 minutes passed, and he found a good place. A lake where he could see the sun's reflection. He thought it would be beautiful if the moon was out, and with that in mind, he planned everything for the night. Hours passed, and as it was getting dark, she put her plan into action. Hinata, who was looking for Naruto, wanted to give him something. They hadn't gone out for days. She thought, "Where are you, Naruto-kun? I want to give you something to make up for not hanging out since we last went out." She had a basket with some fruit she wanted to share with him. She went to the forest to find it so they could eat together. Just as she said, Naruto appeared. He was looking for her too. When he saw her, he was happy. He approached her and told her to follow him. She nodded and followed him. A few minutes passed and they arrived at a lake. Naruto told her they could sit down. Hinata nodded, and they both sat down. She took out an apple and gave it to Naruto, who gladly accepted it. Hinata took out another apple, and they both began to eat. Then Naruto began to speak. "Hinata, tell me what you think since we first went out," Naruto asked, looking at her to see if there was a connection between them. Hinata was surprised by the question, so she decided to answer. "From the first day we went out to eat, it was nice since I never thought you would invite me to eat, but after we went out to eat or train again, it made me feel like something I felt was filled. That's why I enjoy every outing with you because it makes me feel happy." Naruto was amazed. Hinata's words made him realize that she was alone, but that wouldn't happen anymore. He made his decision and spoke. "I guess it's my turn, dash." Hinata nodded and Naruto began to speak. "At first I thought it was fun to spend time with someone. From the day I invited you out, I did it to be able to establish a friendship with you. Then since we made it a regular thing, I began to see beyond that. I also felt that the void I had was filled. That's why every time we go out, I always do everything to make it go well and enjoy it, dash." When Naruto finished speaking, he gave his usual smile, and Hinata felt something new for him. They looked at each other. Hinata's pearly eyes and Naruto's ocean blue eyes. Under the moonlight, they both approached each other, slowly bringing their faces closer. After a few seconds, they sealed their love with a kiss. When they separated, they hugged and said in unison, "I love you, Databeo dash." Naruto added the last part with his verbal tick. Then they looked at each other again to give each other another kiss of love that begins their relationship. Two people were watching the closeness. Kakashi and Kurenai were observing them. The silver-haired one showed his Sharingan so that this moment could be recorded. Kurenai, on the other hand, only gave a smile, then commented, "Isn't it cute, Kakashi? This will make Naruto more open, and I must praise the boy. He chose the right place and time." Kakashi nodded in response. "Yes, I saw it all with my Sharingan. I want to remember this moment. Now all that's left is to wait." Kurenai nodded and decided to continue observing the scene. Day after, the definition Naruto was looking for was simple. Happiness and joy. That's what he felt. He confessed his feelings to Hinata, and she reciprocated. With that, he was happy, since he was the first of his generation to have a girlfriend. The easy part was over. Now came the hard part, facing Hinata's father. He knew it would be difficult, but he had an idea. He remembered that his father changed when he defeated Neji. Even though it hurt him, he would have to watch as his Hinata was beaten, but this time he would stop it and prevent serious harm. Then there was the matter of his inheritance. For his plan to work, he had to learn the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan. He decided to share the Rasengan with Hinata, but he would do that when they returned to Konoha. Genta, who had seen everything yesterday, smiled, thinking to himself, "Wow, the boss hit the jackpot. Good for him." At that moment, a question popped into Ganma's head, so he went over to Naruto and asked him, "Hey boss, who are you going to recommend to be another summoner of the Wolf Clan?" Upon hearing this, Naruto began to think, until he knew who to recommend. "I have one in mind, but let's give him time to grow, and when he does, then I'll recommend him." Genta nodded and said, "Okay, don't forget that you should guide him so he can sign the contract, but don't tell him about the test. It would ruin the surprise." Genta grinned, showing his fangs, and Naruto nodded. It seemed strange to him because it would be like Erosenin had been with him, so he thought that later he would go visit Konohamaru and tell him that he could take him as an apprentice, giving the boy a smile. So the days passed. Naruto trained by meditating, as he wanted to see the extent of his natural energy. He had perfect chakra control, so he just waited to return home to train. Then he spent his afternoons with Hinata. For him, it was a happiness he found in her. Then Naruto remembered the day he met Haku, which was after Inari. So he prepared to confront the boy again, but with different words. Tazuna House. Teams 7 and 8 were eating peacefully until Tazuna's grandson appeared. Why are you trying so hard? Gato will kill you. You'd better leave if you don't want to die. Naruto knew about the boy and his frustration, so he responded to tell him a few things. Dude, we're ninjas, we can take on that cat. Inari replied. Try to make them go back to their village where they have a comfortable life. They surely don't know the suffering we live here. Naruto answered him. You may be right, but you don't know how we live in our village. I never knew my parents. I've lived alone since childhood. I've known suffering and loneliness, while you have your mother and grandfather taking care of you. I, on the other hand, had nothing until now because I can finally say I have a home. I know my parents, but they died when I was born. I have friends, and I also have someone special who filled that void in my heart. Think about what I've told you. Because you think what you're experiencing here is suffering, let me tell you that there are people living worse than you, and you have one right here in front of you. Naruto got up and went to the door, saying, I'll go out for a bit to get some fresh air. And he left. Hinata went after him. She knew she shouldn't leave him alone, so she went out to look for him. Kurenai and Kakashi sighed. Let's leave Hinata to handle it. She's the only one who can help him now. Kurenai commented and Kakashi nodded. Tazuna asked if the boy's life was so bad. Kakashi affirmed, told him his life, and Tazuna understood. Kiba, on the other hand, commented. Naruto was always like that. His parents probably abandoned him and left him something saying they died. Kurenai and Kakashi were about to answer, but someone spoke first. Shino, the calmest of them all, stood up and looked at Kiba. He was very upset, he told him. You'd better watch your mouth, Kiba. You don't know anything about his life. Do you even know his parents to say things like that? No, you don't. You don't know how important they are to him. In your clan, as far as I know, the motto is family and loyalty, but I don't see that in you. It's a shame. Someday you'll know the truth about Naruto, but since you don't know it now, you'd better not talk nonsense about him in front of me, or you'll regret it. After that, he went to his room. Kiba had his head down. Shino's words had hit him hard. He knew his clan's motto, but hearing that he didn't share it was a devastating blow. Sakura said nothing and just listened, as did Sasuke. Kurenai and Kakashi were shocked to hear Shino, the calmest of them all, become angry at the insult to his friend. At that moment, the room fell silent. With Naruto went to the lake where he had been with Hinata. He sat thinking about everything. Then Hinata appeared and sat next to him. Naruto commented when he saw her. Hinata-chan, I'm sorry if what I said there bothered you. Hinata shook her head and replied, No, Naruto-kun, I'm not upset. I just came to keep you company and also thank you for saying I'm special to you. Hinata knew that's what he meant when he spoke to her. So Naruto approached her, gave her a light kiss, and commented, Thank you, Hinata-chan, you will always be special to me. I love you. Databeo dash. At that moment, he gave Hinata a hug. She reciprocated and said to him, Don't worry, Naruto-kun. You're not alone anymore. We're together and I love you too. They kissed again, and when they separated, Hinata told him they should go back. Naruto said to stay there looking at the stars, and Hinata nodded and stayed with him. The days passed, and on that same day, Naruto met Haku. Things went as planned, but he made a decision to save them both. They would be great allies in the war. Then the long-awaited day arrived, the battle on the bridge. Naruto noted what had happened and what would happen next. When they reached the bridge, it was the same scene as the first time Naruto had been there. Then, two figures appeared from the mist, Zabusa and Haku. Naruto ordered Genta to protect Tazuna. Genta nodded and stayed behind. Well, we meet again. This time I also have my partner. You take care of the brats, I'll take care of the jounin. The fake ninja hunter nodded. Kakashi ordered Sasuke, Kiba, and Naruto to take charge. Shino stayed at Tazuna's house to look after the family. Sakura and Hinata stayed to protect Tazuna. Then the mist covered the battlefield. Both teams separated. Then it began. The fight was evenly matched at first. Kiba and Sasuke fighting. Naruto watching and waiting for the right moment to intervene. Then, when Haku threw his Senbon needles, he acted, but unfortunately for him, Haku used his ice mirror jutsu. Multiple Senbon needles pierced all three of them. Akamaru wanted to enter the dome, but Kiba wouldn't allow it. The Ninken obeyed and stayed behind. Then Sasuke managed to activate his Sharingan. Although he had an initial advantage, he soon lost it. Tired of the same thing, Naruto stood up and watched as the Senbon needles approached Kiba. Instinctively, he went to help his teammate, as did Sasuke. Then it happened. From Naruto's hand, multiple orange chains appeared, forming a wall that protected the three of them. Haku watched this in amazement. He had never seen anything like it. Naruto, coming out of his astonishment, watched what he was doing. The chains responded to his will. He smiled, knowing that he had inherited it from his mother, and then he headed towards Haku. Now the second round begins, Naruto said with a smile, using his chains to advance. Any Senbon needle Haku threw was blocked by the chains. In his free hand, a chakra claw formed. Naruto began to run towards Haku. With a slash, he shattered the mirror, knocking Haku out of the way. Both Kiba and Sasuke were amazed by such strength. They felt envious. Then, with another slash, Naruto broke Haku's mask, revealing his face. He had the same conversation that Naruto remembered. Without wasting time, he grabbed Haku with his chains to suppress his chakra. Then, the sound of birds singing could be heard in the air. Naruto remembered this and immediately went to stop Kakashi. With the Jounin, both Kakashi and Kurenai faced Zabuza, clearly aware of his abilities. When they confronted him, they covered each other, as Kurenai attacked with Genjutsu and Kakashi with whatever he had at hand. This went on for 5 minutes. Then Zabuza mentioned that his partner had a lineage, the ice element, and laughed, saying that the brats were going to die. Tired, Kakashi took out a summoning scroll, placed blood on it, then something moved from underground against Zabuza. After a few seconds, Zabuza was bitten and stopped by some of Kakashi's personal Ninken. At that moment, Kakashi addressed Zabuza, saying, "Zabuza, I will teach you my personal jutsu, my trademark, the Raikiri." Making hand signals, the singing of birds could be heard. "It's the end for you, Zabuza." Kakashi, ready to kill Zabuza, lunged at him. However, for orange chains bound Kakashi, suppressing his chakra and causing the Raikiri to dissipate. When he saw who was responsible, it was Naruto. Both Jonin were perplexed by what they saw. Kakashi could see Kushina's reflection in Naruto. He smiled under his mask and commented, "Naruto, you awakened the Adamantine Chains, but why save Zabuza?" Naruto knew the reasons why he did it. However, it wasn't the time to reveal things, so he answered something else. "We must stop this, no more bloodshed. Zabuza, tell me why you're doing this, you must have a reason." Zabuza looked at the boy, truly impressed by his power, and out of respect he answered him, "I'm raising funds to help the Kiri rebels defeat Yagura, since he's become a dictator, caused a purge of bloodlines, and is massacring innocent people. That's why I rescued Haku. He's the person I took care of and have cared for as if he were family." Haku, who was surrounded by chains, heard Zabuza's words. She thought it was better to serve him as a tool, but after what she heard, she had another thought. Naruto freed her from her chains, followed by Kakashi, who then freed Zabuza. Haku approached the person who now looked up to her as a father figure, hugged him, and he hugged her back. But from afar, applause could be heard. "Oh, the fog baby. I thought I'd come just to collect your corpse and collect the reward, what a shame. Well, anyway, I wasn't going to pay you, you charge a lot and these guys here are cheaper dash." Zabuza turned around and frowned. There was Gato with his typical arrogant smile. "Cat, so that's how it is, Kakashi. I'm done here, now I have to behead a dwarf." Kakashi nodded. Kurenai saw what happened. First, Naruto's theory was correct. He had the Uzumaki chains. Then he convinced a rogue ninja to stop the battle. She was truly surprised. Then an army of bandits appeared, led by a short man in a suit who was leaning on a cane. It was Gato. She decided to go and take care of the other genin while the rest dealt with the situation. "Well, time for them to die, attack dash," Gato told his thugs, but an arrow fell next to him. On the other side of the bridge was Inari with everyone from the village, carrying a crossbow, and Shino was also with them. Today everything you did to us, Gato, ends. Inari shouted, and the rest of the population also shouted in affirmative response. Shino stood next to his companions. Naruto called Ganma, and he immediately went to his side. Seeing him there, he said, "Ready for a bloodbath? Let's finish them all off." Genta smiled and said, "You took your time asking me. Let's put your training to the test." Naruto smiled, channeled his chakra, and a blue aura began to emerge. The blue iris of Naruto's eye began to glow. At that moment, Naruto entered Sage mode. He knew he couldn't use Kurama's chakra yet, but he still had the tricks he had learned. So chakra claws formed in his hands. Then he said, "Time to start." He turned to look at the others and said, "Don't interfere. I'll take care of them." Kakashi was surprised. However, he only nodded. He had seen everything and wanted to see more. So he let it go. 5 minutes later, what one would call a massacre, Naruto had killed all the thugs except Gato. Then he threw him next to Zabuza. Gato, seeing who was in front of him, said, "Wait, Zabuza. I'll pay you triple if you save me." Zabuza frowned and replied, "Swallow your money, and I hope it serves you well in hell. Although I would like to finish you off, I believe others have that right, and who am I to refuse?" Zabuza looked at the people of the Land of Waves who were smiling. Only he stepped aside and Gato was dragged away by the villagers. All that could be seen was a crucified body, completely cut and bald. Gato had an arrow in his forehead courtesy of Inari, who gave him the final blow. Tazuna House. "Kakashi, what happened on the bridge?" "I went to attend to the rest." Kurenai had missed everything that happened since she went to attend to the others. So she asked Kakashi, and he smiled under his mask and answered, "I'll tell you later, since it's something the Hokage needs to know." She nodded. Then they looked at Zabuza, who commented, "Well, I'm leaving. I'll loot Gato's mansion. Whatever I find will surely help the rebellion. Let's go, Haku." She nodded, said goodbye to everyone, and the duo left. 2 weeks later, it was time to leave. The bridge was finished. The whole village gathered to say goodbye to the people who helped their village. Inari said goodbye to Naruto, promising that he would become strong and defend his village. Naruto nodded and then said goodbye to everyone. Thus, Team 7 and 8 began their journey back to Konoha. Tazuna asked what they would call the bridge. Then Inari commented, "I have the name, the Great Bridge of Naruto, because he is the person who brought peace to this place." Everyone nodded, and so once again Naruto became the hero of the waves. 2 days passed, and the gates of Konoha came into view. Naruto was happy. He was returning home after almost a month away. For him, this meant seeing the progress of his clones and more dates with his girlfriend. When they arrived, they checked in. The Jonin saw everyone off and they went to give their report. Team 7 went their separate ways. Shino said goodbye to his teammates and left. Naruto invited Hinata to eat, and she accepted. Holding hands, they walked forward with Genta between them. Thus began Naruto's new life and challenges. Naruto's mind space. Kurama, who was watching, felt happy, since at last Naruto would fill that void he had, and he would make sure that his friend was happy. However, Kurama felt a presence in his resting place. "Hello, Kurama. It's been years since I've seen you." The nine-tailed fox stared wide-eyed. The person he saw there was someone he never thought he would see again. "You are." To be continued. Chapter 5. Reconciliation, Chunin exams, and a new master. Unknown location. Ashura Otsutsuki, a person who lived many years ago, son of the sage of the Six Paths and successor of Ninshu, had a good childhood until his brother awakened the Sharingan and began to become cold. As the years passed, he became colder and more distant with everyone. Although Ashura had faith that he could return to being the brother he used to be, kind and supportive, dreaming was easy for him, but of course it never happened. His father put them to the test. Of course, Indra completed it in days, Ashura took a year. When he returned, he expected his brother to have been named the successor of Ninshu, but it wasn't so. His father waited for his youngest son to return. When the time came to select the successor, his father chose Ashura because, according to him, he had good ideals. This provoked Indra's anger, who left and returned with more power. From there, the fight between the two brothers began. When the day came that their father died, Indra visited him and told him to reincarnate until he destroyed Ashura and Ninshu. When he found out, he also promised to reincarnate to protect everything his father built. Thus his father died. But the confrontations continued. Indra with the Uchiha clan and Ashura with the Senju clan. The day they died, their souls were reincarnated. Of course they could only observe but not intervene. When they met their counterpart, it started like the beginning. They were friends. Then the rivalry began, and from there they were enemies. It was an endless cycle until their penultimate reincarnations arrived. Madara and Hashirama, at first it was the same. Then everything repeated itself until it stopped. They allied themselves and created a village. Of course Ashura unwittingly intervened, giving his transmigrant his most powerful ability, the wood element. After that, there was momentary peace, and again the fight returned. Then years passed. Ashura could not reincarnate because Indra's transmigrant did not die that day. In fact, he took some of Hashirama's chakra, resulting in the awakening of his father's eyes. Ashura could only watch, not act, and that frustrated him. After finally being able to reincarnate, he couldn't choose a Senju since almost all of them had died. But one remained who was a distant cousin, an Uzumaki. With no other options, he chose him. Years passed, and he watched his life being mistreated by everyone. This bothered Ashura. The ninshu that his father created still latent, under another name, ninjutsu. Of course, it had been like that for years. As he watched, he saw him grow. The boy had a future, but as always, he accidentally intervened, giving him only a powerful affinity. Wind. Of course, he wanted to give him his wood element, but he couldn't. Years passed, and they encountered Indra's reincarnation. The cycle began anew. 5 years had passed since they reunited, but to face someone, his grandmother, Kaguya Otsutsuki. He used Madara to revive himself, but they failed. Indra's reincarnation, named Sasuke Uchiha, died from one of his grandmother's techniques. He gave his reincarnation his power to fight him, but of course he couldn't. Seeing his father again brought joy to Ashura, as he had given them the power to face her. But with Sasuke's death, all seemed lost, until he had the idea to use his power to travel back in time. Of course, with his knowledge intact, his reincarnation returned, but without his former abilities. But there was something interesting about him. He had Kurama inside him. Of course, he'd had it since he was a baby. It was the reason for his hatred, yet he didn't let it influence him and moved on. Now his father has blessed him with things, and that allowed him to finally intervene. Now he can help him and teach his transmigrant, Naruto Uzumaki, his most powerful techniques. That brings us to the current situation. Naruto's mindscape. You are Ashura. How is this possible? Kurama asked, since it would be impossible for him to be here. Ashura looked amused and answered, to be honest, I don't know either. I think it's because of my father's blessing, and also because my transmigrant has perfect chakra control like I once did, which caused me to appear. Kurama knew that the boy was the transmigrant of Ashura's soul. He found out after the old man gave him his power, but seeing him face to face once more was nostalgic, and he asked anyway. Let's say that's what you plan to do. Don't tell me you want to possess the boy. Ashura laughed at what he heard, shook his head and said, none of that, Kurama. I've seen your whole life and I know you went back in time. If I'm here, it's for a reason. I made my decision to help you prevent what happened to my grandmother from happening again, but not right now. I'll help you later, so don't say anything about my presence here. We'll just observe, and when the time is right, I'll introduce myself and help you. Kurama nodded. Well, it was something. If Ashura himself was here, that means Naruto's life is going to be the best. 3 months later, 5 months remaining until the Chunin exams. 3 months passed, and Team Oki was respected within the shinobi ranks. Naruto placed his headband on Genta so he would be recognized by everyone, and Genta wore his mother's headband with pride. Then there was Hinata. Their lives changed a lot. Of course, they kept their relationship a secret until after the Chunin exams. On normal days, they trained together, then had dinner and said goodbye with a kiss. Weekends were different. They would go on picnics, then visit the Hokage monument where no one could see them. They would look out over all of Konoha from there. It was literally their favorite place. They would spend 2 hours there, then say goodbye as usual and go home. When Naruto returned home after the Waves mission, the first thing he did was check on his clones. He saw them working on everything. Then he showered, ate some dinner, and before going to sleep, he dispelled his clones. This gave him a headache, so much information. He went to sleep to process it all. When he woke up, he felt better. In his memories, the Fuinjutsu group was starting level 5. This brought a smile to Naruto's face. It was only a matter of time before he reached level 6 and then learned his father's technique. Then, with the shuriken throwing group, they had already devised many strategies, so Naruto saw no need to practice again, but something caught his attention. Apparently, there were still more secrets in his house. One of his clones found a door under the rug in the armory. They didn't go in because they didn't know what it opened. Naruto got ready and went to the armory, but not before making his clones again. This time, he sent 15 using Fuinjutsu. The more clones, the faster the progress. Then he created 2 more and sent them to buy what he needed to relearn the Resurrecting. From there, he headed to the armory. Once there, he rolled up the rug and saw the door. He opened it and went downstairs. It was completely dark and he couldn't see anything. He went back upstairs and brought a candle so he could see. When he came back down again, this time with light, he saw that it was a warehouse. He also saw some torches that were unlit. Taking advantage of the situation, he lit them to have more visibility. What he saw shocked him. More kunai, shuriken, and everything he would need for a civil war. He hadn't expected to find something like this. He continued walking and in the distance he saw another door. He opened it and there was a mini-study. He saw scrolls with Uzumaki techniques. Naruto quickly created 2 clones. He ordered them to organize the scrolls and take them upstairs. Nodding they did as he said. Then he continued exploring. When he reached the end, he saw something resembling a forge. They surely used that to create their own tools. He also saw a letter on the table, quickly opened it, and it was from his mother. Dear Naruto, if you're reading this, it's because you found our forge, the one we Uzumaki used to create our tools. In this storeroom, you'll find everything you need to make your own things. I've also left you a book on how to use it and the blueprints for your father's 3-pronged kunai. You'll also find chakra-conducting metal, enough so that if you ever have a family, you can pass this knowledge on to them. This is all I can leave you. I know you're not born yet, but if something ever happens to me, I'll leave this letter for you. I wish you all the best. With love, your mother. Naruto's tears flowed freely, yet he smiled. He created 20 clones. 3 of them cleaned the entire warehouse and improved the lighting. 15 took inventory, and 2 read the book to learn how to forge. With that done, he went upstairs and waited for his clones, whom he had sent out to buy supplies. He was going to train to learn the Resurrecting and find out more about his chains. That was Naruto's month. Although he depended on a clone to use the Resurrecting again, he resumed training so he could do it without one. Then, with 10 other clones, he sent them to begin wind manipulation, the only technique he knew, so he got to work. The Fuinjutsu group was still at level 5 halfway through, but in a week they could advance to level 6. Meanwhile, he sent 2 clones to study the Hiraishin so he could start something. Team 8 carried out their D-rank missions normally. There was no rush, so they were calm and confident they could do everything. The day Kurenai gave the report on the mission to the Land of Waves along with Kakashi was a headache but also a joy. Flashback. So, what can you tell me about your mission? Did you make any progress with Naruto? The Hokage asked and they both nodded. Then Kakashi was the first to speak. Well, Hokage-sama, the mission was upgraded to A rank because Tazuna lied about the information, but that didn't matter, since Naruto encouraged the rest to continue. The Hokage nodded and signaled for him to continue. From there we ran into Zabusa Momochi. Kurenai and I faced him, but we fell into his trap. It was Naruto who saved us. In fact, he used his father's taijutsu as if it were something natural to him, and his use of kunai throwing was also surprising, since he unexpectedly grabbed Zabusa to free us and be able to fight him again. The Hokage was a little surprised but then relaxed and commented. Well, that's to be expected, he's surely trained for all that, he continues. Kakashi nodded and continued. I'd say this is a mid-Chunin level since something else happened, but I'll get to that soon. At that moment Kurenai decided to speak. Now it's my turn. Currently, Naruto is in a relationship with Hinata. I still remember that date they had under the moonlight. It was amazing. I think that with this, he will be more open and we can learn more about him without pressuring him. The Hokage smiled at what he heard. He thought it would be an opportunity for Naruto to leave his loneliness, but he would get a headache with Hayashi Hyuga, the leader of the Hyuga clan. Nodding, Kakashi continued. He has also formed bonds with his partner Shino, as my foolish student Kiba said something inappropriate and Shino defended him. Followed by that, when we were on the bridge, the confrontation with Zabuza occurred again. In doing so, Naruto managed to use the Adamantine Chains of the Uzumaki clan dash. Now the Hokage's eyes were wide open. Naruto's theory was correct. This was going to cause even more of a headache with the council this time. But there was a bonus. Hayashi would love that. He nodded and let him continue. Then Gato appeared with an army of thugs. Naruto took care of them along with his wolf companion, so I guess he learned it from him. Well, it wasn't pretty. There was a massacre. He handed Gato over and the villagers dealt with him, and that was it. The Hokage had a question and asked. There was influence of the Kyuubi in that massacre dash. Kakashi shook his head and replied, no, there was no influence, I would have noticed. I think Naruto wanted to vent and that was the best way. But he's still the same as always, nothing to worry about Hokage-sama. The Hokage nodded. He was afraid his substitute grandson would be lost to bloodlust. But hearing that everything was normal calmed him. Then he commented, okay, you'll be assigned an A-rank mission and paid normally, so you can leave. Both Jounin bowed and left. The Hokage remained thoughtful about the new information. Only time will tell. End of flashback. Kurenai observed the teamwork. Naruto asked if she could help him break free from Genjutsu, to which his sensei agreed and helped him with his problem. Hinata was making progress, gradually adapting the whirlpool taijutsu with the gentle fist, thus creating her own style. Shino learned a lot. He asked Naruto if he could read some earth jutsu from his library, and he agreed. He took him to his house and told him he could read whatever he liked. Shino nodded and proceeded to read from the library. Naruto left him a scroll with a quill and ink so he could write down the one that caught his attention the most. Shino thanked him and proceeded to read. The Fuinjutsu group reached level 6 and it was only a matter of time before finishing and continuing to advance. At least he wanted to reach level 8 before the Chunin exams. Thus passed his second month. In the third month, Naruto managed to perform the Rasengan without clones. It was difficult, but he learned. Then he learned something about the Flying Thunder God technique. He needed a word that he would engrave as personal. Of course, that's where level 6 comes in, since it explains how to leave your mark and with just contact you can mark someone. He had an idea of how to do it, so he got to work. He grabbed a 3-pronged kunai and wrote the orange kanji. Then he infused chakra into the kanji. It glowed and managed to become imprinted on the wooden handle. Naruto smiled at that. He decided to wait until he finished level 6. The clones practicing wind style managed to finish in the first week of the third month. Then they went to study wind jutsu. Later, he created 2 clones and they began training the Rasen Shuriken. It will take time, but he will do it before the Chunin exams. He thought about teaching Hinata the Rasengan now, but dismissed the idea. It wasn't the right time yet. Their dates were the usual ones, so it was normal. Of course, they didn't like to hide it, but they had no other options. They were doing it so that Hinata's father wouldn't find out yet. People who saw their dates asked when they were going to get married. The blonde blushed at that and told them not to make unnecessary jokes. The wolf just laughed. The clones in charge of the inventory were far behind, only finishing 22%, so he let them continue. 2 weeks passed and Naruto was progressing little by little. The Fuinjutsu group finished level 6. Naruto could finally learn the Hiraishin. Took him 7 months to advance and now he wanted to try it. So you want to learn that jutsu? Well, I wish you luck. Kurama commented. The blonde thanked his 9-tailed friend. Then began. He used the same kunai that made the seal. Basically, you engrave your chakra on the seal, then concentrate on where the seal is, and it will automatically teleport you through a wormhole. The more you practice, the greater the speed. Naruto tried it, throwing the kunai at the tree, then concentrating. The instructions also said that he must have perfect chakra control. Ironically, Naruto already had that. When he found the chakra point, an orange flash appeared on the kunai. Took 5 seconds. Naruto, dizzy from the teleportation, celebrated. I did it, I can finally show off. But Kurama nevertheless said, well done, Naruto, for the first time you did it, but to be honest, you're not as fast as your father. Took you 5 seconds, that's death in combat. Train so you can improve your speed, otherwise knowing that jutsu will be useless. Naruto nodded and started practicing, but first he had an additional goal. It was time to face Gigi once more and see if he deserved a second chance. Hokage Tower. Hiruzen was looking at his orange book while his clones busied themselves with the paperwork, until a knock on the door interrupted him, indicating that he should come in. He was surprised by who it was. That orange blur was hard to miss. Naruto-kun, what can I do for you? Naruto sighed. It was time for the truth. So mentally prepared, he said. We need to talk in private. Naruto was looking in 4 places where the umbu were. Hiruzen nodded. With a gesture ordered his umbu to retreat and placed the silence seal. Then he said, It's done. Now what do you want to talk about, Naruto-kun? The blonde man pulled out a 3-pronged kunai. It was time for him to show off. Hiruzen recognized the kunai, so he thought, Isn't it what I think it is? Then Naruto threw it against the wall, channeled his chakra, and in 5 seconds disappeared in an orange flash and reappeared next to the kunai. Hiruzen was totally surprised by what he saw. Recovering from the shock, he smiled. Before he could say anything, Naruto commented, I know you want answers, but before that, I want to know something. Hiruzen nodded and Naruto began. I know Kurenai-sensei has informed you about my situation, and I also know that the test she gave us to get to know each other better was fake. But I took advantage of it so they could learn about me and I could forge a bond with my team, which was a success. Now, with everything you know, I want to know your opinion. Depending on your answer, I'll know if you deserve a second chance. Naruto really wanted to know what his grandson thought, so he sat down and waited for the answer. Hiruzen saw an opportunity to reconcile with his substitute grandson, thought his words through carefully, and once he had done that, he commented, Naruto-kun, I admit it, I was an idiot for hiding so many things from you. I've seen how you've changed, your new attitude and the camaraderie you show with your team, all thanks to knowing your heritage. The truth is, if I had given you everything from the beginning, you could have lived a happy life, even though most people look at you differently. I could have done more for you. I failed you, and I'm so sorry. Do you think you can forgive this old man? Naruto listened, and it was what he wanted to hear, the sincerity of his grandpa. So he gave him his foxy smile and answered, Finally, I've heard sincerity, of course I forgive you, The Hokage smiled at him, inviting the blonde boy to hug him. Once he had him in his embrace, Hiruzen commented, Thank you, Naruto-kun. I won't fail you again, but now I think we need to talk about many things. Naruto nodded and commented, Sure, but not here, it's better if you see it yourself. So when you're done, come to my house. Hiruzen nodded. Then Naruto said goodbye and left with an orange flash. For Hiruzen, it was like seeing Minato perform that technique again, and he smiled to himself, thinking, I'll have to get used to that again. With that in mind, he hurried to finish so he could go quickly to Naruto's house. 3 hours later, Naruto's house. Hiruzen was at the house of his former successor, or rather, Naruto's house. He knocked on the door. A few seconds passed, and Naruto opened it, smiled, and told him to come in. When Hiruzen entered, it brought back many memories of the past, but he ignored them and noticed how well kept everything was. He assumed Naruto cleaned and took care of everything. Then they both sat down and Naruto placed his headband to one side. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at that. He knew Naruto had the answer, so he waited. Genta was next to his companion, so the blonde began. Okay, where do I begin? Oh yes, as you already know what Kurenai-sensei told you, I'll tell you what I didn't explain that day and the new things I discovered. For example, this headband dash. She pointed to the one she placed on the table and continued talking. It belongs to my mother. She left it to me along with a fortune, the Uzumaki fortune and their savings. I literally have over 600 million ryo, so money doesn't bother me. I've learned so much since I read everything I missed at the academy. I put the headband Irika-sensei gave me on Genta to show he's a Leaf Village comrade too. That's how I learned to cook, and I can literally live peacefully now. Not alone anymore, since Genta's always with me, and I'm always out with my girlfriend, Hinata. And I know what you're thinking, we're still keeping it a secret. After the Chunin exams, I'll confront her father to get his approval. Hiruzen's mouth was agape at first. He understood the tiara, but the fortune? He was quite surprised. After Naruto mentioned that he learned everything there, he really wanted to kill the council for hindering his growth. Even so, his substitute grandson managed to succeed, and that filled him with pride. That's where the matter with Hayashi came in. He knew how proud the Hyuga clan leader was, so there was only one thing that would benefit Naruto, and he mentioned it. You surprised me, Naruto-kun. I must say I'm proud of you for persevering despite everything you've been through. Even so, you should know that facing the Hyuga clan leader is a big undertaking, so I can give you a hand with that. If you manage to impress me in the Chunin exams, you won't go directly to Chunin, but to Jonin. With that, you can claim a position on the council. Rest assured that when they see your abilities, they'll want to put you under the CRA's jurisdiction, but since you have more political power, you can win. Hayashi will also see your abilities in the exams, and when he sees that you've been promoted directly to Jonin, he'll see you in a different light. What do you say? Naruto was thinking. He knew the CRA's law and obviously he would refuse. He only had eyes for his Hinata, and to impress Hayashi, he thought about how to do it until Kurama, who heard the offer, decided to say something. Naruto, accept the offer. I have the best idea of how you'll leave everyone speechless. Plus, you'll finally be able to get promoted and not be a genin like before. I'll tell you the plan later, but accept what the old monkey told you. Naruto nodded and answered the Hokage. Gigi agreed. Now let's move on to another topic. Hiruzen nodded and asked, your new look, how you've changed. Naruto gave him a foxy smile and told him how he got his appearance except for the part about almost ceasing to exist. Hiruzen nodded, saying that Naruto being a perfect sage makes Jiraiya look like a clown, since his sage mode is imperfect. Then he smiled at him and asked again, what level of Fuinjutsu are you at? The blonde man replied, I'm at level 6 and working with clones to get them to level 8 before the exams. Hiruzen nodded, then took a box out of his kimono and gave it to Naruto, who then explained, Naruto-kun, this is my gift. This brush is made with very old materials that were used in Fuinjutsu. Make good use of it. Naruto nodded, created a clone, gave it the box, and ordered it to take him to the Fuinjutsu group. The clone nodded and left. Then they continued their conversation, and Hiruzen asked again, how did you learn the Flying Thunder God? Naruto replied, my father left it to me as his inheritance, and this too. Naruto created a Rasengan in his hand. Hiruzen nodded, not surprised since it was obvious, then continued with his question. Okay, so you'll tell me about your special eye. How did you awaken it? Naruto replied with some truth. At first he hesitated but decided it was better to just tell a little. Well, I had a nightmare. I dreamt there was a war and a man with 9 orbs below him, as he was floating, had both eyes. He told me I should avoid chaos, shared his power with me, and then everything went dark. When I woke up, I was scared, and when I went to the bathroom to wash my face, I looked in the mirror and my eye looked like this. Naruto omitted that it was an advanced Renegan. Since the 6 tomo he had were obvious, Hiruzen thought when he heard it. A vision of the future? No, that would be impossible. Or a premonition of what will happen in the future. Probably, and that Naruto received a power and that when he woke up he had that eye. That means dark times are coming and Naruto is the key to preventing them. This leaves more questions than answers. But Naruto wouldn't know what to say since it was in a dream. Hiruzen, still doubtful, nodded. He knew the answers would come on their own, so he just waited and continued with his questions. Do you know any skills or anything you've discovered about that eye of yours? Naruto shook his head and Hiruzen nodded. In Naruto's mind, 2 beings were laughing at the spectacle. Ha ha ha, my transmigrant knows how to lie, but why not tell the truth? It's better to have more allies than to fight alone. Kurama answered him. He can't. The old man told him he can't say anything about going back in time. Ashura just laughed at that and then spoke again. My father only told him that so he wouldn't go crazy saying he's from 5 years in the future. It's mostly to keep him away from enemies, but he can tell, so make sure you tell him that. Kurama nodded. I just hope it ends and I can explain to him that he can tell the truth. After they finished with the questions, Naruto took him to his arsenal. Hiruzen saw all of it. Hearing about it from Kurenai was one thing, but seeing it was another. Naruto didn't finish and took him to a hatch. There was more there. When they entered, Hiruzen's jaw dropped. It was a warehouse. Everything was clean, and orange carpets on the floor made it look very nice. Then he saw 15 clones taking inventory. Hiruzen was surprised. Now he knew why his substitute grandson had told him the secret about the paperwork. He looked at him and smiled. Then he saw the forge and the materials. There were 3 clones studying a book on how to use it and 2 clones cleaning up. Then they left to talk again, But on the way, Kurama spoke to Naruto. "Naruto, I have to tell you something. What the old man told you about not being able to say anything was a lie. He only told you that so that the information wouldn't be divulged and fall into enemy hands." Naruto responded to what he had heard. "What? How is that?" "Well, never mind, so what do I do?" Kurama replied. Tell the old monkey a half-truth, just like before. Fake a 1-minute faint and then tell him a few things. Don't say anything yet about him dying. We'll tell him when the tests come in." Naruto nodded and proceeded to carry out his plan. In the middle of the way, Naruto pretended to have a headache and then fell to the floor. Hiruzen saw this and immediately took him to the sofa, laid him down and waited. A minute passed and Naruto woke up, looked at his grandpa and said, "Gigi, we need to talk. The person who gave me this power appeared before me again and gave me explanations." Hiruzen nodded and sat down to listen. Naruto would only reveal a few things. That the Sage of Six Paths had introduced himself to him, about his six-tomo Renegan, his Sun Seal, and that he was the transmigrant of one of the sages and Kurama's children. Nothing more for the moment. When I explained everything, Hiruzen couldn't believe what he was hearing. The Sage of Six Paths, whose Renegan was more advanced, and when Naruto showed him the Sun Seal, it was proof of his power. Then there was the comical part. Naruto, his substitute grandson, was the transmigrant of the Sage of Six Paths' son, and the Kyuubi had a name, it was Kurama, and all the bijou were the creation of a more powerful one, the Jubi. It was too much for Hiruzen to assimilate. He only had one question for his substitute grandson. "Naruto-kun, with all that power you possess, what will you do?" Naruto smiled his usual smile and answered his Gigi. "That's easy, I will always defend my people, I will defend the village, I will protect my friends and the person I love with all my heart. Even if I have all this power, I will never fall low and I will become the strongest Hokage Databeo-. Hiruzen smiled at the blonde man, thinking, his will of fire still burns within him. Minato and Kushina, their son, carries a great burden on his shoulders and is willing to use everything he has to defend the people and the village. They must be happy with what Naruto is now. It was already late, they continued talking. Naruto explained that if he discovered any power about his jujutsu he would inform him. Nodding, Hiruzen left, and that night Naruto felt that a burden was taken off his shoulders. Determined, he took his notebook and wrote everything down and how he would save his Gigi from dying at the hands of Orochimaru. For months later, 1 month remaining until the start of the Chunin exams. For months passed. For Naruto they were the best. He had a great time with his girlfriend. They trained, ate, and went out all the time, literally. Then there was his team. In these 4 months they achieved 1 C rank per month. The first month they went to transport a scroll to the fire capital. There was no problem on either the outbound or return trip. In the second month they escorted a marine captain and his crew to their ship. They only encountered bandits and nothing else. In their third month they went to stop a bandit attack on a distant village near the country of Tea, which they succeeded in doing, and in the fourth month, the same village discovered the bandit camp. Teammate went to eliminate them. During that time, Naruto managed to perfect the Flying Thunder God technique with the help of his clones. Thanks to his technique, they were able to quickly finish off everyone. Then Naruto tested his Raisin Shuriken. It was still imperfect, but he wanted to try it. He instructed his team to position themselves behind him, and with the help of 2 clones, a ball with blades emerged. Then he commented, "Wind style, Raisin Shuriken dash." He threw his shuriken towards the camp, and when it hit, only a crater remained where the camp had been. Kurenai saw the destruction it caused, and he commented that it was still imperfect, wondering what it would be like if it were complete. Then they returned to the village to give their report and then went back to Konoha. That was how their 4 months went. His training with Genta helped him make his wise mode much more feasible. During the 4 months he managed to perfect it further and at the same time train new techniques. Then his chains, when created with normal chakra, weren't much to write home about. The interesting thing was when he did it with natural energy. He tested it on a flying bird, grabbed it, suppressed its chakra, and injected it with natural energy. The bird turned to stone. Amazed by what he had done, he made a mental note to do it only as a last resort, since he didn't like petrifying someone like that. At least when he suppressed chakra, it absorbed it and went into Naruto's reserves. When he generated them with natural energy, his chains became stronger and unbreakable. And if someone absorbed them, well, the result was the same as when he injected natural energy. Naruto reached level 8 in Fuinjutsu and was ready to advance to level 9, but decided to wait until the Chunin exams were over. With 1 month to go, Kurenai told her genin that the entire month would be a break. They agreed, so she told them that she was going to recommend them for the Chunin exams since she saw them as ready for promotion. Then she left in a cloud of leaves. Shino progressed. Thanks to Naruto, he became skilled in the use of earth and air elements. He didn't use them very often, but it was enough for him. Hinata developed her own gentle fist, combining the taijutsu of the whirlpool and that of her clan, and managed to bring them to a good level. She had also learned water jutsus, mostly defensive. For her, it was all she needed. Elsewhere, there was a meeting with the Jounin Sensei since the Chunin exams were less than a month away from starting. Hokage Tower, meeting room. Alright, as you know, the Chunin exams are less than a month away from starting. I want to know who will be able to take these exams. The Hokage commented. The sensei from 1 to 6 declined except for 7 and above. I, Kakashi Hatake, Jounin Sensei of Team 7, consisting of Sakura Haruno, Uchiha Sasuke, and Inuzuka Kiba, have mastered them for the Chunin exams. I, Yuhi Kurenai, Jounin Sensei of Team 8, consisting of Aburame Shino, Hyuga Hinata, and Uzumaki Naruto, have trained you for the Chunin exams. I, Mato Gai, Jounin Sensei of Team 9, consisting of Hyuga Niji, Tenten, and Rock Lee, have trained you for the Chunin exams. I, Sarutobi Asuma, Jounin Sensei of Team 10, consisting of Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino, have trained you for the Chunin exams. The Hokage nodded, then commented, "Very well, I have high hopes for you." Dismissed. That's how the meeting ended. Hiruzen was just thinking. Naruto-kun, I hope to see you in the final. The days passed, everyone was preparing. Naruto and Hinata were walking. Genta was in the middle. Behind them a square rock followed them. Naruto already knew who they were. He left them for a minute more to see if they got tired. Seeing that they did not, then he told them, "Of all the costumes, a square rock, seriously. I thought you had more ingenuity, Konohamaru. After being discovered, 3 children appeared from a cloud of smoke. The 3 introduced themselves as Moegi, Udon, and of course Konohamaru. Although they were coughing from the large amount of smoke they used, Konohamaru approached, saw them holding hands, and asked, "Boss, she's your girlfriend." Naruto laughed and nodded. Konohamaru greeted him politely and Hinata did the same. Then the 3 children ran off. As they were in a hurry to go somewhere else, Naruto and Hinata continued on their way until Moegi returned and told them, "Boss, Konohamaru is in trouble." Nodding, they went to see what was happening. When they arrived, a man with face paint, wearing a black cat-like suit, though without a tail, Naruto recognized him. It was Kankuro. Behind him was his sister Temari. Without hesitation, he threw a 3-pronged kunai behind Kankuro. When it arrived, Naruto appeared in an orange flash with a kunai placed at Kankuro's neck. "Put it down or you'll lose your life," Naruto commented. Kankuro, incredulous at what had happened, released Konohamaru and raised his hands in surrender. Then Naruto stepped back, placing himself in front of Konohamaru. Temari didn't see him coming, therefore she wasn't expecting it. Then, up in a tree, Sasuke Uchiha was just watching, and higher up, there was a redhead. He had the kanji for love written on him, and on his back he carried a gourd. It was Gaara. Naruto remembered him perfectly. He knew that at some point in his life he had to find the Biju again, politely asked them to grant him their chakra so he could regain 6 Paths Sage mode and train to have a chance against Kaguya or Madara. Of course, he only had Kurama, but getting the rest would be very difficult. Then Gaara descended in a sand sunshin, saying, "Kankuro, you are a disgrace to our village." Kankuro protested. "Gaara wasn't my ass." Gaara interrupted him. "Shut up or I'll kill you." Nodding fearfully, he fell silent. Gaara looked at Naruto. Sasuke went down to see the problem. Then Gaara looked at Sasuke and then back at Naruto, who asked, "What's your name?" Sasuke smiled and replied, "I am Sak." He was interrupted by Gaara. "I'm not interested in you. I tell him," he said, looking at Naruto, who gave him his foxy smile in reply. "I am Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage of Konoha, Databeo. Gaara smiled malevolently. I'm interested in you, Uzumaki. You will prove my existence, and my mother demands your blood. I comment in order to say later. Kankuro Tamari were leaving. The two sand ninja nodded and followed Gaara. Naruto shrugged and left with the trio of children and Hinata. Then the long-awaited day arrived. The Chunin exams began. 2 days prior, their sensei gave them a form with the necessary information for registration. With all of that in hand, they entered the academy. For Naruto, it was déjà vu. Seeing everything again made him remember when he was little. However, it wasn't the time, and together with his team, they went to take the exams. For Naruto, passing the written exam again would be easy. When they arrived at the door where the exam would be held, Kurenai was standing outside. She wished her team good luck. They nodded and went in. They realized they were first in their generation. After 5 minutes, Team 7 arrived. Sasuke was bruised. Naruto knew why and just laughed internally. A minute later, Team 10 arrived. Of course, Ino was always whining about Sasuke and arguing with Sakura about it. Kiba greeted everyone. When he saw Team 8, he remembered Shino's words and was still affected by what he had said, so he just waved. Shikamaru, who was just watching, saw Naruto and Hinata and murmured to himself, "Troubled blondie, I'm glad you've opened your eyes." He smiled to himself. Choji greeted his friends. Then the 9 rookies were called, but someone interrupted them. "You 9 newbies really stand out." When Naruto heard it, he frowned. He remembered him perfectly, Yakushi Kabuto. He took out his notebook and began jotting down ideas on how to deal with him. Noticing this, he ignored him and went to the rest of the group. He told them things that Naruto already knew, but he just kept writing and ignoring them until he heard his name. "Do you have information about Uzumaki Naruto, Rock Lee, and Sabaku no Gaara?" That was new to him, that Sasuke was asking about him. This time he listened discreetly. "Okay, let's see. First up is Uzumaki Naruto, a genin from Konoha. He's on Team 8, and his teammates are Aburame Shino and Hinata Hyuga. He's completed amazing 123 D-rank missions, 7 C-rank missions, and 1 A-rank mission. His abilities are at the low Jounin level, he's useless in Genjutsu, and he possesses a Kekkei Genkai, the Adamantine Chains of the Uzumaki clan. This last point is interesting. The description says they're the best tracking team thanks to everyone's abilities, especially Naruto's. They're also respected by the others, having been ranked the best team of the year for their collaboration on all missions. That's all. Everyone's jaws dropped to the floor. Shino was analyzing him. Only the Hokage possessed such information. It was suspicious. Sasuke glared at him angrily. Kiba, however, said, "Hey Naruto, you're the best tracker. Explain yourself." Naruto ignored him as he continued writing. Then he heard his second bark and turned to look at him, saying, Did you say something like dog breath?" Kiba angrily left. Then Kabuto followed, but Naruto just ignored him. He already knew Lee and Gaara. Learning about their abilities again didn't interest him. After a few minutes, the same thing happened. The sound ninja attacked Kabuto, and Ibiki appeared. Then the written exam began. It was easier for him thanks to his knowledge. When it was over, Naruto made his statement as before. Ibiki glared at him, but he didn't even flinch. Then the exam ended, and afterward, he explained the same things Naruto already knew. Then Anko entered and indicated that everyone should go to Training Ground 44, the Forest of Death. With that, Team 8 left for the training ground. When they arrived, the same thing happened, except this time it was Kiba who received the kunai cut. From then on, nothing was new for Naruto. He went to receive his Earth Scroll. Then they signed the paper stating that Konoha was not responsible for their deaths and went to the gate where they would enter the Forest of Death. When it opened, they entered and waited 10 minutes. When the time passed, Naruto signaled to his team to follow him, as he had seen a team with the Sky Scroll. Nodding, they followed. When they arrived, it was a rain team and they began their assault. It only lasted 1 minute. With the scroll in hand, they headed towards the tower to finish them off. Naruto sensed Kiba's chakra emanating fear. He signaled his team to follow him. They nodded and went where Naruto indicated. When they arrived, they saw Kiba being attacked by a giant snake. He was screaming, "Spit on Akamaru, you damned snake!" Naruto told his team to wait there. They nodded and he formed his chakra claws. Then he went. Kiba was just shedding tears. His teammate had saved him from being devoured by the snake. Every time it attacked, nothing happened. Then he saw the snake being cut to pieces. Akamaru fell to the ground. His skin burned by the gastric juices. The other teammates got down. Kiba quickly went to help his friend, picked him up, and saw that he was breathing slowly. He was just shedding tears, saying, Why do you have to die? No, I refuse to lose you. Please help me dash. Kiba looked at Team 8 for help. Hinata, who knew a little about medicine, treated him using her Byakugan, and looked at Kiba, saying, I'm sorry, Kiba-kun, but he's badly injured internally. He won't survive. Kiba, who heard all of that, just knelt down, carrying Akamaru and saying, Because I didn't want this, Akamaru, don't die please, don't die dash. Naruto, hearing this, decided to try something. He knew his Sun Seal could do many things. In the war, it saved Sajota's sensei from death, regenerated Kakashi sensei's eye, and boosted Obito's vitality, preventing him from dying. If he could do that, then he could heal someone, he thought. He removed his glove where the Sun Seal was, approached Kiba and said, Let me see it, I can help you now. Kiba glared at him angrily, saying, What do you want? You're not going to touch Akamaru. Naruto frowned, he said, I just want to cure him. Now if you don't want to, then all you can do is dig him a grave and bury him. Kiba looked at the ground, nodding and stretched out his arms with Akamaru on top of him. Naruto extended his hand, placing his palm on the almost inert body of the Ninken. He closed his eyes, concentrating. In less than a second, a golden aura surrounded Akamaru. Everyone watched as Akamaru's wounds healed. This went on for about 30 seconds, then it ended. Naruto withdrew his hand and put his glove back on. Akamaru lifted his face, barked, and Kiba couldn't help but cry. His friend was healthy again. He hugged him, saying, Akamaru, don't scare me like that again. I stood there for 5 seconds, then lowered my head, saying, Forgive me, Naruto. I know I'm not a good friend, but I always spoke badly of you, and now, because of what you did, I don't know what to say, other than to ask for your forgiveness. Naruto placed his hand on his shoulder, saying, Don't worry, Kiba. We can start our friendship again. Databeo dash. With a foxy grin, Kiba nodded, shook his hand, and they became friends again. Naruto knew about that snake. It was an Orochimaru summoning. Then he asked, Kiba and your team, what exactly happened? Kiba replied, I don't know, a strong wind pushed me away with Akamaru. Then that snake appeared and you know the rest dash. Naruto nodded, indicating that they should go and find the rest of Team 7. Everyone agreed and went. 10 minutes passed, and when they arrived, they only found Sakura kneeling and Sasuke lying unconscious on the floor. Naruto was the first to ask, What happened here, Sakura? She looked at him and answered him. That guy was really strong. He attacked Sasuke-kun and bit him on the neck. I don't know what he did to him, but now he's like this dash. Naruto knew what had happened, the cursed seal. He couldn't do anything now. He was a level 10 master of curses and how to remove them, but he didn't yet possess that knowledge. He told them to help until Sasuke recovered. Sakura nodded, and both teams went to a small cave, large enough for everyone to rest. The first day passed without incident. Naruto knew what would happen next. Sasuke would wake up, and he would take care of everything. But for now, he simply waited. The next day arrived. Kiba looked at Akamaru to see if he was all right. Akamaru barked, and Kiba nodded. Hours passed, and then the same thing happened. But Sasuke woke up first and took care of everyone. Of course, the difference was that he was surrounded by black spots while he was just watching. Sakura calmed Sasuke down, and the black marks disappeared. Lee appeared to help. Team 10 watched what had happened. When it was over, Sasuke just said he was fine. Team 10 continued on their way, followed by Teams 7 and 8. They arrived at the tower in 2 hours. Naruto instructed them to open the scrolls, which they did. Kakashi and Kurenai appeared in a puff of smoke. They congratulated their genin and told them they had to wait the remaining days for the start of the next stage. Then everyone went to rest. 3 days later, 3 days passed and all the remaining teams were there. The Hokage gave his usual speech, and then the examiner appeared. Naruto knew him, Gekko Hayate, Yugao's partner. He remembered that Hayate had died before the invasion began. He took out his notebook, noting that he had to discover the reason for Hayate's death and, if possible, save him. The examiner explained how the matches would be, and then they began. Naruto already knew the matches. He only waited for 3 important ones: Hinata's, his own, and Lee's. Minutes passed, and Naruto was alone with his notebook, writing down what had happened so far. Then it was Hinata's turn. "Hinata-chan, you can do it. I'll be watching, and if anything happens, I'll help you dash." Naruto commented and she nodded. She went down to the arena and Neji did too. Then the fight began. Neji is always talking about destiny. Hinata hesitated to fight, but remembered all the time she spent with Naruto, her training, and decided to fight. Neji, who was watching, commented, "Hinata-sama, give up, you cannot defy fate." Hinata answered him, "Neji-Nizan, you must stop that. I don't wish to hurt you, but if I must fight, I will, to save you from fate." Neji angrily lunged at her, while Hinata defended herself not so well, since she had not yet adapted her new stance against another Hyuga. Even so she fought. Naruto, who was watching, frowned. He thought, "Hinata-chan is no match for Neji yet. I'll have to intervene when she tries something unforgivable." With that thought, he was ready. Then the fight came to an end. 8 trigrams, 64 palms, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, and 64 palms. Neji ended up pushing Hinata back. Naruto held on. Kurenai noticed. She just prayed that nothing bad would happen. Hinata, all hurt, got up, getting into a fighting stance again. She commented, "I will not give up because I never go back on my word, for that is my ninja way." Neji once again advanced to finish her off and deliver the direct blow to her heart. The Jounin noticed and went, but orange chains appeared, trapping Neji before he could advance further. Naruto appeared in front of Hinata and brought Neji closer until he was in front of her. He said, How dare you go and kill your cousin? Give me one reason not to kill you now." Kurenai arrived saying, "Naruto, calm down. This scene is unnecessary. For now we need to attend to Hinata." Nodding, he was going to release Neji, but first he gave him a message. "Pray that after the preliminaries you don't get to play with me, or I will have no mercy for what you did today, and I never go back on my word." Having said this, he let go and focused on Hinata, took off his glove and placed his palm on her chest, concentrating once more. A golden aura surrounded her, healing her wounds. Everyone watched that. The orange chains and how Naruto was healing Hinata. Orochimaru, who was disguised, thought, "Kukuku, interesting. If I can't bring him to my side, I'll kill him since he can thwart my plans." After a few seconds, the golden aura disappeared. Hinata fainted after he finished healing her. He grabbed her and whispered in her ear, "Rest, Hinata-chan. I promise I won't let anyone hurt you again." The doctors arrived and took Hinata away. Then Naruto returned to the stands waiting for his turn. That's how the fights went. After so much waiting, it was his turn. He was going to go down, but Kiba commented something unexpected. "He quit. Akamaru doesn't want to fight, and neither do I, so we won't fight." Hayate nodded and declared Naruto the winner. Naruto looked at Kiba, who winked at him. Nodding, he waited for the final match. Minutes passed, and the match he'd been waiting for finally arrived. He simply watched, amazed to see the fight unfold again. Lee, using only taijutsu, cornered Gaara after he executed his hidden lotus. It was time to see if anything had changed. Guy saved Lee again, but he didn't notice the sand surrounding him once more. Without hesitation, Naruto rushed to help him, making hand signals and saying, "Wind style, gust dash." Naruto expelled a gust of wind from his mouth, which dispersed the sand. Guy didn't notice this. He immediately went to where Lee was. The blonde looked at Gaara and glared at him. Guy thanked Naruto for saving Lee, and he nodded. Gaara was told to step back or he would be disqualified. Reluctantly, he did so, and thus the preliminaries ended. Naruto already knew who he would be fighting, so he just shrugged. Then the Hokage gave his speech and announced that the finals would be held in 1 month. With that, everyone left. Naruto went home in an orange flash. Genta, who stayed home since it was obvious who would win, saw his teammate return, smiled and said, How did it go dash? Naruto smiled at her and said, only the finals are left and it will all be over. Genta nodded, and Naruto went to shower and then go to sleep since it was a very tiring day. Naruto's mind space. Incredible, this guy used the creation of all things to heal, not to mention all his abilities, although there's a better way for him to use that healing. Well, I think it's time to introduce myself dash. Kurama commented. Wait, first I need you to see something and then you introduce yourself to him. If my calculations are correct, tomorrow will be the day he introduces himself. Ashura nodded and just waited to see what would happen. Day after, Naruto got up as usual, made his breakfast, created 2 clones to clean the house, then 10 clones for studying Fuinjutsu, since he wanted to take advantage of this month. While he was having breakfast, a knock on the door distracted him. He immediately put on his headband to cover his left eye and went to see who it was. When he opened it, it was an Umbu with a cat mask. He said, Naruto-san, the Hokage wishes to see you in his office dash. Naruto nodded and said, I finished my breakfast and I'll go right away. The Umbu nodded and left, imagining what it was and mentally preparing himself. Kurama spoke to him. Naruto, I've finished filtering the negative energy. You can use the Biju Chakra cloak, but don't go beyond the 4th tail. So much power at your age will cause you pain throughout your body. Now I think it's your turn to confront him. You know who I mean. Naruto nodded and said, yes, it's time to confront Erosenin dash. Naruto finished his breakfast, got ready, and left in a flash of orange light. Hokage Tower, Hiruzen's office. Then Jiraiya, I'm telling you, it will be hard to earn his forgiveness. Hiruzen commented to Jiraiya, who replied, come on, Sensei. I don't think it's that bad. Hiruzen shook his head in response. It took me 7 months for him to forgive me in return you because you didn't take care of him since he was a baby. He still holds some resentment towards you. I still remember the day he took his inheritance. He told me not to go near him. Jiraiya sighed and said, come on, I did it to protect him from threats outside the village. If I explain it to him, he'll understand. Besides, it's time for him to control the fox's chakra, since I'm the only one who can help him. Hiruzen replied, the question is whether he wants it with the arsenal he has. I highly doubt he needs more power. Jiraiya asked, and what skills are those? If you say he has a good arsenal, then adding more tricks will please him. Hiruzen was about to answer, but an orange flash appeared in his office. The Hokage smiled and said, I'm glad to have you here, Naruto-kun. We were waiting for you dash. Naruto gave her his usual smile and said, hey he. Tell me why you called me. Don't tell me it's to see the perverted creator of the orange book you always read dash. Naruto was pointing at Jiraiya. Hiruzen laughed at what he said. Jiraiya glared at him and said, Gaki, I'm not a pervert. I'm a super pervert. Pointing to himself, he gave a smile. Hiruzen shook his head. Watching his student's antics was embarrassing. Then Jiraiya continued, Gaki, it's your lucky day. I've decided to train you this month. Deb, I didn't finish because Naruto interrupted me. No, my training is going well. Naruto suppressed the urge to hug him. Seeing him again after his death was literally a joy for him. Even so, he had to get into his bad boy role and hold back the urge. Obviously, he's going to forgive him, but after the search for Tsunade-bachan, he kept talking. Besides, you would teach me what I know, dear godfather. Jiraiya heard the last part, then replied. So if you know, well, first I must apologize. I didn't want to leave you, but I had a duty. Besides, I was protecting you from threats outside the village. Even so, I think if we talk more, you could understand everything dash. Naruto heard and frowned. Hiruzen noticed and waited for the scolding that was going to be given to Jiraiya. Protecting me? If you call protecting me from threats outside the village, let me tell you that the real threat was the village itself. Gigi couldn't do much because of the council. I was kicked out of the orphanage when I was 5. Then Gigi gave me an apartment where I lived alone for 7 years. The villagers treated me badly. I could never go shopping because they would kick me out of the store or charge me triple to sell me expired or rotten things. But if you call protecting me from threats outside the village, your ideology is wrong about the meaning of protecting me. He ended up with his arms crossed. Jiraiya was with his head down. His idea didn't turn out as he expected. However, Naruto continued, let's see what you could teach me about what I already know. Jiraiya smiled and said, you see, you haven't felt a second chakra in you dash. Naruto answered with a gesture, A red cloak covered him. For tails formed behind him, it was the bijou Chakra cloak. Both stared with their mouths open. Naruto explained, "If you mean this, I can use it now. You'd be surprised what Fuinjutsu can do." Jiraiya explained with a smile, undeterred. "Okay, so what do you think of this?" He bit his thumb, made some hand signals. Then a toad appeared beneath him. Jiraiya introduced himself with a ridiculous dance. Naruto instead refused. "I already have a summoning contract and I've also learned their sage mode," he said, releasing his transformation. Before arriving, he went to another marker and put on a transformation so that he could present himself normally, and then he went to the Hokage Tower. Jiraiya looked at the blonde boy's new appearance with wide eyes. Naruto continued talking. "This is the Wolf Clan's sage mode, so I already possess a summoning contract. Genta didn't come because he needs to prepare the scrolls for my training. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll leave. I need to investigate this further." He lifted his headband and revealed his Renegan. Jiraiya was on the verge of fainting. He saw the Renegan once more, but this one was different. 6 tomo surrounded it, similar to a Sharingan. Naruto continued, "Gigi, if you'd like, you can explain about my Renegan, but nothing more. Before I go, is there anything else you need to tell me?" Hiruzen nodded and said, "Yes, good demonstration of your Adamantine Chains. I have high hopes for you in the finals, and don't worry. I've already prepared everything for your promotion to Jounin when it's all over, and I'll take care of my student. You can go." Naruto nodded, and in an orange flash he was gone. "Wait, that's Dash." Hiruzen interrupted him and continued the prayer. The Hiratian, yes, he learned that, if I'm not mistaken, he must be level 8 in Fuinjutsu Dash. Jiraiya was surprised. He never thought Naruto was a level 8. Then Hiruzen continued, "Okay, time to explain about Naruto's special eye." Jiraiya nodded and waited for the wave of information. 30 minutes later, "What? Naruto is that Dash?" Hiruzen laughed at his student's attitude, then continued, "Yes, he is the transmigrant of the son of the Sage of the Six Paths, Ashura Otsutsuki Dash." Jiraiya, having heard everything, couldn't take it anymore and fainted. Hiruzen smiled and thought, "Naruto-kun, you have a great future and I hope to live to see it." Naruto's house, sighing, she grabbed a glass and poured herself some water, drank it, and sat down. She wanted to go see her Hinata, but decided to wait until tomorrow. She wanted to rest today after everything she had experienced. In her mind, it was a different story. Naruto's mind space. "I see, that's why you wanted me to wait." How sad to hear all that from the young man. "Well, now it's time for me to introduce myself. Kurama, tell him to enter his mind space." Kurama nodded and communicated with Naruto. "Hey Naruto, come to your mental space for a moment, we need to talk about something important." Naruto, puzzled, asked him, "And if that's something important, you can tell me now without hesitation." Kurama insisted that he come to his mindscape. Naruto went to see what he wanted, but what he saw left him speechless. "Who are you?" Ashura smiled at him and answered, "Hello little transmigrant, you already know me, but I'll introduce myself anyway. I'm Ashura Otsutsuki, and from now on I will be your teacher Dash." Naruto, still in shock, could only say one thing. "That? Dash." To be continued. Chapter 6, Blood Clone, Training, and the Start of the Finals. Naruto's mind space. Naruto was shocked by what he saw. In front of him was Ashura himself, who said he would be his teacher. On the other hand, Ashura looked at the boy's face, laughed, and said, "Kid, I know all about you, about your beloved journey to the past. But even so, I must praise you, you have exceeded my expectations, that's why I came before you. Now before you say anything, I must explain many things to you. For example, do you know the full abilities of your Renegan?" Naruto, recovered from the shock, replied, Yes, I more or less get the idea. If it's like Pain's abilities, then I know how to learn it." Ashura just shook his head and said, "Naruto, you're only scratching the surface. Your Renegan does much more than that. I don't deny their good abilities, but you can do more. For example, you can trap people in a powerful genjutsu just by looking at them without them noticing. It would be like the infinite Tsukuyomi, but for individuals. Then there's Limbo, Ameno Tajikara, opening doors to other dimensions, or using it to teleport to great distances. You can also create a Shirbaku Tensei, but only by dragging along anyone with malice in their hearts, among other abilities. And those are the ones you know." But as I said, what you know is just a drop in the ocean. But don't worry, I'm here to help you. I'll guide you in using your powers, especially your wood release, and controlling the creation of everything you possess beneath your gauntlet. Naruto heard everything and was shocked. So many things had been said and there was more to come. He was surprised by all of it. Then he asked, Ashura-san, how can you be here if you are dead? Ashura smiled in response. Even I don't know that. I can only theorize that my father blessing you again and your achieving perfect chakra control is what allowed me to manifest. And yes, I've been here for months, since you returned from the land of waves. I just told Kurama to keep quiet, and that's it. By the way, I think we should get started, since you'll soon awaken your second Renegan. Naruto was still in shock. Ashura had been here for months, and the fact that he would soon awaken his second Sharingan was another matter entirely. Ashura continued speaking. First, before we begin, I need you to prepare a blood clone. You know how to do it. When you do, wait until I tell you to summon it. Naruto nodded. He had learned how to make blood clones at level 7 of Fuinjutsu. They were the same as shadow clones, the difference being that to dispel them you had to kill him, literally. After that, he was told to get going, and so he did. He left his mental landscape and began to look for a scroll, making the strokes with his brush that Gigi gave him. He completed the link, then Ashura told him, Okay, now close your eyes, channel chakra into the scroll and think of me, now do it dash. Nodding, he did what was asked of him. Then after a few seconds Ashura appeared in a cloud of smoke, and he commented, Ah, it feels so good to be outside and breathe fresh air. Kurama, who was listening, said, I want to get out too. Naruto opened the cage. Naruto and Ashura, who were listening, just laughed. Then Ashura commented, Soon Kurama, for now you must stay there, just hold on for now dash. Kurama reluctantly agreed. Then Naruto asked, You knew how this would turn out. How is this possible? Ashura answered him, Easy, the blood clone was my invention, I just left the notes for others to do it. But the secret is that you must have the chakra of the person you wish to summon, not just yourself. It has many options and it was easy to create thanks to Ninshu dash. Naruto nodded and said, You mean ninjutsu? Ashura frowned, then answered him, I have much to teach you. What you call ninjutsu was created by my brother Indra to compete with Ninshu. I realize that people have forgotten about Ninshu, but at least you're here to restore it to its former glory. The good thing is that thanks to your Sharingan, you'll be able to do it. I wish I had that power, but it doesn't matter. I still have the power of the 6 paths, which you also possess, but that will come later. First, we'll start with the basics. I'll tell you what you need to do while I get some things ready for you to study. Naruto nodded. He still remembered the power of the 6 paths, but he had a doubt about it, so he asked, Ashura-san, I remember that, but how do I have it if I no longer possess the chakra of the other Bijou? Ashura smiled and said to him, That's simple, your power is dormant now. By collecting the chakra of the Bijou, you can awaken it. Of course, that's the first way. The second option is for my father to pass it on to you, but since he couldn't give it to you in his final moments due to the power drain from the time reversal, he had no option but to give you what he granted you now. You're left with only the first option, and that's where I come in. The third option is for the very successor of Ninshu to pass it on to you, which I will do, but not now. You must prepare. I would tell you to join forces with Indra's transmigrant, but it's better not to. Let him receive his power, if it happens, from my father. Well, we're wasting time. Let's train. Naruto nodded. They both headed to the garden and Ashura explained what he had to do first. Okay, first you're going to learn the other elements besides the wind one you already master. Send 100 clones, 25 will train the basics of each element, while you will see your basic Renegan skills. Naruto nodded, did as he was told, and sent each of them to learn the basics of each element, except for wind. Once that was done, they went aside to train. Tendo, Ashura told him something. Okay, first you should know that your body can't handle much power right now, so you'll learn the 6 paths of the Renegan. When you awaken your second Sharingan, we'll move on to the rest. For now, we'll focus on Tendo, one of the 6 paths. This allows the use of gravity. You can repel or attract anything, including jutsus. Although there's another one for that, we'll see it later. Now, focus on attracting that stone. Naruto nodded, concentrating on attracting him, but nothing was happening. Ashura was watching and asked, Are you channeling chakra to your eye or not? Naruto hit his head. He forgot he had to do that, he said, shaking his head. I forgot about that, Ashura nodded, told him to try again. Nodding, he stretched out his hand, tried to attract it, and this time the stone came to him towards his hand. Ashura clapped, then said, well done, what you did was the Bansho-tine. Now repel the stone by pushing it away. Naruto nodded, then tried again, this time pushing the stone. After a few seconds of trying, he succeeded. Ashura clapped again and commented, okay, that was Shinra Tensei. Pushes anything depending on how you use it. You can push in one direction or all around you. It's just a matter of practice. Now, keep in mind that you have 5 seconds to use it again. That includes Bansho Tensei. That's all for now. Practice more and you'll be able to use it without that time limit. Now, keep doing the same thing until you can do it by thinking. Meanwhile, I'll make the scrolls for you to study Ninshu. Having said this, Ashura entered the house and went to write. Naruto saw an opportunity, then remembered what the sage had told him, that only he could use the Renegan to its full potential, so all he could do was wait to learn everything about Ashura. 2 days later, 27 days remaining until the finals. During these 2 days, Naruto learned about Tendo. Ashura, during that time, wrote 10 scrolls explaining the creation of Ninshu and Chakra, and their meaning. He told Naruto to send some clones to study, and nodding, he did so. He sent 5 clones to study, 10 clones to study Fuinjutsu, and he practiced. Ashura told him to work harder, and then they would see another path. Naruto nodded and continued practicing. Later, he went to the hospital to visit Hinata. When he saw her, he was glad she was well, and then he said, Hinata-chan, I'll be training all this month, so please be patient. After the Chunin exams, I promise we'll go out. Hinata answered him, don't worry, Naruto-kun. I understand you want to get stronger by training, so I can wait. I just ask that you don't hurt Nijinizan too much. It's not his fault he's like that. Naruto responded with a kiss, which Hinata reciprocated. After they separated, he said to her, don't worry, Hinata-chan. I'll do what you ask. Having said this, he said goodbye as he had to train. Hinata nodded and in a flash of orange, he went home. He began training the Tendo way. Night fell and Naruto got ready for bed. Ashura slept in the guest room. He dedicated himself to studying the new world. He was fascinated by how things had progressed over the years and decided to see how Naruto had progressed in the last 2 days. The next day, 26 days remaining until the start of the finals. Okay, Naruto, let's see your progress. Naruto nodded, lifted the stone first with his raised hand, then lowered it, did it again this time only thinking. Ashura clapped, told him to do the opposite now. Nodding, he did it, attracted it with his raised hand, and then with his thought, Ashura clapped again and said, very good, good job. Remember that you can always use Tendo whenever you think of it. Now let's move on to the next path dash. Gakido. Okay, the next one I'll teach you is the Gakido path. This is defensive, but very effective when fighting someone who specializes in techniques. Unlike Tendo, this creates a protective layer capable of absorbing chakra. Of course, the disadvantage is that it can't absorb solid things, but in a taijutsu fight you can use Gakido to absorb your opponent's chakra. For example, if someone uses a wind technique, you can absorb it, or a water, fire, lightning, or some earth techniques. The latter applies if your opponent uses earth-based projectiles, but mostly they use solid objects, so be careful. Now let's put it into practice. Concentrate your ability and imagine creating a barrier around yourself. Keep in mind that the barrier will only become visible if it absorbs something. Otherwise, it will be completely invisible except to another Renegan user, who will be able to see it. Okay, put it into practice. Naruto nodded, did as instructed, and concentrated with his eyes closed. When he felt a barrier around him, he opened his eyes again and saw that he was inside a bubble. Ashura asked, well, you did it. Naruto nodded. Ashura clapped and said, okay, let's try it. Ashura created a sphere and inside were more spheres. Naruto observed this and decided to ask questions later. He launched an attack towards Naruto, who stretched out his hand and the attack stopped. He watched as it was absorbed, then the 6 spheres were also absorbed. Naruto felt his reserves increasing. When it was over, Ashura clapped and said, well done, the Gakido path is a very good skill. Since it's your first time, the process of using it is slow, so these 3 days you will practice using the Gakido, Then we will test it and continue with the next one. For now, work on that while I continue researching everything I missed. Naruto nodded, deciding to practice using the Gekido path. He remembered how Pain used it, so he put it into practice. First, he tried it in taijutsu using a clone to fight each other. Naruto had trouble concentrating, but he barely managed it, so he decided to do it normally for the first 2 days and then try it in taijutsu on the 3rd day. 3 days later, 23 days remaining until the start of the finals. Okay, let's try it. This time I'll attack without warning. Let's begin now. Naruto nodded. Ashura began attacking him with his techniques. Naruto only had to avoid them using the Gekido. When the attacks were about to hit him, he managed to absorb them. Like this 2 hours passed. It was necessary for the blonde to adapt to using it in combat. When they finished, Ashura clapped and said, "Good job, Naruto. Remember, the Gekido path is very easy to use. However, don't get overconfident when using it. Having power doesn't mean being invincible. You must know how to use it to help everyone. You know what I mean, dash." Naruto nodded and Ashura continued speaking. Okay, now we'll look at another path. This one will be easy, so you won't have to put it into practice for now since you need goals for that. However, you can use it to the benefit of everyone. Jigakudo. Let's see, the next one is the Jigakudo path. This has 2 abilities: restoration and interrogation. You can heal anyone without needing to create all things. You can heal even the most serious wound, even revive the person, but I'll explain that later. Now, the other ability is interrogation. You can question the victim, and if they don't answer truthfully, they will die. If they tell the truth, they will be saved. It's somewhat sadistic, but it's optional if you want to use it that way. There's another method, but I'll explain that later. Those 2 abilities are thanks to the King of Hell. You channel Chakra to make the King of Hell's head appear. Remember, this won't be visible except to the person in front of you. It will only be visible to everyone when you perform the restoration. That said, try it in front of me. Naruto nodded, concentrating with his eyes closed. Then he felt that even with his eyes closed, he saw himself. He saw Ashura in front of him, and when he opened his eyes, he fell to the floor from dizziness. Whoa! I'm seeing double, what a mess. Ashura clapped, laughing because he forgot to say it. Then he said, I forgot to tell you that this comes with the normal Renegan. You share vision with it. Now, as I said, it's not necessary to practice it right now since you can use it for other things, but even so, it's an important ability. In a battle, you can help restore your allies or heal them if they lose an arm or another limb. Well, that's all for this path. Let's move on to the next one, and we can rest for today. Naruto nodded and waited for the next one. Nintendo. Okay, the next one is my least favorite, and if you use it, do so with a good reason. The next method is Ningendo. This is another interrogation method, or rather, a way to obtain information all at once. By placing the palm of your hand either on your victim's head or chest, you can Ashura sighed and said, extracting his soul, obtaining all his memories, even the most important ones that are well hidden. Naruto, this ability is very powerful. You can kill your opponent instantly, and this is where the Jigakudo path comes in. You can store the soul within the King of Hell. Even so, I hope you don't rely on it for the time being. That said, we can go rest. It's getting dark. Tomorrow we'll focus on the last 2 paths, which are more practical. Also, with that, we'll finish with the abilities of the 6 paths of the Renegan. Naruto nodded, and they both went back inside to rest so they could continue training the next day. The next day, 22 days remaining until the start of the finals. 8 days had passed since he started training. His clones continued training the basics in the other elements, then both were in the yard ready to begin their training. Chikashodo. Alright, today we'll start with one of the paths that will help you against armies. This is the Chikashodo path. It allows you to summon animals without hand seals, without a blood pact, and without any contract. And don't worry, it doesn't affect your summoning contract. You can summon any animal. It will appear with the eyes of the Renegan, obviously with shared vision. The animals you summon will obey your commands, since they are linked to you. Well, try it. Naruto nodded, thought of a medium-sized toad, placed his palm on the floor and said, summoning jutsu dash. A cloud of smoke appeared and a medium-sized toad with the eyes of the Renegan appeared. Ashura clapped and said, well done. Now give him one mental command. Naruto concentrated, ordered it to jump and the toad jumped. Surprised by that, Ashura clapped and said, good job, remember. The animals you summon are immortal, meaning they cannot be dispelled unless the user dispels them. Also, there is no limit to the number of summons. Just try not to summon too many or you'll get a headache from the shared vision. With this, we finish this path and now we will proceed to the last one. Naruto nodded. Having this could help him in some fights. Shirato. Okay, this is the last one, the Shirato path. This gives you the ability to summon mechanical armor and also allows you to use robotic weapons, even create 4 more mechanical arms and 2 more faces. Well, it's kind of strange, so to speak. It's up to you if you want to use it. Anyway, that's all. What do you want to do, practice it or leave it there? Naruto was thinking he saw how this was used when he faced pain, then how Nagato used it with the Edo Tensei, so he decided to practice it. Then he answered, "It's strange, but I'll use it. Maybe it will be useful to me at some point." Ashura nodded, telling him he had all day to practice. Naruto created a shadow clone and told him to practice since he wanted to see. At the same time, he was getting used to their shared vision. It was difficult, but he was getting the hang of it. While the clone practiced, Naruto was talking to Kurama. "Kurama, do you think we can gather the chakra of all the bijou?" Kurama, who was listening, replied, "Eventually you will obtain it, there is no doubt. All we can do now is wait. You, for example, can train. If Ashura is right, you will be able to use the sage mode of the 6 paths. But as he told you, you must prepare. You have already learned the basics of the Renegan. You will tell your Hokage about your discovery." Naruto answered him, "Yes, I promised him, and I think I'm prepared for whatever comes next. I'll try not to use the Rinna Sharingan. We shouldn't attract attention for now." Kurama nodded in response. "As you wish, just try not to kill yourself in the attempt. Besides, when the cage is gone you can use all my power without restrictions. In 3 years you will literally have your body mature as before and you will be able to use my power without problems. And will you make that training trip with your godfather?" Naruto nodded and replied, "Yes, I learned many things from him, and I will also be able to become stronger." Kurama answered him, "Okay. Well, it's getting dark. Go and rest. Another day of training awaits you tomorrow." Naruto nodded, severed the mental connection, dispelled his clone and received his memories, smiled his usual smile, stretched out his arm and saw himself. Multiple rockets were coming out. Then he let it go, went inside to sleep and see what Ashura would have ready for him tomorrow. The next day, 21 days remaining until the start of the finals. Ashura stood in front of Naruto, ready to explain the following. "Alright Naruto, what we'll see today is something you shouldn't play around with. It's the power to resurrect the dead, the outer path, the heavenly life technique of samsara. Let's say it's the 7th path. But be aware, you can only revive people who died 2 weeks ago. If you revive someone who died years ago, you'll die because due to the time since death, the Shinigami will see it as a balance. Give the soul of one and take your soul as payment. But if it's done with someone who died within the last 2 weeks, there won't be any problems. With your enormous chakra reserves, you would only use 3% to revive 3 people. Even so, be careful. If you overdo it and revive too many, you could become unconscious from lack of chakra, as this consumes your normal chakra. Now, this is easy. Through the King of Hell, just let him take the body of the deceased person, and besides healing them, he will revive them. It's very simple. The more you extend your chakra reserves, the lower the percentage will be. So that's all. Now let's see your power with the creation of all things. Suffice it to say, you can already imagine what it can do." Naruto nodded and Ashura continued speaking. "Okay, now that power allows you to create things out of nothing. That includes metal, houses, swords, kunai, etc. The limit is your imagination, so now try to create something, go on." Naruto took off his glove, then tried to create something, so when he did, he imagined a juicy apple, so an apple was created in his palm. Ashura clapped and said, "Well done, Naruto. Now you know how it works, so you won't have any problems using it. Just try not to create anything too exaggerated. Okay, that's all. Tomorrow we'll look at the fundamentals of the wood element. That's what we'll be focusing on all week. Now you can go, you have the day off." Naruto nodded. He wanted to go see his Gigi. After all, he had always loved him like a grandfather, so he went straight to the Hokage Tower. Hokage Tower, Hiruzen's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, was lying down reading his orange book when a knock on the door distracted him, indicating that he should come in. He recognized him, smiled upon seeing him, and then addressed him with words. Naruto-kun, what can I do for you? Naruto smiled at her with his characteristic smile. He said, Gigi, I have to tell you something, dash. Hiruzen nodded, made some hand signals, the Umbu left. Then he was going to place a silencing seal, but Naruto interrupted him. I know you're there, you pervert. Come out of your hiding place. Jiraiya emerged from the wall, looked at him in amazement, and said, Gaki, don't call me that. Besides, you notice my presence. How did you do it? Don't tell me it's your visual ability dash. Naruto shrugged in response. No, I wish, but I'm a chakra tracker. I know your chakra. Even if you have the smallest amount, I'll always know where you are. Jiraiya nodded and said, Okay, you win. Now Sarutobi-sensei, place your seal of silence dash. Hiruzen nodded and placed it, then addressed Naruto, saying, Well, Naruto-kun, what have you found out? Naruto replied, Many things, but still, there's more to learn. Look dash. Naruto levitated the chair in front of him, then pulled it down and returned it to its place. Both spectators were amazed by this. Then Naruto commented, This is the power of gravity. If I remember correctly, it was Tendo. In total, there are 6 paths. Tendo, Gakido, Shirado, Jigakudo, Ninjendo, and Chikashodo, but they are boring names, so I called them something else. Deva, Preta, Azura, Naraka, human and animal. There is a 7th, the one that allows me to control life and death. In short, I can revive someone, but it must be within a time of 2 weeks. If the limit is exceeded, it will not be possible to revive them. With luck, it hardly uses any of my chakra when using it, as long as it is not excessive. Hiruzen nodded. At this point, nothing surprised him. Then he commented, I see, and you've mastered the other skills. That's not correct. Naruto nodded and Hiruzen continued speaking. Okay, you wouldn't mind showing it, and if you'd like, we can put your resurrection ability to use. 2 days ago, our agent Gecko Hayate died on an infiltration mission. We believe he has valuable information. Of course, if you're willing, everything will be done in secret. The blonde guy, after so much training, had forgotten that, so he said, Okay, it'll be practice, so I accept. But even so, I don't want to demonstrate it to the public yet because I still need to explore more. Hiruzen nodded and said, As you wish, and for the demonstration tomorrow, Jiraiya and I will be at a private Umbu training camp. Naruto nodded, showing off his skills wouldn't be bad. Well, a nice idea came to him, then he said, Take me to where Hayate-san is. Hiruzen nodded, led him to where his body was, and Jiraiya followed them. 10 minutes later, Konoha Hospital, room 465. The trio was moving forward, but an inner voice distracted Naruto. Where are you, Naruto? Have you forgotten that, just like Kurama, I can see what you're doing? A drop of sweat appeared on the back of Naruto's neck. Then he answered her. Ashura-san, I'm sorry, but I had to do it. Besides, it's the best opportunity to test my skills. Ashura sighed, saying, Okay, just remember not to overdo it, alright? Naruto nodded and Ashura continued speaking. Alright, I'll watch you do it while I make a nice outfit for you. One that will represent Ninshu. You're the heir after all, so you must be well prepared. I also saw your forge. I'll make you a sword. I'll use that sword that was there to melt it down and create something perfect for you. Tomorrow you'll learn the katas of my kenjutsu. You literally have good things at home. Now don't be late getting home. Well, I'll leave you now. See you later. Naruto sighed. Having a sensei who taught him everything was great, so he just wanted to practice and see what else he could do. When they arrived at the room where Gecko Hayate's body was, there was another person there as well. She had a cat mask and a small sword on her back. She was an ANBU named Nico. She was next to Hayate. Hiruzen saw her and said, Nico, I need you to leave, let's go in. I didn't finish because Naruto interrupted me, saying, Gigi, let her stay, we can trust her to keep the secret. Hiruzen nodded and turned back to Nico. You can stay, but what you'll see is an S-rank secret. Breaking this is punishable by death. Only Naruto can reveal it. Understand? Nico nodded, then Naruto approached, lifted his headband and revealed his Renegan. Then channeling his chakra, he saw himself, the king of hell emerged. He had the same eyes as Naruto, the rest who were watching only had one thought. Holy shit. Then he opened his mouth, stuck out his tongue, and went to grab Hayate. Nico, worried, was about to go, but the Hokage stopped her with his gaze. He just stood there watching. Then the king of hell swallowed him and began to chew. This went on for 2 minutes. Naruto was focused, his eyes closed, then he opened them again. The king of hell opened his mouth, and Hayate was walking out. He looked around, feeling strange, then looked at the Hokage and said, "Hokage-sama, what happened? I was fighting a ninja from Suna. I did find out what they were planning and dash. I didn't finish because Nico hugged him, saying, 'Baka, don't scare me like that, Gecko dash.'" Hayate was confused. Then the Hokage commented, "Hayate, I'll tell you this, you died. We found you dead in a building, you had a cut on your chest. But thanks to Naruto's power, you were able to revive. This is an S-rank secret. I hope you understand." Hayate went from confused to astonished. He looked at the boy and saw something different. His left eye was purple, concentric circles around the pupil, and 3 tomo in the pupil and another 3 in a ring. He did not know that. Then he looked at his Hokage saying, "I didn't understand anything. Could you explain it better?" The Hokage chuckled, then answered him, "Of course, in my office, Nico will accompany him dash." Nico nodded and they left. Hiruzen approached Naruto, Jiraiya did too. Then the Hokage was the first to speak. "Impressive, Naruto-kun. You truly possess divine power. Do you know the possibilities you can achieve?" Jiraiya added, "Gaki, seriously, how do you have all that? They already explained the concept to me. But seeing it is a different thing." Naruto smiled at that and said, "If you want to know, earn my trust first." Jiraiya nodded and said, "Okay Gaki, but you should know that my training offer still stands." Naruto just laughed and answered, "I already have a teacher. He literally taught me everything I know so far. I'll introduce him to you when the Chunin exams are over." They both nodded, then each went their separate ways. Naruto said goodbye and vanished in a flash of orange light. The Hokage using his son Shin and Jiraiya continuing their investigation. Naruto arrived home and decided to sleep, wanting to rest after the day's events. The next day, 20 days remaining until the start of the finals. Well done Naruto, good demonstration of the use of resurrection even though you changed the names of the paths just because you didn't like what they were called. Well, it doesn't matter, now we will see 2 things. First, you will create 10 clones and send them to practice the katas. Here in the scroll it's all dash. Doing as they were told, he took the parchment and made 10 clones, they grabbed the wooden swords and went to practice. Then they focused on something else. Okay, today we're going to look at the fundamentals of the wood release. As you know, it's a Kekkei Genkai, created by combining 2 elements, water and earth. This ability is very useful. You can do many things with it, but most importantly, you can calm the tailed beasts. I used it often to calm them. Now, for combat, it's a bit different. Even so, let's see how you use this first. Since you already know the basics of water and earth, let's see how you create wood release. Just make the snake seal and try to channel water and earth chakra. Remember that both must flow in harmony. Go ahead and try it. With the information, Naruto concentrated, channeling water and earth chakra, trying to make it flow normally. A few minutes passed, and when he had it ready, he made the snake seal, concentrated everything he had, and a tree emerged from the ground. It was small, but it was something. Ashura applauded. "Well done, it was excellent for the first time, now practice it, use your clones to speed everything up while I go and see the molten metal." Naruto nodded, then sent the clones to practice. 10 minutes passed and Ashura reappeared. He watched them train and nodded, then told Naruto that they would continue like this for 4 days, after which the techniques would come. From there, Naruto went out to see his grandpa for the demonstration of his techniques. Hokage Tower, Hiruzen's office. Both the Hokage and Jiraiya were waiting for him. Then after an orange flash Naruto appeared. Then Hiruzen said to him, "Are you ready, Naruto-kun?" He nodded. Then the trio left and went to a training field. Umbu headquarters, private training camp. The trio advanced to the training field. The Hokage addressed Naruto and said, "Naruto-kun, it's time to show your skills. Keep in mind that everything that happens here will not be revealed to anyone. So don't worry. My most loyal ANBU are guarding the area, so whenever you like dash." Naruto nodded, then lifted his headband and began. 3 hours later, the word they were looking for was amazing or impressive. Naruto demonstrated the use of his 6 paths. Of course, when he asked for volunteers, some ANBU raised their hands. Then he tested the second ability of the Naraka path. The ANBU were frightened by it and then backed away. Although he demonstrated 5 out of 6, he mentioned that he didn't want to use the human path because it was too sadistic. When he explained why, they nodded and he didn't demonstrate it. Both Ashura and Kurama watched and just laughed because the rest were amazed by so little. After he finished, the Hokage and Jiraiya took him back to the Hokage Tower. When they arrived, Hiruzen began the conversation. Naruto-kun, tell me, are those all your skills or is there more? Naruto shook his head and said, No, Gigi, there's more. My teacher told me that this is just a puddle in an ocean. I don't know what else there is, but he said that I'll learn little by little. Hiruzen nodded. Jiraiya was a little jealous because someone else was training him, but then he thought that Hiruzen knew nothing about the Renegan, so he let it go. Hiruzen told him he could leave and that he was waiting for the day of the exams to see how he performed. Naruto nodded and left in an orange flash. Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya and said, Well, now that Hayate has told us everything about Orochimaru's plans, we must devise a plan to stop him. Jiraiya nodded in response. Yes, it seems he only uses Suna, but we'll see how he acts. I'll be there to help you. What we need to do is evacuate all the civilians on the same day, but when the finals start so they won't suspect our plan. Hiruzen nodded, saying, Okay, I'll organize a plan with the Jounin so we can organize the defense of the village. That said, they were planning how to stop the invasion while Naruto just slept so he could continue training tomorrow and see what else he could do. For days later, 16 days remaining until the start of the finals. Okay, Naruto, as you know, the wood element is about feeling the energy of nature. Now meditate and tell me what you feel. Nodding, he assumed a meditative pose and remained like that for a while. Then he felt the leaves and the trees, and as he did so, he felt the natural energy, how it accumulated. Ashura just watched, so he continued observing. Then he saw the grass growing, the flowers regaining their color, and the trees sprouting leaves again. Ashura clapped. Naruto woke up and looked around. It was more beautiful. Then Ashura commented, Okay, tell me what you felt. Naruto replied, I felt the leaves of the trees, the flowers, and everything around me. Ashura nodded and said, Okay, now you're in harmony with nature, now have dash. He gives Naruto a scroll. The wood element jutsus are written there. Learn them. Well, I'll go see your new kimono. You have 9 days to learn everything there. Well, see you later. Naruto nodded, creating 15 clones to learn everything about the scroll. 9 days later, 7 days remaining until the start of the finals. These days Naruto mastered some techniques from the scroll, learning the wooden wall, the underground roots, tree binding, the birth of a sea of trees, the wooden prison, his favorite the four-pillar house and its derivative the multiple four-pillar houses, the wood clones and their multiple version and the wood dragon, the last one he planned to use against Gar to stop him. There are more but he left them for later. With what he has it is enough. Now Ashura was going to teach him something new. According to him, it is his best medical jutsu that surpasses the Sannin Tsunade. Golden healing palm and seal of the sun. Okay Naruto, today you're going to learn this. Ashura made his palm glow with a golden aura. For some strange reason, it seemed familiar to Naruto. I present to you the golden healing palm. With this, you can heal anything without needing to resort to your Naraka path or the creation of all things. This can heal a wound with just a touch, even internal wounds. You have already used it unconsciously, but it was done incorrectly. Now I will explain, but first you will learn the golden palm. Concentrate chakra in your palm where you have your sun seal, until the golden aura is established like mine. Go ahead, try it. Naruto nodded, channeled chakra into his palm, and after a few seconds a golden aura formed. Ashura clapped. Well done. Now, as I said, you can heal any internal or external wound in seconds, even extreme wounds that would lead to death. But for that, the sun seal comes in. Using the golden palm, place your palm on the person's chest. The sun seal will act accordingly, healing any extreme internal wound, even shattered bones. But you won't be able to regenerate limbs. For that, you must resort to the Naraka path. Well, that's all. Since we don't have a way to put it into practice, you'll just have to wait and see if something happens. You can act then. Now, tomorrow your new sword will be ready. You'll like it. It's a chakra conductor. Then you'll wear your kimono the moment you enter the fighting arena. From then on, you'll wear it always. As the heir of Ninshu, you'll be able to restore what my father once preached. Well, take the day off. I'll go add the final touches to the sword. Naruto nodded and Ashura left. The blonde knew who to try it on. It was time for his bushy-browed friend to walk again. Konoha Hospital. Lee sat looking out from the balcony. Guy, his sensei, was trying to keep him from getting depressed. Although he was grateful for everything, he wasn't the same. After his fight with Gaara, which left him crippled and with no possibility of continuing his ninja career, he didn't know what to do. However, a friend appeared. It was Naruto, who approached Lee and greeted him. "Hey, big eyebrows, how are you?" Lee replied, "Naruto-kun, I'm fine, just a little depressed." Guy, who was listening, couldn't say anything. Seeing his student like that broke his heart. Then Naruto spoke to him. "Sajotas, if I told you there was a chance you could walk again, what would you do?" Lee looked up when he heard that and replied, "It depends. If I have to do something bad, I don't want to. But if it's something good, I couldn't pass up the opportunity." Naruto gave her his foxy smile and said, "Okay, bushy eyebrows. I know someone who can cure you and he's in Konoha." Lee's eyes widened upon hearing that. Guy, who had overheard, approached and commented, "Hello, I'm Guy, the taijutsu specialist, so I want to know who that doctor is who can cure Lee dash." Naruto pointed to himself and said, "You have it right here, Databeo dash." Lee looked at him, hesitated for a few moments, and then asked, "How can you help me? Do you know anything about medicine?" Naruto made his palm glow gold. Guy and Lee looked at that in amazement. Lee was the first to speak. "Do you think it will work, Naruto-kun?" Naruto nodded in response. "That's right, if it doesn't work I have another trick, so you tell me. Do you accept or not?" Guy, who was looking, decided to say something. "Young Naruto, if you manage to heal my student I will be eternally grateful. Come on Lee, I believe in him. You must too, your flames of youth must still shine dash." Lee said with determination. "Okay, let's go to the stretcher." 5 minutes later. "Alright Sajotas, this will hurt but I know you'll endure it dash." Lee nodded. Naruto removed his glove, his hand glowed gold. He placed his palm on Lee's chest and began. A golden aura surrounded Lee. At first he felt nothing, but then a terrible pain coursed through his body. He walked like that for 5 minutes. Lee felt as if his bones were repairing themselves. Naruto was focused on healing his friend. Then it was all over. Naruto withdrew his palm, put his glove back on, then went to Lee, who opened his eyes and said, "That was painful." Lee moved his broken arm, then his shattered leg as well. Then he realized he was healed. Tears came out of Lee. He thanked Naruto for what he did. Guy, who was watching, came closer, looked at Naruto and said, "You have my eternal gratitude, Naruto. Today you performed a miracle. No doctor could cure him. They only said that Tsunade-sama could, but she's not in the village. Yet here you are and you healed my student. So if you need any advice, you can seek me out." Naruto nodded and said, "Thank you Sajoda-sensei. Now I'll take my leave. I hope to see you all at the finals so you can see me in the fight." Guy and Lee nodded, and the blonde boy, in a flash of orange, disappeared. Naruto's mind space. Haha, what a way to use what he learned. He really will be the best successor of Ninshu. What do you think, Kurama? Kurama replied, Yes, I've seen him do many things, so this is new, so he would be the perfect successor to you." Ashura nodded and continued with what he was doing. Naruto's house. Naruto was at home, then he had to wait. There were less than 7 days left until the start of the finals, so he just waited. He already knew how to attract attention, so he had to rehearse it. 7 days later, the day of the final, Konoha Stadium. People were arriving at the stadium. Many people came to see everyone's performance. The sensei were present. Then the participants were in the arena, ready to fight. Only 2 were missing, Sasuke and Naruto. The Hokage was on the Kage balcony, and next to him was someone he didn't expect. A woman with orange hair. She had long hair and wore a blue kimono. It was Mei Terumi, the 5th Mizukage. She had agreed to come and sign an alliance with Konoha. Hiruzen agreed. Then there was the Kazekage, Raza, or so they thought, but in reality it was Orochimaru in disguise. Hiruzen already knew how to act during the invasion that was going to happen, so he wasn't worried. Behind him was the Sannin Jiraiya, behind Mei was Zabusa. He had a reason for coming here. He wanted to see the boy who earned his respect. Behind the Kazekage there were only 2 Umbu from the sand. In the stands were the sensei of teams 8, 9, and 10. They were all surprised to see Lee healed. The story was that they did manage to heal him in the finals, but the reality was different. Naruto told them before coming to the stadium not to say anything that he had healed Lee. They nodded. In the arena were the participants: Niji Hyuga, Shikamaru Nara, Shino Aburame, Sabaku no Temari, Sabaku no Kankuro, and Sabaku no Gara. Only two were missing: Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. The new examiner, Ganma, appeared and said, "All right, the final battles will begin. Everyone leave except Naruto Uzumaki and Niji Hyuga." That's how it was. Everyone left except Niji, but Naruto wasn't there. Ganma spoke again. "Naruto Uzumaki, report to the fighting arena. You have 1 minute to come." Everyone waited, but nothing happened. Above the stadium was Naruto, in his new outfit and with his sword ready to enter. Upon hearing his name, he took out a 3-pronged kunai and threw it into the arena. Genma saw the kunai, which appeared familiar. When it fell to the ground, an orange flash was seen, and there Naruto appeared. He said, "Hello? Sorry for being late. I got lost along the way of life, and by the way, I want to add something. My name is Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, son of the 4th Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki. To be continued."